Omen and Viper player as opposed to Del B, who is a little bit more on the aggressive side, and I believe he plays more duelists.
I think the biggest thing to figure out with this one is Delby's never like genuinely the superstar of this roster, right? It's usually kind of a Drain King going through or Noxy kind of going through. Delby is the player that is always in the backline, right? He's always setting you up for everything, and if he's not setting you up, he's there to clean up after you. It's literally so good at what you want from a player like that.
Can I teach you a word?
Oh, okay.
Okay, so in Malaysia, there's this place called DBKL, which means like a Dewan Bandaraya Kuala Lumpur or Kuala Lumpur Community Council.
Okay.
So basically, when we say clean up, we say, oh, DBKL is here to clean up. So Del B is a DBKL.
Love it, love it. Look, I guess it's a similar thing that could be said for Loki, right? Like being able to play that controlling agent and really give the spacing out. We got to see that in the previous series from Texter, how well he played around that Omen. And we haven't really got to see the maps that take out the Viper as of just yet, but I think there will be an opportunity to do that here. So key factor, key player, and to be able to put up big numbers on an agent like that is such a massive statement.
And I think actually just on that as well, maps is something that's very interesting when it comes to practice, right? Because you're always going to have your ban, you're always going to have your picks, and when you've got such a new roster, you need to make sure that you're really fine-tuned on those maps coming through first, right? Delete from your mind that that ban that you have. You don't necessarily need to practice that until later, and then just really focus in for the opening few that you're going to potentially be playing.
Yeah, I think sometimes you think that banning out a map that the enemy is good at will give you that edge. Sometimes they're already pretty much prepared. If you look at teams like Paper X, like you think, oh, Split is their map, but suddenly you see like, oh no, Fracture is their new trump card, and they just go haywire crazy. And I'm hoping that these, at least for this team, they don't focus too much on maps that they are good at, but rather focus on maps that they know the enemy team will be choosing, so they can at least have that extra advantage in their hands. So speaking about maps though, I'm curious to what you think about which maps each player, or at least each team, tends to shine in.
Look, from me, I personally think that Breeze is one of the no-brainers to take out in this match. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a direct middle of the map pool. Maybe Split sneaks its way in towards the
I want to see a Split.
You've got to, right? Like,
well,
got to have a homage
one.
to it. We need to see it. But nah, look, I think you know, especially in the new setups and trying to learn each other out, trying to dive into those fractures to that Breeze may get a little bit awkward. So yeah, straight out. And is Breeze going to be the next two? There we go.
It makes a lot of sense.
Right? Yeah, they're out of there straight away.
Well, how can you say Breeze is hard? Breeze is personally one of my favorite ones to watch.
I suck at Breeze, I tell you. It's so
really
hard.
shows. Your crosshair is not there.
well, my thing now is, are we going to be able to get the Viper? Are we going to get a map that tends into bringing the Viper instead of the Omen?
Oh, you can.
So far,
I mean, you can do it for
So you can run it if they want to shift it over and do something completely new, right? New players on rosters means new composition potential.
Correct, exactly right. And settling back to maybe some more comfort picks, right? Okay, so Haven Bind,
are we going to get
gone.
Descent? Okay, it's literally the middle of the map.
Okay, are we going back? Like, are we going to have Omen just like straight off the start?
Up.
You know, Jet, Reyna. Are we just going to see the opening agent selection?
Let's just see classics, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
correct.
this is very classic map. Haven, Bind, and Ascent. This is very OG, and I feel like every single team should know these maps.
Oh, yes,
there's not really an excuse saying like, oh, this is a map that we're not good at, because I mean, for Breeze and Fracture, I mean, I understand, but like for these, you want to go super old school. And I don't know why, but I kind of predicted that it's gonna be old school for them just by the way they play. But for now, prediction time, guys, because we have a team such as Alter Ego that is a team that is very, very consistent, and then against a team such as Cerberus, who is a little bit more, I don't know, I think they're a little bit more unpredictable now with their new players. But what do you guys think?
I think when it comes on to Haven, we have a little bit more unorthodox nature in the agent lineups from Alter Ego. They're not scared to kind of play out of the box, right? They don't shy away from even bringing a Neon on towards this one. And no, it's not the Jet and Reyna, but they still do bring a Reyna out when they want to, right? So I think on that and everything that we've seen in sort of relevant history and just my feeling, I kind of lean over towards Alter Ego for this series.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, what about you?
Similar, Alter Ego, I reckon
Alter Ego?
2-0. Just I think it's going to be a real like opportunity for them to hit out of the park, right? It's such a battle, whether or not, you know, Boom steps up or Onyx G. Like, so I think Alter Ego really want to set themselves up as being that #1 seed. And it's a perfect opportunity for for them to do so right now. They've got a weaker sort of looking Cerberus given the changes, and if they can't strike down now, that might sort of tell a tale for the rest of their games.
Okay, personally for me, Alter Ego is my pick, but
Okay.
I wouldn't be surprised if Cerberus suddenly surprises us.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised.
There's a potential for, a very new-looking Cerberus to be reinvigorated with these new members coming in. It could be a completely different dynamic from what we've known over the course of this year.
And that's the most exciting thing about a game like this, right? We don't know exactly what we're going to get, so we're just going to be tossed into the mix and see how it all goes.
Yeah, speaking of tossing to the mix, let's toss this into the second game of the day. We're going to have Cerberus versus Alter Ego. Guys, we have D-God and Key. The pairing I never expected. Guys, how are you guys feeling?
Pretty good, pretty good.
Really
Very
good.
excited to be on this side of the desk. Don't get to do it too often, but thank you very much. Tash,
Keegan.
D-Gon here with Key. You can call us Keegon or
Qui-Gon.
D-Key.
No.
Like the key to the kingdom,
Oh, okay.
You know,
okay.
maybe
I'll
something
go
like
with
that.
I'll go
We
with that.
could-
I'll go with that.
Yeah, so you guys decide. You let us know in the chat. Obviously, we'll see that in a little bit. But we got the big one here. Again, Vietnam trying to find their first victory, and we're getting to see the passionate fan base of Indonesia in one of the lowest rated teams with the best chance to actually win this, I think, in Alter Ego. They have a ton of firepower. We said a lot on the desk with the way that they set things up. You have a lot of players that can carry on this one.
I completely
Oh,
agree. So
LCQ
Alter
itu
Ego,
cuma sampai
they might just go
langsung
all the
ke
way.
knock out
They
ya
might just fizzle out.
mereka.
Who knows? But they are exactly that type of team that can just go really good or maybe just fall flat against a team like Cerberus, who we don't know yet what they can bring to the table. Right? They're an unknown. They've changed 2 players. They're kind of new.
Right.
When you put it that way.
Exactly. We'll be learning along,
langsung ke knock
just like
out,
everyone else at home, with Cerberus specifically because
Baiklah.
Layla and Ting are going to be,
VCT,
thrown out there. When you go look up the
ME
stats, don't have a ton of stats on them
masih
over the
berapa
last 30, 60 days. When you go
Yang
90
sense
days
qualifier
out
nih.
with their previous team on Brave Wolves, then you get a little bit of stats there. But you have a lot of crossover with the type of agents that they play
North
with the current core
America,
members.
last
Yeah, there's
chance
three
qualifier.
initiator players. Some of them have flex
3 hari
duelists before,
lagi.
so we'll have to see
4
like
hari sih
who
lebih
takes
tepatnya.
what role this time. I think they
Soalnya
mentioned it before.
13 jam.
They used to set up Suka as kind of like that star player. Set everyone sets him up for success. Now he's gone. Who's gonna step up this time?
Yeah, Suka in stage 2 with Daikute as well on the jet. Both those players no longer on the roster. Those were the 2 standout players. So it is begging this squad to have someone step up and make a claim here at the last chance here in 2022. Now, on the flip side with Alter Ego, this is, as we said, a lot of potential, a lot of firepower, but for whatever reason, they have not been able to put it together in a way that they're proud of.
Yeah, it depends which Alter Ego comes to the game, right? Which mask comes to the game.
Already we're
On the other
starting
hand,
this.
I wanted to say Cerberus is a 3-headed dog, right? Like
Sure, yeah, they got the
used to
3
be-
members.
Exactly, the 3
Three-headed dog.
members.
All right.
Which one will show up? When you're fighting a boss fight, it's always 1 hit at a time. It's never all 3 in one go. We'll see if they can do all 3 in one go. I think that's the biggest difference maker here.
I've decided it's Keegan because you should go first.
Oh, okay.
Your name's
Oh, thank
coming
you.
first,
Yeah,
especially
thank
with
you.
the way that you're leading us into this one.
Okay.
One more thing that just came up during map select. Very interesting because Cerberus highlighted there are 2 maps that they're very comfortable on in Haven and Ascent, and 2 maps that they don't like in Icebox and Fracture. Whereas Alter Ego, very comfortable on Fracture and comfortable across multiple different map pools, but they didn't attack either one of those that they could have probably pulled in here.
Yeah, in fact, it was Alter Ego who banned Icebox, leaving Ascent as the decider map. So that's the biggest question mark there. Maybe they've changed something along the way. Maybe in scrims they felt that maybe it isn't working out for us. Maybe Icebox was just too tried and tested for a lot of the teams because that used to be the highly contested map. And maybe they practiced something else in Ascent and they want to bring it to Cerberus Esports.
Sure, yeah, and it does feel like this is Alter Ego. We're finding out if this is the good ego, the bad ego, but if they are to do it, they're going to do it the tough way here as they try to make their way deeper into this tournament and get Indonesia, one of those 3 teams that they have, into the world stage because this is a region rich with FPS talent.
Yeah, exactly. And out of the 10 teams here, they have the most
awal-awal
representation. All 3 teams are
kalau
purely
ME Sentinels
Indonesian
ketemu
players. So
Nonton
15
sebenarnya.
players from Indonesia in this
Soalnya ada
LCQ.
The
Scout
most
ya.
representation out of
It
any
is.
nation.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Rasakan
yeah,
aja.
30%. And
Scout balik
that
lagi
really shows their
ke
potential. They haven't
Pro
realized it yet because of, well, Paper X and Xerxia always like fighting for the top. Team
Sure.
Secret always on that third as well, on that cusp. But I think we're starting to see that resurgence coming from Indonesia.
Yeah, definitely. So we'll get to see that right here between Vietnam and Indonesia, specifically between Cerberus and Alter Ego. When you take a look at the star players, I think they did a great job setting it up on the desk. We got to look at Delby, but more specifically, Adern King is the guy that I think really is the heartbeat here for Alter Ego. On the opposite side, it's going to be Akashi, who is like, again, one of the stalwarts for the squad for Cerberus as they return, as they lost their 2 top fraggers.
Yeah, that's really it. Whether we can see a new Cerberus coming out from the ashes, like maybe this new team is actually much better, because we're always feeling that a team might not perform as well when they lose a star player, but it can also be very different. It can also be maybe the team chemistry actually improves. Maybe they found a footing that they haven't with the previous rosters. That's what we want to see here, because the other Vietnamese team, Fancy, of course, we just saw them. They didn't do so well against Order.
It did not, and that's with the star players that were on Cerberus. Like, what's going on?
It looked like they were supposed to be the Vietnamese new super team.
Yep.
But unfortunately, they fell flat. So it's now time for Cerberus to show us whether they can be the ones to wave the flag for Vietnam.
Well, Agent Select underway, as you see Adern King heading on over to the Breach, Brimstone, Sky,
ada Cypher.
Cypher locked
Melihat.
on in for Kush, something that he plays a little bit further down in the agent pool, but
Kush.
something that we've seen before. And then Delby going with the Neon, again, duelist selected. On the opposite side, we weren't sure if we were going to see a duelist. We do see it in the form of Ting, but we'll see what else Cerberus decides to do with their composition here.
Yeah, it's actually how you execute the composition is the most important part here. We haven't seen this 5-man yet. We haven't seen them run with this group. So we'll now see it today, of course.
Yeah.
With the Raze pick as well, I think that's a show of confidence.
Ex-Luvia.
Like, Raze, you definitely need to know, or your team needs to know how you play a Raze. I mean, we've seen that with Paper X again, like with Jing on that dedicated Raze. If Ting can do the same thing, Jing and Ting, Ting can do the same thing Jing does, then it will be good for Cerberus.
Sure. Akashi on the fade as well. That's something that is in the agent pool, but a little bit further as we kick things off with the first round. It is a rush on to C, and immediately Cerberus take the side, Alter Ego, play for a retake.
Yes, it's like we were here for 2 seconds, the plant goes down. That's how fast they want to play. That's how fast Cerberus and Vietnam as a region plays. Mounting the retake though, they're now gathering everyone on this C lobby.
Yeah, here we go. In lobby, found a way on through. Aftershock able to pick up one. Adern King able to get the first one, as now multiple members starting to fall from Alter Ego. And Alter Ego take it back as quick as it was planted by Cerberus.
I think that's Alter Ego's game plan here. You can see they just let them get into C site for free, but it doesn't matter because they knew they had the post plan. They knew what they needed to do to clear things up. The utility from Adren King, the reason why Loki was standing in that aftershock, he was completely white. And he just didn't know where he was. Like, if he peeked out, he would get shot. If he stayed there, he would just die to aftershock. So he had no choice there. And Alter Ego just very clinical in the way they retake this. Look at the way they move in. Like a SWAT team, they just go in, take everyone out. Cerberus, they had the post plant down, but they just couldn't hold it.
Yeah, solid utility usage there. The relay bolt from Neon, picking off that, sitting in the side of default, and made it tough for Cerberus to get anything done after the plant. They do get the extra money from plant, but it's 1-0 Alter Ego.
Yeah, and one thing to know about Alter Ego's lineup as well, they don't want to hold for too long. They don't have the utility to actually hold a site, but they do have the utility for the retake. A lot of flashes, a lot of stuns, and now it's going to be a fast B take from Cerberus. They actually bought here. They're forcing it because they got a spike plant down.
Spike planted.
And I like this here. They get another plant down, so a little bit more money, but they're looking for the round win. Kush at double doors, able to pick off one, gets the second as well, as the Bulldog has some Fang, and picks up 2 to kick things off. Now it's 5v3. Retake underway as Ting able to trade that one out. Now down to 1v2 as Axlovia and Delby, they're working together up towards mid. Layla has an idea at least where one of them is as they look through, get concussed. This is going to be very difficult. I was spotted, and Axlovia helping out and covering Delby. They get the defuse.
Such confidence from Alter Ego. They know that they could do it. They know that they could
Lama
handle
aku
that
nggak
2v1
nontonin
really
gini
easily.
anjir, agak
Just went
bingung.
in with 100% confidence, getting that spike defuse. And for Cerberus, they forced this round. which means the next round it's not going to be great for them.
Is it another force, or will they go ahead and save? Yeah, it looks
Save
like
lah,
okay.
nggak
We'll just
mungkin
head on
mereka
over
mau
to
force.
Sheriff's
Force
trying to get the
lagi.
headshots, and this will be
Round
Eagle,
berikutnya
but
nggak
a
bisa beli lagi
a nice,
nanti.
I think, initial adaptation by Cerberus to say, hey, look, we play aggressive, we're going to stick to our guns and get something done in the first 2 rounds.
Yeah.
They almost pull it off, but not quite.
I think a lot of aggressive teams like doing that as well. No matter what, even if they know that the enemy team could be pretty good at defense, you kind of like to try to poke the defense just to see how they react. And that shapes your strategy for the next few rounds. And for Cerberus, I think right now they just want to get that spike down. A kill through the smoke with that Spectre. They just want to get the spike down to get some creds.
Yeah,
to build it up for the next round.
No full rifles here on the side of Alter Ego as they still stick with the Spectres and the Bulldog. And that opening pick basically slows things down here for Cerberus as the Prowler able to find one, now stuck in the corner, getting helped by Axelavia. Noxy on the flank, and here he comes from behind, picks up 2, and only 1 left in spawn. They know where he is. It's Loki. Loki gets cut on down, and it's a flawless round here for Alter Ego as they take a commanding 3-0.
3-0,
the
looking
second
good.
round was pretty expensive for Alter Ego because they lost 3 members
Gerakan
and
di mapnya
armor
tuh loh,
on
komunikasinya
Neon as well.
bagus.
So that round was their true bonus round. So they bought up. They weren't too greedy. I think a lot of teams like to actually buy 2 rifles at least, especially when you're going in an anti-eco. I think Alter Ego know that they could easily get overwhelmed by Cerberus, so they didn't want to risk that. They didn't buy the Vandals, but because of that, coming to this round, they are going to be stuck with the Spectres. Only 1 Bulldog against 5 Vandals against Cerberus. So if there's any round that Cerberus needs to get back to into this game, it's going to be this round.
Yeah, we were talking earlier. It seems like there's so many times now where a team will win
Dapat
not
jackpot
1,
sih,
not 2,
Cyphernya
usually
sumpah.
3 or 4
Lihat tuh
opening
semua
rounds
ada
in
di
a
sono
row.
tuh.
And here, if
Jalan.
Cerberus lose this one, they might be staring down a
Pusing itu.
5-0 deficit to Alter Ego.
Yeah, it looks like it's actually going to be an aggressive push from A on the side of Alter Ego. This 1 member already dying on that C site, but they're going to mount this retake. They still have some Spectres. This could still be expensive for Cerberus, and I think that's the goal. Make it as expensive as you can with the Spectres.
Oh, Loki playing hide and go seek with Axelavia. Able to get the one behind, but Axelavia picks up the kill. Will be able to upgrade onto the Vandal. Axelavia now working through the double peek. Trades out by Kishi or Dern King able to pick up one. Here comes the blind. Lands perfectly. Wasn't able to get the second kill. But now a lot of focus down towards C Long. They now realize someone's on the bomb. It's Noxy gets 1, but not the second. And Cerberus, it was expensive, but they get themselves on the board.
Kalau itu tadi mati,
exactly
kemungkinan menangnya chance-nya
Cerberus,
lebih gede.
they were successful, but Alter Ego wanted to make it hurt
Masalahnya nggak mati tadi, cuma
and
ngeding
they
doang.
did just that. This is the closest they
Itu
could have
jeleknya
got
pakai
without clearing everyone else. They got 4 kills.
Tapi keuntungannya
and
run
they
and gun.
basically made it hurt for Cerberus. Now a lot of them are in the light armor. They don't have the economy to roll over to the next round. On the
Buat
other
run and
hand,
gun itu
Alter Ego,
dia
they have the economy
senjatanya
to roll over.
So Alter Ego sitting
Firingnya
in a very
lebih
comfortable spot and
bagus
still
lah.
almost in a position to win that one. But again, double peek, trade out, and that's the victory there for Cerberus. So now after we've seen a couple of fast rounds, that was the first time where we saw one that was, I guess that was the 3rd time we saw a fast one. The only time they went slow was when they lost someone early.
Exactly, and right now Alter Ego already get a first kill by window. They find the first kill onto Layla, and that just hurts a lot for Cerberus. Having your breach gone, there's no initiator to bring you into that site.
Sure. And it's the same
Udah
thing
dicek
now. Now Cerberus
sama
are like,
Sky-nya
okay,
tadi di
we're down
silongnya tuh
one, we
dikasih
have to slow
buru.
down. Let's
Nggak
start
ada.
checking
itu
each
langsung
site
ditinggal sama
slowly.
dia.
It does look like they're peeking into B just a little bit. Axelavia
Jiggle
thinking about
pick
dropping some Sky smokes to slow things down. There it is. So not a lot of information for Cerberus to work with here.
Mereka harus
Definitely
dari
not. They don't
garage
even have the
maksudnya.
space. They haven't
Tim
been able to
Kerberos.
push out
Nah, kan?
anywhere on the map.
Ini
And
dicek
Haven's
lagi garage-nya.
very
Ada orang
easy for
kagak
the
nih.
attackers to do that.
Nah itu ketahuan satu orang.
But right now they're just
Silongnya
standing in
habis
their
ini.
base. But Loki actually even thinks out this
mati
might
dia.
just be the space
Noxy
that they
mati
need on
ternyata.
C.
Delby watching the window, was the one that got the kill earlier and finds another one onto Kishi. They have a general idea now that C is open, so the rotation starting to come in from the rest of Alter Ego. It is a 4v3. It does look like Delby is clearing out through C Long.
Nice, tinggal
Kush trades it out.
2v4, bisa lah.
4v2, 4v1. It's all up to Ting, and Ting gets taken down. A triple kill by Kush, and it's 4-1 Alter Ego.
Delby dari belakang nggak tuh? Dia
It
muter
looked like
dari
they
garage
could
lari
just
ke
get a plant down,
belakang
but
ke
Alter
city.
Ego, they just had too much
Balik lagi ke
utility
C.
to disrupt Cerberus. They tried to plant it quite a few times. So the flash comes in, the stun comes in. They just didn't know what to do, and because of that, they even lose out on the spike creds.
Well, the desk was saying earlier that Delby usually is the recipient of being set up by someone. I think I just saw 2 kills there in window and then in garage that he set up by himself. Yep. So we'll keep an eye on how Delby gets set up on these kills, 3-1 and 3, but still sitting behind multiple of his teammates in almost in double digits now. Noxy gets a bit aggressive. This is the first time we've seen Alter Ego's aggression get punished, and now a 5v4 for Cerberus. They have not decided to rush right on in yet, but they are starting to congregate over here at A.
Tapi Delby udah di situ lagi cuy.
Dia nunggu lagi. Recover the Vandal. If Cerberus could recover that, that becomes a bit dangerous for Alter Ego. But right now, they're doing a good job of protecting it. They actually even pushed forward. You can see Delby already making his way behind on his flank.
Oh, Ting with the shorty. Hasn't quite needed to use it yet, and now they realize, okay, they're on A. Will we give him the plant? We'll see. Neon, oh, goes right on by, and Delby gets picked off by Loki. So 4v3, back to 3v3. Kush now showing the gun difference. Able to pick up one.
Udah susah tuh spike-nya harus diambil.
Does have the tour de force. Will try to find someone there. Isn't quite able to, but Loki does have a Vandal here.
Yeah, the tour de force not that effective, especially in this 2v3. They don't have the spike, so they need to put in some pressure at least. But he finds one, finds a second and a third. It's a collateral kill by Kishi. I was saying it wasn't effective, but prove me wrong, Kishi.
There it is, Kishi lining it up, and that one hurts for Alter Ego. They still are up, but Cerberus was feeling a little bit down and out, winning that one with just a start.
Yeah,
anjir, salah banget itu tadi.
We were saying that who will show up? Especially for Cerberus, who will be the one to show up, and right now it was Kishi.
Gitu.
He rescued
bareng
that
gini,
round.
bareng tadi.
Out of a hat. I don't even know
Dari
where
those
that collateral came from. They wanted to double peek him. They wanted to trade.
Nggak gitu double peekingnya tadi juga.
Yeah. Again, generally good.
Nih, snipernya kan di pojokan sono tuh.
Time it perfectly for the player with the operator and or tour de force, and Kishi getting that one. Surprising though, Cerberus are like, okay. They probably were popping off in their chairs. They're cheering, and then they're like, "Okay, we need a timeout now." That was quite the adrenaline boost. Now we got to figure out strategically what we're doing, because we're not going to be able to win rounds like that every single time.
Yeah, I like this actually. So a lot of teams, they call timeout when they're on a losing streak.
Sure.
And I think that this is a timeout to, like you mentioned, bring their adrenaline levels down a little bit, and not just that, but they're also on the back foot. They're also in prime position to actually reset Alter Ego, or for Alter Ego to reset them if they lose. So this is a very important round to win for them, because they need to string rounds in a row. The 2 rounds that they won thus far are 2 separate rounds. And because of that, their economy kept getting reset.
That works.
So Cerberus setting things up here yet again. Again, we've seen the speed in the early rounds, but now that they have guns and a little bit of money, they've gone slow, and here we go. Blast pack forward. A is the call. A lot of players stacked on C. It was a bet by Alter Ego that will go unnoticed. They haven't taken the site yet. It will be a Rolling Thunder expended, and now Cerberus realized, oh,
no one's here.
No one's here.
No one's home. They basically knock on the door and there's nobody to answer, and they're just going to put that spike down. There's going to be a flank all the way from Kush. Not going to find anyone just yet, but there's a trademark. Okay, there you go. The smoke or trademark. Oh, he actually destroys it. He didn't need to. He could have just walked by.
He destroyed it anyways. Loki now coming on in using his own flank up towards B. Delby picks up 2 and is able to upgrade into the Vandal. Not able to get a kill though. Kush, he finds a winding up Layla, who looked like he was about to punch him. Wasn't able to get anything down. Now Kush knows where both of them are with the neural.
Oh no, Kush terlalu lebar dia.
And Cerberus finding their way slowly, finding their footing with all 3 heads. They find themselves 3 rounds.
Yeah, 3 rounds and momentum. That's the biggest thing right now. They're feeling themselves. I think after losing those few rounds against Alter Ego, it felt like Alter Ego were starting to get that confidence. And for a game like Valorant, it's a very confidence game. Like you see the top players, they're brimming with confidence, and that just gets you the kills. Like Kush, for example, getting those triple kills left and right. But Cerberus, now they're feeling it.
And speaking of that pause, it did give Alter Ego some time as well, although the pause was called by Cerberus. Remember, they basically did pistols and I think 1 Phantom on that last round. It allowed them to buy full armor and Vandals for this round. So this is, I think, our first round where both teams are fully gunned up with rifles here, as now the play is towards Garage. by Cerberus sitting inside the nebula. It's a flash. Everyone's blinded, but who's not? Noxy, he only gets one, though. Could have been huge, but it's just a trade out.
Yeah, the drop actually slows you down quite a bit to actually get your aim. So he wasn't able to get two because he dropped a bit too far. Right now, this showstopper committed 1-for-1 trade. Can't find anyone to showstopper just yet, but he just might shoot it in the smoke. He runs into the Cypher. He gets one,
Cypher
goes in.
Nice,
Goose.
Goose.
And the
Nice.
third kill from Axelovia. Alter Ego.
Di depannya Cypher
Yeah, he
anjir.
went from being a showstopper to a walk stopper. He's like, hey, why am I not moving through this? Shoot! Gets the person behind. Ting not able to get the Cypher, and Kush
Lohe
becoming
moment
the
tuh
hero
ketemu.
of this round. Alter Ego win the first rifle versus rifle round. And it's 5-3 after 8 rounds. And now we got to take a look at Cerberus. They were able to finally string a couple rounds together. Do they have enough money to buy? They will buy a couple of rifles. As we take a look at it one more time, the opportunity to find something there would have been huge. That amount of like realization, I think that was the right amount. You're like, okay, I want to make sure I use this, and hey, oh, gotta shoot.
Someone's in front of me, yeah. So he's lucky that Delby was actually behind, was able to get a kill with a showstopper nonetheless. But it didn't matter. Kush was there. Kush was able to capitalize on that and just get all the kills. Right now, Delby with the overdrive gets shut down so quickly.
Headshot.
You hate to see it when someone uses one of the ultimates that is combat-based, the Blade Storm, the Overdrive, but down goes Delby to kick things off. Akashi gets traded out, though, and Adern King getting aggressive. Look at this default. It's getting punished all the way on through. I think the realization by Cerberus is now complete as they're like, hey, they're pushing us here. There's at least 2. That means A has to be kind of open. And so Kush gets the opening pick off. The Cyber Cage dropped down.
Oh,
There's
nice.
Layla peeks through and is trading
Harusnya
out,
dikasih
but it's
trip
a
tuh di
3v1
situ.
now
Astaga.
as Layla has to pull a big one out. Did have the kill, so an opportunity for 4K if there's a hero moment. Timing is a real thing, and there it is. Adern King picks up the kill, and 6-3.
I think Kush is kind of like the hero right now for Altigo, really anchoring those sites, not giving Cerberus the chance to even get through on A, even though the rest of his teammates were just walking around the map, trying to get more information. He was still able to hold a 1v3. He took 2 of them down before being
Kamusnya
eventually taken out, but
Persija
that was
ke
enough.
Boom ya? Dipinjam atau gimana tuh?
Look at that.
Kalau
14-5.
That's
Setauku
pretty
sih kayaknya
good.
dipinjam
That's
deh.
pretty good for something that Kush doesn't play as often. Taking a look at some of his stats, I was like, okay, Silva, yeah, plays a lot of Fade, okay, KO. But then Cypher was like the 4th one I wrote down, just in case maybe he plays it. And, it has been a mixture of gun skill and utility here for Kush, setting himself up to be the lead fragger, not only for the team, but for the lobby as we enter round number 10. It is a pistol round for Cerberus. Obviously, the rifles have been stacked up for Alter Ego, and Cerberus are going to play this one slow.
And that's what's painful for Cerberus right now. It feels like they
Cypher
can't
lagi yang
just muster
side
enough
sendirian.
economy to go for successive gun rounds. They just keep going on that eco, and that's because they can't string the rounds together. They won 2 in a row, but that wasn't enough. And Alter Ego are just getting their way because they have the guns, they have the economy, they have the control over the map.
And in that 2 in a row, I believe they won with only 1 person alive. So everyone had to rebuy yet again. As it is similar to round number 1, an open C site. The plant does go down, and now here comes the aggressive play from Cerberus. Adern King trying to get the flank, gets one, gets the second, concussions all over the place.
Nice.
Strike landing well.
Gila, dibalas nggak tuh?
And it was a nice start to the to stop
Dibalas
the retake attempt
pakai
by
ini.
Cerberus. But
Apa
in the
namanya?
end, Alter Ego, they land on top as expected.
Orbital
And this is
strike.
why they chose the defensive
Dapat
side.
2
A
kill.
lot of teams prefer starting on attack on Haven because, 3 sides, attack side map, it feels much better to attack because you have many more choices. But for Alter Ego, they know how to stop this attack. And I think they just don't want to give Cerberus any confidence, like any momentum coming into this map. This is Cerberus's map pick, and Alter Ego are getting away with it.
Yeah, and much to the delight of the Indonesian fans seeing the first of 2 of their teams playing today. Boom playing later on in our 3rd and final match of the day. But Alter Ego looking good and being as billed the not conservative, but like the defensive play with pop-offs here have been great. And here comes another one. Axelovia able to get one.
Udah
Adern King
2v3.
trades it on out. 3v2. Kishi.
Oh
able to
no,
get the
udah
kill.
ketek
Was
banyak
annoying
nih.
enough, but Kashi
Harusnya sih
low.
tetap bisa ya.
Very low,
Nice.
getting the headshot.
Satu lagi.
Noxy, last member Akashi, 30 HP remaining. 1 bullet is all it takes. Oh, but if you
Nice.
shoot your gun, that's not the best thing to do. But Kush was there to clean things up. And for Alter Ego, this doesn't matter. They've been building up the economy. It's the last round. It really doesn't matter. Look at their economy. So much creds. They could buy extra guns. They could buy extra, an extra sniper rifle as well if they want to. But they have not been running that.
No, really, it's been mostly on the back of either Ultimates or Vandals. It's been mostly Vandal so far.
Oh, there we
for
go.
Alter
There's the
Ego.
off for Kush.
All right, Kush pulling that one out for the final round. We'll see, does he have a gun beside him? Nah, he's just going to use the operator. 8-3, smokes come down. A little bit of a slow play here by Cerberus. I think they're in
mereka
shock,
ke B.
and I wouldn't disagree
Wow,
with that.
udah
because this
dijagain
is their
tapi
map
ini ya.
play. They've
Ah,
tried
ketahuan
rushing, they've tried going
posisinya.
slow. Nothing's really been the very clear play, as now here comes the Hawk. The blind comes through, and the realization with the Cosmic Divide, this is a B play. The plant still not down yet. Trailblazer coming through, doesn't land, and now Cerberus finding a couple. Dern King can't find the kill, and now it's up to Axelovia in a 1v3
posisinya
down
sih.
to 70 HP. Slides away. No, he does get marked very low. One bullet will do it. Nakashi gets himself a
Posisinya
4K,
jelek banget sih
and
tadi.
Cerberus claim 4
Masuknya
rounds
satu-satu
after
kan.
12. Halftime coming on through.
Dipotongnya Cosmic Divide-nya
I thought
dipotong
they
pas
would
di
wait
tengah-tengah
and kind of
situ.
like just let them go in and
Masuk
go for retake, but they did
satu-satu.
not.
Sedangkan
Alright,
musuhnya
well,
udah
with
masuk
that,
di
let's
sini
hear
nih,
the
maksudnya udah
thoughts
masuk
of
di
our
sekitar
desk.
sini
The
kan
big
banyak orang.
brains all over there
Kalau
with
masuk satu di pick banyak orang kan mati kan.
Guys, Digon said I had a big brain. Thank you very much, Digon. And we're back here on the analyst desk where we will talk about the halftime here for the first half. And I have to say, this is a very strong performance coming in from Alter Ego, especially given on how they're so okay with giving up space and just playing for retakes.
Yeah, I mean, Kush going back on toward the Cypher here has been a wholesome treat, right? Usually we've been shifting over towards a bit of Sova, a bit of Fade, but going back onto what would seemingly be one of his stronger agents from every time I've seen Alter Ego play, he's just really able to maneuver around his own utility, get all that information in, and almost, you know, back on the back of his teammates' positioning as well, really be that supportive player that you do want. And you couple that with the Dren King, you know, doing what he needs to do as well. It's really just a fine mix for this team.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, Haven's a map that's always kind of surprised me in a way of the way you have to play it on the defensive side is super aggressive, trying to take all of that control because there's so many areas of the map that you need to cover
ini
up.
nih.
And what I feel like for
Hampir
Alter
aja
Ego, it's
tuh
just been
dapat
very
2
much
kill.
business as
Ah,
usual.
ini
for them,
lucu
right?
nih.
Everyone's sort of stepping up where they need. They haven't even had to rely on
Tabrakan
Del
di
B on
depan
the duelist
smoke
as of
tuh.
yet. We'll surely see that into the next half. But Adrian King, you know, playing fantastically, obviously getting those flashes out. And Kush, he's been the standout, right?
Yes.
We loved watching Kush today.
I love seeing Kush. How he plays with his setups has been phenomenal. It gives Cerberus such a headache. Like, how are we gonna deal with him? Just disabling our trademarks and not allowing us to do anything. And on top of that,
Tadi
there are so many
trademarknya
situations
tuh
where he felt
tetap
like he was just
ke
getting
ini, ke
all those
detect
important picks.
sama dia
And because
push
he's
tadi.
getting those picks one by one
Walaupun
by
dia
one,
nyalain
it felt
apa
like
tadi,
Cerberus wasn't able to
catch-nya
execute
tetap
what
ke
they had
detect,
in mind
makanya
with their,
dimasukin
with their
ditembak
team
sama
comp.
dia.
I think a lot of
Udah
this
tahu
comes
itu
down to
posisinya,
Alter Ego
udah
really just
ketahuan
playing
dulu.
what they know
Dia
and love
maju
in Valorant, right?
duluan
It's very
sebelum
comfortable
catch-nya
space,
naik.
and you look to a couple of the rounds that they ended
Soalnya
up
nggak
losing,
instan
got the
tuh,
wide swing
catch-nya
over at that,
Cypher
A
tuh nggak
side
langsung
together,
instan.
and they lose to the tour de force, and it
Kayak
got out of
ada
it. Like a couple of
0,2
mistakes there,
second
kind of not
delay gitu.
gifting over towards Cerberus, but
Catch-nya.
it kind of is there. And I guess to draw back to the start of our conversation as well earlier on, we're looking for who to see on this Cerberus roster to be the
Looking
pop-off
good sih.
player.
Tapi gue harap
I haven't
lolos
answered just
ya.
yet.
I don't really have it just yet, but for now, as we're running out of time, to Conky, what do you think Cerberus should do to bring it back?
They got to step up. They got to step up fast because they're running out of time.
Speaking of that, we have run out of time. This is the end of the halftime. As we go back into the second half of the game, take it away, Digon and Key.
Thank you very much, Tash. And Komodo brings up the point. Who's going to step up here for Cerberus? I mean, Akashi got a 4K there at the end, but before that, sitting at 6 and 11. It was Akishi. Whereas on the opposite side, take your pick, right?
Yeah.
Kush getting the lead here. Axelovia picked up a couple.
Kishi.
Delby setting himself up early, now sitting at 7 and 8. But all of them popping off here, at least having those hero moments for Alter Ego.
Exactly, and Kush has shown this multiple times. Whenever he is put in a situation where it's a 1vx, he'll always win that. It doesn't matter if it's like a clutch situation or it's people pushing onto his site, he will find a multi-kill no matter what. And it's definitely showing how he is one of the core players of Alter Ego.
With this, very opposite of what we saw in the first several early rounds by Cerberus, where they were just hopping on to the site and planting before we could still finish making our points about the teams and the games. This time, early picks are the play here as Kaijiho gets the headhunter shot, lands well, rendezvous back to safety. And now Alter Ego forced to rethink their plan as they jam A. A lot of movement, though, by Cerberus onto the A site.
Yeah, they've already rotated onto A, but I think Alter Ego still want to take this to them on this side. They're waiting for a little bit of a reset. They're just waiting for time to take down a little bit. Let the defense reset, but there's the defense still holding on. Ting already finding 2 kills. Delby there for the trade, but the damage is done. 2v4 right now, and the rotations have already come in. 3 members on site for Cerberus.
Yep, Prowler landing, so can't see anything. Timer starting to be an issue here with 30 seconds left. Now both members have been spotted. The flank will be attempted by Loki, so de facto 2v3 for the site. Here we go, shots land through. Oh, and Delby.
Oh no, dia nggak ngeliat ke kiri si Delby.
In a 1v1 until Loki gets in there. As Axelovia will drop it down, taps the plant.
Yeah, this is still doable for him. Not much time, but he cannot find the kill. Loki takes him down, and good start for Cerberus. Getting this round just means that they can catch up.
Sayang banget dia nggak ngeliat ke
being down
kiri.
4-8 coming to the second half, you don't want Alter Ego to get that first round and that pistol round to just snowball into a
Ya
win.
ngeliat kiri tadi mundur.
Big information
Ngeliat
and
ke
early
bawah ini.
headshot here by Kishi saying, all right, I see 1, I see 2, let's get out of here. The rotation comes on through, and at this point, Alter Ego had a decision to make. Do we fake like we're rotating off? Do we rotate off, or do we force on through? They pick the first one, they wait a little bit, and I think it was okay. You were starting to see some of Cerberus' players go off of A.
Exactly.
And then they came back and unfortunately lost the fights down A long. Got dinked too much into that 2v4.
Yeah, Ting just won the duels. Took 2 for 1, and I think that was the biggest blow to Alter Ego on that pistol round. And they're gonna do what round 2 things normally you do. You just go for the plant on B side. Oh, they actually find a kill.
Ketahuan dia.
Yep, they find not 1 but 2 kills here as Alter Ego.
Oh no.
As Loki does pick up 1 back to a 3v3. Only a Spectre now in the hands of Delby. And there it comes. It's now out of the hands of Delby. Loki does get traded out by Noxy, but that gun also goes to the wayside, and now it's just a pistol here for Axelovia. Quick peek. They now know that he's in mid. The footsteps have been heard. Akashi will go ahead and take care of the light work, and the defuse comes on through.
It's Akashi that's the one that's sort of waking up here for the Cerberus squad. He's the one finding multi-kills, being able to get clean up, especially for his team.
Impossible kalau udah ketahuan posisinya. Kecuali kalau posisinya belum ketahuan ya. Itu masih possible. Kalau posisinya udah ketahuan tuh B1, dan keadaan nggak punya senjata itu impossible.
Well, with the pistols, you know, basically saving a plant, kind of got what you wanted.
Dan ketakaburan musuh gitu doang.
Yeah, it's
yang bikin
very good
mereka
for
bisa
sure. They got 3 kills. They got the spike. This anti-bonus round for Alter Ego just becomes a little bit easier. It's a bit softer, I guess. You don't have that much resistance from Cerberus. I saw a Bucky. Yep, Kishi has a Bucky. A Bucky with bullets on the headhunter for sure.
And we'll see how he does with that one, and we're going to keep an eye on it. Love to see it. As here we go, Flashpoint coming through to open up A. A is already given up by Akashi. Again, it's Akashi and Kishi on the top of the leaderboard here for Cerberus. The plant does go down, no casualties, no damage. A little bit of utility used in the form of sky smokes, but not a lot. Loki shooting through the smoke and will back on off from heaven. Everyone grouping up before they decide to go on in. Utility gonna have to be perfect here for Cerberus.
They're waiting for a retake, but that's going to be delayed because of this aftershock. They're trying to go in now. There's still a smoke in front. It's going to be difficult, Egon.
Here we go. They're going to have to work on through it. Concussed is one of the members. Now Noxy waiting to see who comes on through before they walk through the smoke. There's 1. Kush able to pick it up. There's 2. A little bit of the mouse flick. And I think now the realization is the time is up as Alter Ego get all of them and no one dies. The spike won't explode on him as well. And it's a huge round here for the attackers.
It is a clean round for them. They just cleaned everyone up. They knew that that retake was coming. In fact, they retook the retake. They let them go in, did not find anyone at any angle, and then they pop out the smoke. They waited for people to get pushed because they know that if they can't find kills, they will have to push. And Alter Ego sprung the trap at the end, found all the kills.
And that replay is beautiful. You saw once I believe it was Kush pushed on out to get the kill. The rest of the team still had him covered. No one dies. The credits stay in a pretty good spot here as now we have ourselves back to full buys both sides. We'll see where they're working there. Looks like they're working A. Again, they're in a lobby, but haven't made a full commitment yet. No full rotation from the rest of Cerberus as well, as Noxy picks up one, picks up two, and now Cerberus still not moving.
Ini mau nge-flash nih.
Just in case.
Oh, dapat satu dia tanpa flash lagi. Raw pick.
And now a 4v3 as things slow back down.
Yeah, Trailblazer is going to get some information on that A site, but Alter Ego still have time to change their minds if they want to, but they don't want to. Layla finds a second, holding this A site down, and Alter Ego, it seems like they're not going to change their minds.
Alter Ego working their way on the OC. If the fault line lands, it does. There's a concussion. It's 3 for Layla. A still possibility on the table. Hasn't taken any damage yet.
2v3 cuy.
He has the rolling thunder as well, so can use that to just stop this push from coming in. Loki finds kill, and Layla with the 4K absolutely locking this site down. Didn't even need to use the rolling thunder and just clean up shop.
Yeah, again, this started as a 5v3 and didn't look great on A, but a bit of a hesitation here by Alter Ego after they got the first kills. I think they got a little bit a little too cute.
Yeah.
Went back into A lobby and was like, all right, we'll fake like we're going somewhere in that. That's when Delby got picked off. But this is the story that we're looking for this Cerberus squad. Who's going to be the player that stepped up? We said Akashi, maybe it's Kishi. Now Layla, one of the new members, coming in and having himself a round. And when you build a couple of these rounds, you're new to the upper squad. There's a lot of pressure on you because this is the LCQ. You need these types of moments, and when you get them, maybe you start turning into a different type of player.
Okay. Exactly, and not just a player, but as a team, right? The team needs to feel good about themselves as a unit, and that's what's happening right now. And you mentioned Layla, just coming in, able to prove himself with that 4K hold on that A site. And now Cerberus are within striking distance of Alter Ego. It looked pretty dicey for them, but they just found rounds here and there, and then all of a sudden we're 2 rounds away.
You know, it's funny because you take a look at the leaderboard, especially on Cerberus' side, and you got the 3 original members, there's just Akashi, Kishi, Loki, but the 2 new guys, they're like still walking around with their name tags. They're the ones with the CES on there. You're like, hey guys,
I'm new here.
I'm new
here. By the way, my name's Layla.
Nice to meet you. 9-7, Cerberus hanging in there again. This is their map pick. They were getting mollywopped in the face and now find themselves in a, I guess, a positive headspace now. Layla is still a little broke along with Kishi, so this round is important for both teams.
They need the momentum to roll over some economy, at least some creds in the next round. And that's what makes it so important because every single round is so close. They lose so many members on each side. And it just makes it so difficult to just get a good enough bank to just keep rolling it. And right now it looks like Alter Ego want to go A yet again. The spike is all the way on to C though, as Axel finds the first kill. They can change their minds. They can actually go to C or B this time instead of A. They use the Seekers. I think it's a fake.
Oh, well, the Seekers slow them down. The rotation to A has been complete for everyone except Kishi. And no, so Kishi does get one, does realize, hey guys, there's a lot coming. The spike has been dropped. It's 2 here for Kishi, buying a lot of time. Backs on off. I don't think they realize they don't have the spike. Layla able to get the wraparound onto Noxy. And so an opening couple kills there, get turned back on top of its head by Alter Ego. And Kashi's now coming on in and picks up one. And Dirt King has to be the one to get the kills. Isn't able to. Kishi with the 3 kill, and we're starting to see a Cerberus squad find a identity.
Yeah, exactly. They seem to have taken advantage of the hesitation coming in from Alter Ego. They got a first kill, tried to fake, hesitated a little bit, but at that point, that fake was very obvious. They saw the spike on C, so the Seekers coming out on A. Clearly that's a fake, right?
Yeah.
Clearly that's a fake. So Cerberus, after shooting the Seekers, went all the way to C. Of course, the hero was Kishi, finding the 2 kills by himself on that C side, slowing the push down from Alter Ego, allowing for Cerberus to come back and bring this round to them.
Also good on Akashi for finding the pick at B. When he was rotating over, a lot of the time, you'll get that one flanker that's sitting in B in the rotation because everyone wants to get it as quickly. They fooled us, we got to get over to C. And you get picked off in transition. But I think it was Kishi, or Akashi was ready to pick up the kill on Delby and slowed it down. Is now 9-8. It is a not ideal buy here for Alter Ego.
Definitely not, but look at the floats there. Ting was not able to go forward, but doesn't matter. Gets a drenking, but Delby with the overdrive finds the first kill. No kill coming from Akashi. The rest of Cerberus, they feel like they're getting overwhelmed.
Yeah, it happened very quickly. Now Ting is down.
Nice.
Push.
Oh, nice.
Layla trying to get it through the concussion, but here comes the orbital strike from the skies. Kishi walks into it. Pressure coming on through. Picks up one, but gets taken down. And Alter Ego
Ini baru
don't
rapi.
need credits to find themselves a win, especially when you got yourself an overdrive Delby opening things up here.
And of course, it's Kush that gets a triple kill onto this round. After getting the first kill, picks up the Vandal, gets 3 kills, making it hurt for Cerberus. And at that point, they just lost too much. I think Ting played a little bit over-aggressive here on his hand. Delby finding a kill there, and Axelov using the ultimates to perfection. I think that's the biggest thing here. Ultimates are also part of your economy, and they turn that pistol, that eco round, into a win using their ultimates.
Also, that was the first time that we've seen Alter Ego do a full send up C in I think on attack.
Yeah,
and so
they were just going ARV.
Yeah. And here comes the fast lane as it does create a big distraction, but Loki's able to shoot through him. The paint shells cover everyone in a gray screen. And now 10 to 8, will it be 11? No, it is 9 as a great hold there by Loki, slowing them down C, and maybe Alter Ego going back to the well one too many times here.
We haven't seen Astra that often in these past few tournaments because there's other controllers that teams prefer. It's always the Brim, it's always the Omen, it's the Viper, but Cerberus, they love the Astra. And I think, yeah, it's the grinding well that actually holds him in.
Jelek banget sih posisinya. Paint shell-nya ada dilempar pas begitu lagi.
It was both the initial explosion and then the extra ones after that. I gotta make sure all the colors get painted here as concussion comes on through. Nice rendezvous, but Delby's able to pick up Ting.
Dapat satu paling enggak.
And the high gear gets him away from
the
rendezvous this
out.
time.
Dia mau repick
They go back to the bread and butter. It's A and just kind of like positioning for that. Kishi able to pick up the first kill with the operator. Will he get second?
Kena juga Adrian.
And there it goes with the rest of your HP. As now Axelovia and Noxy have to rethink. Maybe A's not the play anymore.
If you're jumping with Breach, does he have a thicker thigh than other agents do?
I think so.
That looked like a pretty big target there.
Yeah, I think he's got like bigger plates of armor on, so you got to jump higher, and that required the thigh to get on in there. As a guy with big thighs, I definitely feel Breach's pain as now they rotate on over to B. Prowler finding one. The blind comes through, but the nice. Taking a little long. Noxy gets one. Will he get the second? Yes, he will.
Nice. Plan DA. Nice.
2v2 evened on the HP
bar.
Not so great, but regrowth comes in to heal up Axelovia.
Dia pancing dulu. Nice, dapat satu. Udah, harusnya menang nih. Oh no.
1v1, you lose the one that you're able to heal on up. Noxy trying to get the win. The bomb was planted. And so Loki has to guess it on out around the crates. Almost lines up the headshot. Loki wins this one, and Cerberus now will get their guns and feel right back at home, 10 to 10.
That was one bullet away.
Tadi salah sih Brimnya ngepick anjir.
Almost got a
Harusnya
headshot.
nunggu aja. Nunggu dulu musuhnya lewat crossfire.
Loki was just so deep in already, and he wasn't able to adjust to that.
Man. Here we go, Kishi opening that
Ini
one
udah
up.
bagus banget,
I like Alter Ego when they do this A play. I like it now, but the change has been made here by Cerberus putting the operator on A log, and it does get him right? With this map specifically, it always feels like a guessing game of tic-tac-toe. Are you putting your operator A, you putting it B for a quick peek down window, you putting it C, obviously to prevent a lot, and that was what they were doing initially. Now rotating it on over, catching Alter Ego not ready, and Cerberus, it pays dividends here, and again, Alter Ego, we said the expectations on them, they're huge. Again, not only for this team specifically, but of all of Indonesia. And this is a team with the firepower. Look, Kush is sitting there on top. He's been doing great, but a Dern King is usually the setup man to lead this squad, not quite having screwing the screws tightly enough to close this one off.
Yeah, that's what it feels like, right? They built that lead, they were getting the rounds, but all of a sudden it just like feels like it's slipping away from their grips. And right now, it's 10-10. But Alter Ego are the ones in the back foot because of their economy. they don't have enough to buy for this round. On the side of Cerberus, they can. They even have the operator still. So, but we've seen Alter Ego pull off some nasty eco rounds. So that just might happen still. But they don't have the Delby Overdrive this time. They have the Rolling Thunder, they have the Neural Theft. Can they convert those?
Yeah, they're going to need to be Alter Ego.
Yeah. Alter Eco. Alter Eco. Yes. I like that. And right now it seems like they're just going to go for that poking a little bit. Delby in front again. They're playing it slow this time around. They want to find something. They want to find a gun. And I think that's what made them successful in their previous eco is they actually found a Vandal early. And they're not able to convert that because right now Cerberus, they're holding their ground.
Yeah. I like it. I like it. It's, hey, we have the guns. Let them walk into the site. Even if they get a plant and a little bit of plant money here, use our advantage that we have.
Yeah, they want all that advantage. They had the range advantage. A site is completely open, though. And it's one of the most notoriously difficult sites to retake. If Alter Ego take control of this, then they're at the mercy... Well, Cerberus are at the mercy of the fights that Alter Ego wants to take to them. It's so hard to get in.
Trailblazer went all the way into the site, and you saw immediately as soon as the Trailblazer expired, everyone ran onto the site, realizing, yeah, they thought we were rushing C or something else, so we'll take the plant and a little bit of money. As we surmised, we do think that Cerberus is okay with it. They do have the guns. You don't want to lose the operator on something cheeky like that. Again, no credits left on Kishi, not close towards Tour de Force as well, so make sure you use it correctly. The retake is underway, though. You don't want to get caught by any random shots, and there it is. Kush able to land a couple of early ones. Oh, aggressive up. He can't see anything. He gets blinded, and down goes the operator. Adern King picks up
banget cuy.
4v3 to 3v3. The site is still open. Akashi does get concussed. Gets slid right on into a sick play by Delby. We've been waiting to see those from him. Headshot comes on through. Bomb planting. Not enough time. And an Alter Eco comes through for AE. And a huge round here in round 21.
Maybe they just shouldn't buy at all. Maybe they should just stick with the pistols. I think they win those.
Oh man, again, you like the thinking there by Cerberus, but Alter Ego using so much utility to make it so difficult to get back on in. And the opening pick yet again by that man. I believe it was Kush sitting in a sewer to get the pick off early on. And then you're staring down the momentum train yet again. If you're Cerberus, you've been like trying to fight through it so many different times. Not everyone on a full buy here, and it's going to have to be cheeky. A quick push up A is the play here for Alter Ego.
Yeah, and they have a judge as well. They are stacking on A a little bit. Already 4 members on A. But Alter Ego find the first kill already onto Ting. And this is where it starts getting painful. If they get picked off one by one. I don't think Kishi's going to peek this time. But he has the judge there. He's waiting. If they check the corner properly, it'll be fine. But it could be dangerous as well, but Kush finds a kill.
There it is. That's 2 there in sewers that they've had the opportunity to try and pick off. I think Kishi already used Rendezvous.
Oh no, dia mau ulti tuh.
Kush does get traded out by Akashi, but here it comes. They do have an idea. Almost traded out. Low HP.
Oh, nice.
The last one, and that puts them on match point for Alter Ego, but Cerberus so close here.
So close. They forced that, but because of that, now they don't have creds. Now they'll have an even worse buy than they did this previous round. And on the side of Alter Ego, they've been winning.
Tapi harusnya dia nggak maju kayak gitu cuy. Ulti dulu, nunggu dulu di situ, informasi masuk, baru pakai ini.
And this has not gone well for the team that isn't named Alter Eco. Cerberus haven't had too many Eco wins, but they're going to need one here if they want to stretch this one out. It has been a valiant effort so far by this makeshift squad of Cerberus, again with Layla and Ting, the new members. They've had moments, but it might not be enough here as Kishi holding a very familiar angle here for Bucky players. Just at the doors that walk in and you just, you know, make them hate their life. We'll see what happens there. Kishi with the headhunter trying to land it. Does pick up one. Akashi getting one. But quickly, it is now 3v3. The bomb plant on B. So you got 2 sides. Oh,
nice.
Stopper can't come through by Ting. They were all lined up. It feels so bad now as Loki is forced to go through the smoke.
Pasti di spam.
They will be able to hear the plant. Kishi picking that one up, though, so it is a 2v2. Time is now of the essence. They fake the tap here. Molly coming on through. Loki picks it up. And it's going. I think it missed. Where is it? There it is, it's burning!
Oh my god!
He's got to get off of it! Will they be able to hold it?
Oh, but he's not peeking. If it's halved, Loki might just have the time.
He's got to hold it.
No,
It's
he doesn't have the
over.
time.
Oh, and it's played perfectly by Alter Ego. They get the
Exodovia anjir, setupnya. Sial.
Map number 1 going to them.
They had a lineup from A to B. How does that happen?
I don't know, but that was cool. And it faked his mother.
Anjir, line up-nya sih keren.
Didn't even land.
Untuk menutup round.
All right, let's take a look at it one more time. Some of the biggest moments here from map number 1 on Haven. Again, remember, it started. This is Cerberus's map. This is what they wanted to pick. This is what they wanted to play. They picked attack first, like you normally do, and unfortunately, or they got attack first, and unfortunately didn't go well. They were able to battle back. We saw a lot of metal from this squad on defense, but they fall a little short here.
Yeah, but I thought Cerberus had a pretty good showing still. They got to double digits after a pretty slow start. Started taking it to Alter Ego, even brought it down to a draw, 10-10, until Alter Ego, they decided, okay, we'll call a timeout, we'll re-strategize, we figured it out, and start winning the rounds.
All right, well, today has been a bunch of close games so far, close maps so far. To break this one down, we will do it after this short break at the desk. You're watching VCT APAC LCQ.
Dua kosong sih ini kayaknya. Bisa sih. Yang nge-pick siapa sih tadi mapnya? Oh, map yang di-pick Alter Ego malah bind. Oke. Bisa 2-0 berarti ini. Lalu terang. Sekarang jam berapa sih? Mendung cuy. Kominfo semua di band, kagak bisa main. Biasanya gini karena copyright, ya udahlah ya. Aku 5 detik lagi masuk ke map 2, bind, map yang di pick Alter Ego. Alter Ego sih kelihatan bagus ya, cuma mereka kadang bikin minor mistake gitu loh. Kayak ngepicknya, kemudian harusnya sih bisa menang gitu, nggak jadi kalah lawannya. Gara-gara ngepick satu-satu atau ya kesalahan pemainnya sih. Tapi itu minor mistake doang sih, harus dihilangin. Tapi retake-nya udah bagus banget, rapi mainnya. Aku pengen tahu Severin main asem. Masih kapan sih Onyx? Besok ya Onyx besok.
Welcome back, everyone. everyone. This is the panelist desk for the VCT APAC LCQ 2022. This is game 2 of the day between Alter Ego and Cerberus. And I have to say, despite the fact that Alter Ego had an extremely strong start, Cerberus really knew how to bring it back.
Yeah, I mean, there was a bit of a resurgence from them coming in toward the second half. You know, we were kind of wondering who was going to be able to pop off from that roster, and it was the old core 3. You know, they continued into this rendition with the newest subs that were kind of stepping up a little bit. You know, Akashi simmered down just a little bit more on the first half, finishing, you know, on 10 or whatever it was, bringing it up towards 14. Went silent, rest of the squad started to pop off, but really, you know, it was more so eyes on Alter Ego majority of the time with what they were able to come out with.
Yeah, absolutely. Alter Ego started off super hot, right? And then I feel like they were humbled a little bit as soon as they moved over towards that attacking side. You know, I constantly go along this line of Haven, how it's kind of a really challenging map to play on the defense, but both these teams kind of proved that null. They both had fantastic defensive sides. We got to see Kishi step up on that chamber, which was fantastic, but look, all the time it was Kush on the attacking sided Cypher that was doing the big things for Alter Ego.
I mean, we talked about Kush. We're not surprised at his performance, but with a Cypher though, that's insane. I mean, we haven't seen Cypher really just come up on top in a long time. Speaking of that, the player that we were looking for is going to be Akashi, but I have to say Kishi really manages to pop off in those times of needs. He is, I would say, those heroes or the clincher for a lot of the rounds.
Yeah, I still think we need to hold our reservations on what this new Cerberus squad is going to be looking for in the consistency form, right? We need to sort of see more maps played, of course, over the course of this tournament, how far of a deeper run that they can go, because I want to take 2 rounds in that tail end specifically just to dwell upon for a moment. Round number 21, you see all of the carnage happening around that A site. You see the boombot exploding in hell. You see the Neon just going absolutely berserk around the site as well.
Yeah.
What was it? You see the wall going on through, the slide into the frags, and just the spike exploding,
Shooting
and then the
and
end
sliding
is just
the whole way
absolutely
through.
ridiculous. And then in the 2 versus 2 in the last round, you've got that incendiary that comes on down with all that air travel time. Nobody knew where it was coming from over on the A site, and Loki just kind of looked lost.
He was hesitating. He had no clue what is happening. Like, sometimes when you get that free reign to just really stick it, you start being suspicious, and that's when the overthinking happens. And I think that's exactly what went down with Loki. But I have to say though, you know, we talked about how attacking is the, you know, I think the bread and butter, the bias for Haven. It felt like both teams kind of like didn't really have like an actual idea or an execution that would be really great of getting onto the site. And even if they do get onto the site, they don't really know how to prepare for that post-plant defenses. And a lot of retakes happen so many times on both AE as well as CES.
Yeah, one thing that I noticed from AE in the very beginning of their attacking side was they were trying to just almost bully their way in time and time again with a lot of, you know, maybe a little bit of a slower start and then an explosion with all that utility, and they were just shut down at the stern, right?
Yeah, sure. It was really like, I guess, an eye-opener for them. Super one-sided, one-dimensional kind of on the attack for Alter Ego, and that's very much where Cerberus started to trickle in. And I think that's where they've got to be careful, right? Because that's a potential moment where Cerberus going, hang on a second, Alter Ego are really beatable right now, and a moment for them to kind of push forward and really get back into it.
But it was that space as well at the halftime, right?
Yeah.
They're just a little bit too far forward for Alter Ego there for Cerberus to come back.
Yep.
There was just too many times where they just gave up so much space. It was hard to do retakes, and I feel like maybe it's okay to give up space, but in the situation where you're not able to just play retakes, it's okay to play a little bit more aggressive, and I didn't really see that aggression coming through for both teams. And I was sort of expecting the aggression coming through from AE, but this is very different of them playing this quiet compared to before.
Yeah, I'm hoping more difference does come through on a map like Bind, which is going to be the second one here as well, because we're looking toward it right now with Alter Ego picking up this first map, not necessarily diving deep into their strat book either, kind of like, you know, feeling it out as well with a lot of those rushes, feeling that they can just out-aim their opponents, which we kind of saw Order trying to do a little bit in their previous series. We also saw Fancy United doing that, and I draw that narrative because we did see recently Fancy United were able to best out Cerberus on this map.
Yeah, for sure. And look, Bind is played just so much differently, so I think we can't really sort of throw too much to the wall about what we've seen on that map at number 1. You know, it's quite common where Haven will be one of those maps where it's really close or really far apart, where Bind is quite regularly much more competitive. So I think it's going to be hard to see how they actually throw through on that attacking side and whether or not they've actually got what it takes to take it through. Because, you know, we were talking about across the board, was it going to be that 2-0 going the way of Alter Ego? Does Cerberus kind of have their foundations as of yet? And I think, like, Bind is a map where you've got to have way more structure to look confident as opposed to a map like Haven.
Yeah, I feel like Bind is a little bit more difficult. There isn't really a mid area to play in. So the question that was asked by Konki, is it going to be a 2-0 or are we going to be going to a map number 3? I'm going to be passing over to our casters. We have Digon who is be gone. Never mind, he's back.
Sorry, we were just practicing being alter ego and just lining up our peaks.
Yeah.
Because it almost happened there again at the end with the raise rocket.
Showstopper, yeah.
Welcome back here to the desk. We're ready to get into game number 2 of Alter Ego and Cerberus. Hopefully Alter Ego have figured out those lineups there as we move on.
They had a different lineup at the end of the game though. That Molly lineup was like, did it land?
It confused me. They planted on B and then we're running towards A. And it was like, okay. And then line up and it almost worked out there. Again, that game was back and forth throughout. It looked like chat loved a lot of it. We loved it too. It was a lot of fun to call throughout.
Yeah, for sure. And for these two teams, like they mentioned, Cerberus hasn't found that identity just yet. We know what to expect from Alter Ego. They showed it, a little bit of slips here and there, but we know what they're bringing to the table. And this is what's scary for me. Not many teams like learning Bind. It's a bit of a more complex map. It's tougher to crack. The teams that have learned Bind, of course, have become one of the best teams in the world, like Optic, PaperX. Alter Ego love it. And I think that all teams are woefully unprepared for this map.
Yep, and the agents are exactly the same. Exactly the same. So we'll have, I guess, strategic differences, but in terms of execution, but we will have exactly the same compositions throughout here.
With one difference, I think. Oh no, as in between the two teams, yes, but I think the biggest difference here is Kush. You mentioned he doesn't normally play Cypher, just as his natural role.
There we go.
The initiator. Right, he's on that fade. We've seen him do so much for his team on that fade. And I think the biggest difference is, like you mentioned, how they apply these agent picks.
Yeah, and again, the big question is going to be for this young Cerberus squad, will they be able to bounce back? As Showers is a dangerous place. An early kill through the smoke doesn't work out too well here for Cerberus. But as I was saying, again, this is a young squad that were finding their way through that last one. And before this round even starts, all 5 members go down. A flawless round for Alter Ego. And it's like you said, you got to be ready for this map.
Yeah, you got to be ready. And not only that, these teams don't give us time to get ready. We're bringing them in. We're introducing them, giving them like, hey, here are 2 teams, and then all of a sudden, round 1's done. Round 1 is just over, and Alter Ego play fast. Cerberus tried to play faster. They tried to go for like, okay, we lost 1, but doesn't matter. We'll try to overwhelm you. Didn't work out. Alter Ego expected it.
And so with that, Alter Ego, they'll get the Eco buy here. Save on the side of Cerberus, and again, looking for heads with the headhunter here. Delby getting a little bit of information, saying, hey, I saw 2 over there. Quick maths, let's go overwhelm A. Gets 1. Paint shells. Ooh, almost painted it up, but through Showers, Kush just comes through, and now A site is theirs for the taking.
Looks to be a clean round for Alter Ego. Right now they're maintaining their distance, trying to push up a little bit, try to get some post-plant positions. There's the Sky Smokes coming down as well. It's going to be so difficult for Cerberus to get anything done here.
Oh, and Noxy being sneaky, coming around the backside as well. We'll see if the timing works out for him. Oh, guns out, and Noxy able to get the Spectre kill. Still has a decent amount of armor and HP. Layla picked that one up. No, flashed himself, and another flawless round here for Alter Ego. We know that Cerberus has used pauses when they are when they've won a couple of rounds. They did it both times here.
Yeah.
But those are 2 kind of like demoralizing losses here.
I think you call time out here. Bail us out. Bail us out. But right now, they do have the guns, though. I think that's the biggest difference here. In that first half, they actually forced that second round because they got a spike plant. And this time around, they have the full buy. They were disciplined. They didn't buy the Sheriffs. They didn't buy those Frenzies. All of them have Vandals and heavy armor. This is where they can take it back. And Alter Ego, they're on that bonus. They didn't lose anyone in that round. So they're full-on bonus for Alter Ego.
Where are you?
Again, they haven't lost anyone in 2 rounds. As Alter Ego, they spread on out again, rolling default yet again. 2 people peek in the shower, seeing if they get an early pick. Cerberus sending 3 people into the showers. Looks like gym class is over. Everyone's got to run on in there and get a quick one. As they do not find everyone, the rotation comes through by Alter Ego, and they start heading on over to B.
Yeah, it's like you mentioned, they got burned in showers twice in a row. And you know what? Alter Ego know that. They're changing it up. Cerberus sent 3 there, could not find anyone, and it looks like it's going to be a dangerous B push as Kishi finds one, rendezvous away. They go for a second as well. Kishi finds a third as Akashi takes one down as well, and Axelovia trying to find one, but Kishi is going to get a 4K for this round.
There we go. No one saw those little crazy bullets there.
No, that didn't happen. No.
It's going to go down in the scoreline as a 4K, big 4K to turn it around here for Cerberus. But again, that's the story of this squad. Who's going to be the hero? Who's stepping up? We've said Kishi's name multiple times throughout this whole series, and it's another chapter in that book. A little sketchy there, but very good that they're able to pick that one up.
Yeah, and it was pretty clean for them as well. They kept the Vandals. I think that's the most important part of this. Only lost 1, I believe. So that's the biggest part of your first rifle round.
Yes.
You don't lose you try to keep as many of it as you can because the opposing side now is the one that's going for the full buy. Alter Ego gonna try to take it to Cerberus with 5 Vandals.
Yeah, again, our first full buys on both sides, except for Kishi, who will roll with the light armor. Yeah. He's going to light shields, but should be fine here. Again, these are the rounds that I like to see between these two squads. Alter Ego, the more experienced squad, more explosive squad. Again, Kush is having himself a pretty good round as we're having a tech pause right now. You see the timer has slowed on down, so we'll get you the information as soon as possible. But these are the types of rounds that I think Cerberus learns from the most, right? When you have the economy to play through it and not just stealing rounds away, which is what it felt like for a little bit there by Alter Ego. That's learning lessons too by Cerberus, but you got to win the rounds where it's straight up 50-50.
Exactly, and Alter Ego are the ones that are very good at winning rounds they shouldn't be winning. On the other hand, Cerberus, they kind of need the rifles to be successful. It feels like they need everything they have more set plays.
Yes.
More so than winning the duels, because Alter Ego clearly wins just a little bit more of the duels.
All right, seems like the tech pause will be coming to an end very soon. Yep, there we go. Timer going on down, and back to round number 4. Cerberus on defense here again on Alter Ego's map pick Bind. Weren't ready for the first 2 rounds, didn't get any kills the first 2 rounds. Well, they get everyone here in round number 3, and on to round number 4. That has 3 people sighted around Fountain. The blind comes through. There's one. The blind also comes through. Nope, not quite able to land it. And we're down to 4v3. The rotation off of A is needed. Loki getting there first. Let's see if he gets spotted. Yes, he does. He's alone on the site for now.
They're taking it slow. I think Alter Ego know that they have so much time left on the clock. As Kush finds one and the boom mod as well. Adrenaline King swings out, takes Ting down. It's all down to Kishi, who's been stellar, but he's now in a sticky situation. 1v4 on a chamber with a Vandal. He does have the gun for this, has the potential, but against 4 players, it just seems so difficult. You don't have a flash, you don't have a smoke to cut things off. You're going to have to win 4 separate duels.
Well, he gets caught on up. The decay comes through. He's forced to just hang out for a little bit longer. And yeah, there it is. Kishi getting taken down. Kush picks up the kill and continues a great series here as the leader with the triple kill.
And great recognition from Kush as well, throwing that haunt into the swing, making it a distraction instead of information play. I think that's what a lot of Fade players are starting to do. The best Fade players, they're very creative with the kits. And I think that's the scariest part about Fade. Look at this. Peeks away, use it like a Reyna Lear, pretty much.
Yeah, basically. Not much you can do from that one. And again, maybe, I think you and I both thought it's like, Kishi, do you save here? Like, do you want to save? But not quite, look, because they still buy all Vandals. And Kishi able to pull out the tour de force. Back to the showers. Oh, and now forced to use Rendezvous. Gets rid of that get out of jail free card. Let's see if Kishi can line this one up. Getting aggressive yet again. But that means everyone else falling back out of showers. It hasn't been a full rotation yet, and now it looks like it's full rotation as the rest of the squad going through cave.
Yeah, not just yet, and it's not a full commitment. They know where the tour de force now is, so they can move elsewhere. They can choose to go B instead. They might want to go short, but they're choosing to go B long, where they don't. The tour de force won't be able to get there in time. So they're just trying to push here, healing each other up a little bit. Noxie's up to 100. There's the Seekers coming out as well. They're going to take advantage of this. The Nightfall gets committed as well, clearing out the site a little bit. Akashi is still there for the hold, though.
Akashi holding the corner. As he had one detected. Oh, the paint shells land so true, but Akashi trades two before he gets painted in gray. Akishi able to pick up one, but gets traded on out. Layla still left alive. Noxie answers right back. And so it's Ting left alive, who's rotating through CT right now. The information hasn't been given. Noxie guesses, thinks about leaving, decides to stay. And it's a 1v1. The young man, Ting, looking to get the kill here, prove his worth on this Cerberus roster, gets the drop, the timing works out, and Cerberus get a much needed round here in round number 5.
Unlucky timing there for Noxie. Wanted to be patient, wanted to catch Ting off guard, but instead he was the one who did not have the timing. He was in the middle of the tube, looked left and right, but not center where Ting was waiting.
Oh man, and again, huge play by Akashi in the corner. Knew that the paint shells were coming down, knew that he was going to die for it, but was able to pick up 2. Kishi forcing it a little bit on the tour de force, no pun intended, as he played a little aggressive, traded out one, could have hid into the box a little bit longer, but decided not to. And either way, it was a nice pickup for the rest of the squad. As Noxie now, it's his turn to show tour de force, picks up 2 here. Oh, it's a peek, it's really close. Axlovia gets caught by Kishi, and now it gets turned on its head. Akashi the last one alive though.
Akashi 1v3 on the fade. He's been pretty good for the team, but against 3 members, I'm not so sure. Double peek, he finds 2. Now it's down to 1v1.
It's these alter ego double peaks. Prowler comes out, he feels himself, and he gets felt in the face with a bullet from the Vandal. Durn King shows up clutch here.
Well, that was pretty dicey for alter ego. Went for the double peek. This time around, they swung too wide. You know, they swung together and died, but this time around, they didn't. They swung too wide, missed the opening a little bit, tried to swing back, but not at the same time. They both got taken out, but luckily, Adren King was able to clutch that out, winning the round for Alter Ego, and now Cerberus are the ones on the back foot. They're the ones that need to eco.
Alter Ego fans, how you feeling with your swing practice? I'm sure one of you can hop into Discord somewhere and be like, hey guys, look, it's just done like this, right? Come on, like, let's step together. Let's do it 1 or 2 times, but it's worked out for them in terms of rounds. As a Durn King gets the first kill, it's just pistols here on the side of Cerberus. They know what's what. They're trying to play up close. Akashi gets 2, Akashi gets 3 before he gets taken down by Axlovia. Then the full rotation coming through by Kishi. But this is a decent amount of damage on a pistol round.
Very decent.
Oh,
in fact, they get a 4th as well, just 1 more headshot if he gets his headhunter shot. But no, timing. That's always timing when it comes to this too, because you don't know where to look.
Yeah. Oh man. Another round where lots of damage being done from one team to the other. You know, Cerberus might not have won a lot of these eco rounds, but they've done a decent amount of eco damage on these rounds, especially in the second half of our first map here. But they need the points. They're running out of rounds.
Yes, so you can do so much damage, but you need the points to win. And unfortunately, for the first map, we saw that. We saw the same damage, Akashi showing up, but damage does not win you games.
No.
You need to convert the rounds, and they want to do that. Then they're doing that by calling a timeout. They also bought an operator for Kishi, and I think that basically right now, Akashi and Kishi are the ones carrying the load for Cerberus. The rest of the team, though, they need to step up a bit.
All right, for friends at home, if you were paying attention, here's the keys to victory from Key. It's damage doesn't win rounds.
Yep.
Rounds win games. To win rounds, they call a pause.
Yeah.
There we go.
Exactly. This pause is for them to... I mean, we saw this on the first map. Cerberus, whenever they call a timeout, they find a way to get at least 2 rounds back in.
Yes, that is true. That is true. Alter Ego, though, did creative things with their economy both times, though. They called the round because they also had time to be like, all right, let's actually math it out here.
Yeah, I think Alter Ego is very good at that, controlling the economy, controlling their opponent's economy as well. Because right now, Kishi, with that operator, is going to go without armor. Very risky, and on this defensive side, I think it might be worth it if they can find the kills. But so far, Alter Ego have done a good job of pushing that operator out of its first spot. Yeah. And now Bats, they're trying to push Kishi out.
Kishi getting aggressive. We've seen him have to use it a couple of times to run away. Yeah, he's going to peek this. That was an aggressive peek right there without being scoped in, but now his scoped has the angle. A lot easier to get these op kills when you're holding the angle instead of peeking. Gets body blocked a little bit, I think. Pushed it back on off, blinded, orbital strike, a lot of utility use here on A. Fire in the hole! Pull! Kishi gets the kill on top of Delby. And now Layla also slowing things down. Kush turning around, trying to slow down Layla's wraparound, but it's 2 kills now for Layla. Into a 3v2 TP used. B site is open, and it will be Alter Ego beating the rest of Cerberus to the site to get the plant down.
Lila's down to 5 HP as well, so it is more like a 2 versus 2.5. Kishi with the operator, who is stellar. Being able to shut Delby down in midair, I think that's one of the biggest things, because otherwise it would have been him at the receiving end of that showstoppers. We've seen 2 missed showstoppers, or well, unused showstoppers thus far, and it's been very good. Right now, Noxy is going to be the one to hold, use the rendezvous to go to safety, dabs with the golden penguin as well. Style points for him. They're going to try to look for these kills, but I think they have the lineup. Axel probably has it. Noxy swings out, 1-for-1 trade, and there is the lineup. There's Incendiary. There's no more chance for him to defuse. He has to push out here as Axelovia. Oh, does he have time?
Does he have time?
He has to go tank it. No!
Oh, no!
No! The orb was out. The orb was out. And that's the thing. Alter Ego, they're not giving you an inch, and he loses the operator too. It hurts so much. Axel had the lineup for it. That was exactly what he did as well to win the first map, and it's happened again. Lineups with the Incendiary.
Oh, and you know what? I thought Kishi had saved the round there with the op shot, and this one as well, up close, landing it in the head, forced it back on off, gets the kill. I'm not 100% sure if that is a mis-execution in terms of the defuse or not enough time. I'm pretty sure not enough time just in general, but I think Cerberus losing the operator there, again, you called it, it was a risky play. It would have been worth if Kishi could have stayed alive. But in the end, it is another round here for Alter Ego. That's going to be one that I think both teams will look back on and remember as they do their VOD review. Again, double elimination bracket here as Loki lighting things up. The pistols yet again putting out damage. And this might be our first Eco round win here for Cerberus. They have the numbers advantage. As now Kush has to go get it. Runs by a member and Loki picks up the kill. It's a thrifty here by Cerberus. And they start to close the gap 6-3.
This is exactly what Cerberus did on round 1, but didn't convert it. This time around, it actually caught Alter Ego off guard, and it's the best case scenario that could happen here because they've hard reset Alter Ego's economy. Alter Ego lost 5 members in that previous round, which means they need to buy back in on all 5 coming into this round. And because of that, Cerberus now have the upper hand in terms of the guns, in terms of weaponry, and they can start catching up to Alter Ego in this first half. They've only gotten 6 for Alter Ego.
They could, but again, nickname Alter Ego. We've seen them lose it just like that.
God.
Oh,
You called
Kishi. There's one. Oh, they freak out. They're like, there's an up here, guys. So come grab it. And so they lose too. So the numbers advantage does get swung down just a little bit. No one else wants to pick up the operator, so it will stay on the ground. That is a little bit of a loss there in terms of credits, but the plant comes down. Plant money in. You do have the tour de force, will not be spotted by the Boombot, is spotted by the Trailblazer. Smoke will then block off that angle over towards Lambs. Axelovia forced to run away. Noxy gets taken down onto the back of the site. Pull doesn't land the shots this time. Ting able to get on. And so Loki starting the defuse. Axelovia, no lineup in a 1v4. And Cerberus saved the round. Only one loss and maybe pick up the operator as well. Yes, they do.
I don't know what happened there. They got the first kill. You mentioned this is Alter Ego. Immediately gets killed off the bat. But for some reason, they're not expecting a second guy there. And they just both die.
I think they just got excited. It's an operator. They're like, oh yeah, cool.
Up, let's go, get it up. And then all of a sudden, they line up again for Akashi. Gets 2 kills. No lineups for Axel this time around. Unfortunately for him, 1v4, just a bit of a tall order. Now it's Alter Ego's time to call for a timeout.
Yeah, and I like this one here for Alter Ego again. Remember, that was an eco round. It does feel bad when you lose eco rounds that it felt like you're gonna win, but they're still up. They still have economy. It's fine. And just reset. You got 2 timeouts. Go ahead, use one now and slow things down. Talk about it. Kush again having himself a series on top of the leaderboard. On the opposite side, it's the same agent. Lakashi leading the way for Cerberus. How do you feel that the young players so far have been doing for Cerberus?
You mean Ting in particular?
Correct.
It just feels like we probably won't see him pop off until the attacking side. On that raise, you could see his aggression. You could see the way he used Satchel on Haven. It feels like on defense, though, they're not... You know how some teams like to flash for the duelists or go for the double peak, really get them going for those kills. Cerberus doesn't do that. They kind of just hold, maybe peek once in a while, and it's mostly Kishi that's doing the peeking, and not Ting.
Again, for those of you just watching and missed the earlier segments here, Suka, now on Fancy United, was the top fragger for Cerberus. Is a lot of damage done down there by two Noxy. Kishi picking one up as well. Now in showers, two more people. Kush trying to win the gunfight, lose that one. Akashi lives with 2 HP. Kishi peeking the angle. No one is dropped yet. Noxy with just a little bit of HP, and it's a perfect round coming out of the opponent's paws. Cerberus have the opportunity to close it 6-6 here.
That's strengths when you're alter ego. You call timeout. You feel like, okay, we've got this round. We are strategizing, and it still doesn't work. And in fact, it was a flawless round for Cerberus too. That's just rubbing more salt into the wound. Great use of ultimates from the side of Cerberus, though. They used a showstopper, created so much space, took them out one by one. In fact, I think alter ego just wanted to go for that slow default. In the end, they got picked off at every single point of their default. It's just painful.
Yeah. Again, the round before, not as painful. You're on an eco. That one, you win that one, and you have a fighting chance here for this 12th and final round in the first half. Now you're forced on Spectres. Got a Guardian in there. You know, you're going to the thrift shop. I'll take part of an armor, please. Part of a shield, please. Thank you very much. And Kishi just living life, hanging out over in Lamps. And a surprise here, Ting standing on top of Truck. Oh, jeez. No one saw that one there, Ting. No one kills allowed, and now showers poured on through. And though it was an economy deficit, so far it is a numbers advantage, 5-2. And this one looks tough here for Cerberus in the final round of the map.
It looks like free upgrades for Alter Ego. They pick up the Vandals to pick up the rifles. It's all down to Layla and Loki. They find one. Not sure they can find more, as Noxy is going to be there with the Spectre. It's just too many bullets raining onto Loki, and it seems like Alter Ego just are Alter Ego.
It is so frustrating because we caster blessed them before, then we caster cursed them this time, but I guess that's how it goes sometimes. Halftime, let's send it back on over to the desk to see what their thoughts are here after half number one.
Thank you very much, Be Gone and Key. Sorry, I had to. But I have to say that round, the first half was actually closer than I thought. But Alter Ego, Kush, wow.
Yeah, a good start for them as well, you know, kind of reminiscent of what we were able to see in the first game there. And then, you know, a couple of, surprising rounds, I guess you could say, from Cerberus, right? The eco, the thrifty round that they were able to establish with that BTP crunch really just got through. And I think activated them a little bit, you know, we were pointing out that in the beginning of that, there was still a player on a donut, right? No frags to their name just yet. And then Ting was also really silent. So when that round comes through after the thrifty and he's finally satcheling himself in, we're getting a bit of vibes that Ting is, acting like Jing, right, from X. So he's just building in the confidence going in with that. But it really does feel, to me, even though the scoreline is 7-5 right now, the rounds that were gathered out by Alter Ego were a lot more convincing than the ones that Cerberus were getting.
Yeah, and look, I feel like ultimately it kind of was Alter Ego when they made mistakes. That's where Cerberus capitalized. I don't really think it was Cerberus being a better team in a lot of those rounds. I still definitely think that Alter Ego has very much been driving the pace of this map. And to start on Bind, 7 rounds on the attacking side, that's a huge statement to be made, and I think they can only compound on this and even move further. So they pick up that pistol. That's really where we started got a little bit worried for Cerberus, right? You know, they're only half a map away effectively from going down into that lower bracket, and that's always a scary thing to be thinking about.
So personally, now going into this halftime to the second half here, what can Cerberus do in order to just come up on top, bring it to match 3?
Fake until you make it, baby. Gotta be confident.
Fake it till you make it?
Yeah, gotta be confident. You gotta back yourself.
Definitely need to take a little bit more risks, I feel, and be a little bit more unexpected, right? We saw the play in Hookah where it was the pistol round, well, the eco to actually come through from Alter Ego, where it was a double Hookah play to come through from Cerberus. One player died on the opener, but then the second one caught the next 2 players off guard, right? With their knives out, essentially. So we're just getting a little bit more unexpectedness from Cerberus, but it's still measured. I think that might be able to steer them the way.
Personally, for me, when we see Akashi on fire, he can really get those picks. But sometimes Akashi, he goes into an overheat where he doesn't have to peek, but he just ends up doing so anyways. So I think my question is maybe they should, not my question, but what I think is that maybe they should just take a step back and just kind of like take a breather. They don't have to rush everything. Regardless though, speaking of rush, we're going to be rushing on to the second half of the map here. AE versus our favorite team, Cerberus. Let's bring it on to Digon and Key.
Our favorite team? Wow, Cerberus, our favorite team.
Yeah, well,
We definitely don't have any Filipino bias with the Filipino team that's possibly in.
No bias. No, team. Who?
Who?
Oh, I think it's a secret.
I think we don't know what it is.
Oh.
Team I don't know.
Team. Okay.
Team Di ko alam. 7-5 here, the score here. Alter Ego and Cerberus. As it was funny because Alter Ego, they super rushed this map at the very beginning, just like Cerberus did against them at the very beginning of map number 1. And just like map number 1, second half, Cerberus on attack goes very slow, just like Alter Ego did against them. See if they get any picks before they rush on through. Here it is through Hookah. And CS almost through. Blind kill by Alter Ego. It's 3 down, it's 4 down, and it's all of them down.
Udah selesai cuy.
Alter Ego.
Cuma
win the pistol.
ngorbanin kus
It looks like a
doang.
replay out of that first map, but
Yeah.
it's on the other side. It's Alter Ego on defense instead, finding the kills. They have this sense of when to be aggressive. I think that's the biggest difference here. Cerberus just tried to be aggressive, they tried to bludgeon in, they tried to barge into your house. On the other hand, Alter Ego are waiting for you to barge into the house, and then they ambush you. They want you to go in. And because of that, Cerberus just kept getting caught off guard. And that's just what happens over and over again.
Tough for Cerberus to have that happen to him on attack too, right? You know, different when it's on defense and you're set up and it's like, okay, we're getting number overwhelmed or we rotate it off, but when you're on attack and getting caught like that, not so good as they decide to kind of run the same setup here. 2 people go up showers, see how much information they can get before they start getting poked away. Kishi getting punished a bit. Trade of headhunters. Winner Noxy. Alter Ego now 5v4 as Cerberus forced to back on off. Still no commitment to any site though.
Udah 5
Yeah, no commitments.
4 lawan 5 dengan senjata yang nggak
They
mumpuni
are
ya.
playing that slow game. They're trying to feel things out. This is what they did on Haven as well, like you mentioned. They like playing it a little bit slow here and there, just to feel out what Alter Ego Celeste are doing on defense. But I think Bind is a little bit harder to figure out because they're shuffling defense. Noxy still in the same spot. Pain Chills tried to push him off a little bit, but the rest of the team already coming to his rescue. The rest of the team already flanking as the Dren King finds 1 kill, but Layla trades a push.
Yeah, the
Layla.
hold was there. Is now Noxy
Nice.
trying to hold. Nope, gets taken down. Loki at distance. That's not a good spot to play at with the classic. And you saw Noxy said, let's breathe.
Yeah,
I'll take your
go
head.
for the head. They talk about that in the Valorant subreddit. I think they talk about the Miyagi method where you don't actually shoot, you just trace and aim, and when it's a free kill, you actually shoot. That's what a lot of people do to train their headshot for a deathmatch. And it looked like that's what he was doing. Is like, what,
Trace and
MS2
aim.
shots, breathe. He had time to breathe twice even, and make the headshot.
Yeah, you breathe out. You breathe out as you pull the trigger. Here, let's see one more time. Oh, okay, sure. There it is. There, yeah. He's like, these classic bullets. They tickle.
They take
Go into round number 15. 9-5 here is AE holding the side.
Oh,
Rifles
ketahuan
here,
dia.
all Vandals for
Posisinya.
the side of Cerberus. They pick up
Nice.
1. U-Haul, though, still in control of Alter Ego. Switching to the Shorty.
Oh.
I love Shorty kills.
32
Didn't quite work out there
anjir.
for Axe. Axe love you, though.
Yeah, unfortunately, don't convert that. Loki finds 1 though, misses a few bullets on the second, but Akashi is gonna be there.
Oh,
Finds
no.
the last kill as well.
Udah
Pretty
ditungguin
clean
di
round,
situ,
but this is
cuy.
what they need because every time they got to this buy round, they've always lost quite a few members. And I think that this is the first time they came out relatively pretty clean. Only 1 member dying.
Yeah, and you can see again the difference right now between Alter Ego
Oke,
and
tadi
Cerberus.
ini ke
Noxy
mute.
in the face of
Aku
someone
nggak tahu
looking
sih,
at
nggak ada yang
him,
nonton
takes
sih
his
soalnya
time,
emang.
lines it up.
Pas nggak ada yang nonton.
That one on the
nol
opposite
nih.
side, I think that
Tadi.
was
Jadi
Akashi?
ke-mute.
Akashi on the
Nggak ada yang
flank.
ngingetin.
Saw all 3. He's like, whoa, okay, we land them. We got it. It's cool.
Yeah,
it's cool.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
cool. And it is important to get those points, those round wins, as you said earlier.
Dan lama
Damage
lagi itu
doesn't win
tadi.
rounds.
Berapa
Rounds
round
win
tadi aku
games.
ngobrol.
So it doesn't matter how they do it. They got the round. It's in there, and the confidence will continue to grow for this young Cerberus squad. Again, double elimination. You get knocked down, you still will have another opportunity to make it on in as they are forcing their way onto A, but now 3 members have already been taken down. The spike was near B, and now Akashi has to rotate back as Kishi rendezvous back towards A.
Yeah, lari.
Well, they actually are changing their minds. They're going B instead, and it looks like they just knew that their push on A. It looked like a high confidence play, but it's what's been happening over and over again. The duels are just being won by Alter Ego, and because of that, servers just get stopped in their tracks. We've seen that happen before. They want to do something, they lose one, they slow down. They get scared. They lose track of what they want to do in the first place. And Alter Ego are very good at capitalizing on that. Noxy, aggressive position. Doesn't get the headshot though, which is a little bit too high. Takes Kishi down low to 9.
Dikit lagi cuy, 9 HP na nga tuh, satu bullet klasik aja udah
taller than what they actually are. The crosshair a little bit too tall. Incendiary does come down, doesn't dish out any damage as Kishi is very low, 9 HP. 1 bullet will do him in. Fake spike plant. Obviously they can hear the rest of it didn't come down. Paint shells coming from heaven. But the spike now has been planted. Guiding light, blinding 2, but Kishi wins 1.
Nice.
But 1 is not 3. And with 2 left alive, it'll be 10 rounds for Alter Ego.
Do you teach math?
That was some good caster math. If you guys at home don't know, doing math on broadcast, very hard because it's so simple and then you like mess it up all the time. Everyone thinks you're an idiot. So
Yeah. Don't do math on do math on a cast.
Well, just like Noxy did, I took a breath and then did some math.
Excellent.
There
So
it is.
that's exactly what you need to do. You need to take a breather, and that's exactly what Cerberus are doing. They're taking the breather this time. They're like, okay, Noxy did it, we'll do it too. They played so fast in this round. They wanted to go in too fast. It's exactly like I mentioned. They need to slow it down a little bit. And I think that's exactly the biggest problem with Cerberus right now is when they get going, they feel it. But they try too hard to go in. And unfortunately for an experienced team like Alter Ego, you get punished.
Yeah. Again, the utility has been good. The types of places that Alter Ego have been, I guess, setting up have been different, and at least that little bit of hesitation right now throwing off Cerberus. They haven't been as creative in terms of their pushes so far. It has been, hey, we're going to play default, or we're going to go on one side, we lose someone, and then we go back to default, play way too slow, and it just allows Alter Ego to slowly start making the map smaller.
I agree. When we saw Alter Ego on the attacking side, they would hit bats. They would switch it up, find a way to just inject themselves into a site. And for Cerberus, it feels like they're trying to open up a wall. Like they're trying to break down a wall with a small hammer. And I think that's the biggest problem right now because this can work if you're a team like Paper X, for example. They get away with everything because they win the duels. But I think for Cerberus, they don't have that same chemistry of going in just yet to go for those fast trades. And Alter Ego are taking advantage of that.
Noxy
Big
pakai
wall, small hammer. That's what I heard.
pakai apa namanya?
Yeah, that's what I said pretty much. And now it's going to be a bad push instead. Kush, 1-for-1, but Noxy is there with a judge as well. Adren King flanks onto that A short. Kishi is there as well. And it looks like Cerberus are getting pincered.
And they lost the spike as well. So the pincer has been pulled back. But now they know exactly where at least Cerberus will need to go at some point. Layla hasn't checked lamps yet. Still has to clear the corner. Noxy's done this before. Again, tall man syndrome. Or short man syndrome. Does it again. Short man too tall. Is able to get both headshots after losing a teammate. Noxy gets 2. And it's 11-6. Things not looking so good here for Cerberus, who are not only down on this map, but down a map, and now only 2 rounds away from losing the series.
Yeah,
2 round lagi.
You know, we just saw Fancy on the first game, and in the second game, Cerberus are also struggling to find a map against Alter Ego, and it looks like for these 2 Vietnamese teams who have shuffled, it really shows. Like the chemistry just slightly a bit off. You change 2 out of your 5 core members, it just throws your team a little bit off, and you could see that because Alter Ego, they've been together for a long time.
Yep.
This core has been together, they've been playing together. They play so fast, so well because they can react off each other. They know each other's tendencies a lot more than Cerberus does, and it's really showing in the series.
And I've said it a couple times, but we're story building for those of you that are watching from the main channel, not normally used to the APAC region. Cerberus had 2 studs at the top of the leaderboards every time. And Suka, now part of Fancy United, who played earlier, and Daikute, who normally played their duelist normally on Jet. Daikute benched. In comes Layla and Ting. And as you see on the scoreboard right there, they're not at the top. That's not the top. And so you made a substitution, brought in a couple players younger, still have the opportunity to reach that potential. But Cerberus are going to need to find someone else to be the standout player. Akashi has made some plays. Kishi has made some plays. Loki underperforming slightly. But on the opposite side, we said it earlier. Anyone on Alter Ego can be the carry. And right now, it's Noxy leading the way as Kishi.
Oh, Kishi dapat kill.
I want to punish the
Nice.
ambitious play by Noxy, but Adern Keen trading that one out. Information should be relayed, though, that there was 2 down.
Exactly. I completely agree. And it was Kishi that got a little bit over-eager, wanted to go for the second peak. You talked about the confidence. He had overconfidence for that second peak as well as the rest of Alter Ego. Delby finds 2 heads. And it's all down to Ting with the Sheriff. Not much he can do here. 1v4. Unless he pulls up some crazy shots and isolate these 1v1s. I don't foresee him getting anything as Kush just takes him down for free.
Again, decayed, but still can slay. A great play coming out of Alter Ego as they are now just 1 round away from punching their ticket into the next round of the APAC upper bracket. Again, LCQ, everyone wants to find their way to the global event. They want to be right next to PaperX. They want to be right next to Xerxia. And all of these teams have been consistent. We don't have any team here other than Team Secret who didn't score points in stage 1 to stage 2. But with Team Secret, that's a team that we already know. Like, we've known them from last year. They stayed relatively together for a while. Now, let's see if someone else can answer. Oh, and Cerberus trying to prolong their stay on the screen and find the magical comeback here as Delby gets taken down at 4v2 now on the hands of Alter Ego, and that's a bad time to be looking at your wristwatch. There's Noxy getting caught out and is a bit blind, jumping onto Hookah's Kush. Gets taken down. Now Noxy trying to find it, isn't able to, and Kishi answers back at 3K, much needed, but the damage was done to the economy here of Cerberus.
Mereka terburu-buru sih.
Cerberus, that's the one that
Aku tahu mereka udah match point, tapi mereka terburu-buru
cuy. They can't lose a single round. They need to win 5 in a row to send us to overtime. On the other hand, Alter Ego, they still have 4 members who could buy full rifles. Like, Adrenkin can buy Noxy a rifle as well. There we go. Just buys his friend another rifle. It's just so difficult to take down the economy of Alter Ego because you don't have any more rounds to spare. You have to win every single one. You can't make any more mistakes moving forward from here. And on the side of Alter Ego, a little bit of a mishap from them. Didn't really get the kills on that round. And Cerberus, though, they've already slowed down yet again. And that's the thing, right? Cerberus, they like playing fast. Again, the fact that they're slowing down is just, look at the confidence. It's dwindling.
Yeah. Again, it was punishing this disrespectful push down B long 2 rounds in a row. They're able to get the kill, and it was blind. Orbital Strike comes down to clear out Lamps. It's able to do so. So you now know Lamps is clear unless someone is close, tight right. Fire and roll. Here's Showstopper, and yet another Showstopper gets canceled before they get to see the curtain come on up. As Delby gets taken down.
Dikit lagi cuy.
Here we go. Actually, Cerberus might find a little bit of an answer, but Ting has just
5 HP, 1 bullet classic
hard part
lagi.
of getting the blast back, being put in position, you line it up, and then just shoot it off. People want to see you play.
I mean, Chad likes saying Jing ult. This is a Ting ult this time around. Unfortunately, it's just not getting the rocket out. That's the last step that you need. You just need to click. But unfortunately, they just get shut down too quickly. I think it's basically the timing at which you go up. You have to wind it up a little bit. Unfortunately, everyone, they're ready for that. And for the side of Alter Ego, they have the confidence to actually try and contest that.
Well, with 20 seconds left, this slowdown has confused a little bit. Gets 2 headshots with 2 bullets. That was quite the spray, and now Kishi, no time, has to get the kills. They do see the spike. They know this one's over, and Axelonia closes on out. Stand up, Indonesia. Your squad has represented. Alter Ego get themselves the 2-0 victory.
Such a clean win from them as well. It's what do you expect, basically. Alter Ego getting the 2-0 from against Cerberus because, well, Cerberus have shuffled a little bit. We were hoping we would see, you know, like a revitalized roster, maybe a full new team that could bring us surprises. But unfortunately, that didn't happen today. It was Alter Ego, of course, the better team on paper, really showed up again.
Yeah, definitely. I think if you're Ting and if you are Cerberus, you need to make sure that your new guys are okay. Ting didn't have himself a great series. Again, how many showstoppers went
Udah
on,
habis
but
ya?
didn't shoot
Habis
so
ini
many of
boom.
them there. But you know that he did everything right before that. Go ahead and find those victories and find those things to build upon. On the opposite side, the story's gotta be Kush.
BME,
Kush
yeah.
popping off here again. We set up Delby, we set up a Durant King, but Kush, both maps going out on top of him.
Yeah, he's only completely popped off. The latter half of Bind as well, we saw Noxy stepping it up. But like we said, for Alter Ego, it could be just anyone. And today it happened to be Kush. Tomorrow it could be someone else, but Kush really showed up for us today.
All right, well, Alter Ego gets the win. To break down that map and more, let's send it back on over to the desk with Tash Bunny and the rest of the guys.
We are back at the desk.
The desk.
The desk. As we are now here. With me, I have our favorite casters.
Favorite?
Yeah,
Favorite? Again?
My favorite
My
casters.
God, okay,
Yeah,
okay, that's
Komodo
fine.
and
We'll allow
Conky.
that, so that's fine.
But for now, let's talk a little bit about Kush.
Yeah.
Kush's performance today has been phenomenal. He is a person that not only enables the team, he can step it up. He plays aggressive with his utilities. It's very, very reminiscent of what Famous can do that we saw during the last stage of APAC as well. But in your opinion, what exactly went down in Bind?
I think just before that, the fact that Kush is actually the one popping off for this roster gives good for like the longevity of this tournament as well, right? Because if you've got someone who's generally not on a star role actually leading the charge for the very beginning, it's going to give the rest of the players that are normally those star players a bit more confidence that, they might have had a bad day, right? But it means that they're still getting across the board, that they can still look towards the betterment of the rest of this journey. And for the 2-0 to come through from Alter Ego, which was, probably a lot of people's predictions, it was done so in a very nice fashion.
I think it was said really well as well by Digon, make sure your newer players are feeling comfortable, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And clearly, Ting didn't have the best of runs, unfortunately, but like the nerves you must expect, right? Going into this, having such massive shoes to fill, losing two really strong members in Cerberus is always going to make them feel a little bit weaker. So maybe this is just going to be a competition for them to kind of have that last hurrah for the year, enjoy themselves and really dive into it. But look, I think, this game sort of summarizes it perfectly. The two chambers on top. But for me, I think the real big person to keep an eye on or to have kept an eye on during that one was Axe Lovia. Like his utility on that Brimstone, I think, was absolutely brilliant, and he set up so much space for his team alongside Adrian King getting those flashes in.
Yeah, he's really good with his utility usage, and it's also good for slowing down CS coming onto site as well. And I really like that they really enabled Delby, but for Delby, I feel really sorry for him. Every time he tries to pop that showstopper, he's just getting shot out of the sky. It's just like flies, but it can be the same as about Tig as well,
exactly,
because
right?
the same thing
Ting
happens to him as well.
Yeah.
But on the other side, I think I really want to highlight another player from Cerberus, which is Akashi. Like, he is able to just get 2 to 3 before finally he goes down, and he gets so much value as well, especially with his lurks. Now, when we come back to Cerberus, what exactly were they being outplayed by Team AE in that map?
I think if I was to pull something away from this one, it would probably be team disconnectedness, right? There was a lot of positions where utility was looking like it was flowing and everything, but then there was no kind of backing up on the back of that, whether or not they got the opening frag or whether or not they lost it as well. It was kind of, all right, this thing has happened, and you generally know what to do afterwards, but there was just a lapse in that time.
Yeah, hesitation's a huge thing, and having like a leader that you can trust, obviously, and really warming into that, and obviously you're not really knowing each other's limits, you haven't sort of spent enough time emotionally around each other, and everyone has to be on the same page. Like when you're an event like this with the level of competition that we're experiencing now, sure, Paper X and Xerxia, they're already at champs, but now like the APAC region has a massive magnifying glass on them, right? Like everyone knows that there's potential, there's talent, there's pressure, and I just think like overall, from what I gathered, it was whatever the rounds that Cerberus were pulling through is where Alter Ego left gaps, left holes, and Cerberus took advantage of that. But when Alter Ego was playing all on the same page, they were just kind of crushing it.
Speaking of that, I mean, when you look at Cerberus, especially in the second half, they took so many rounds before finally, Alter Ego finally knew how to deal with them. Regardless, in so many of those rounds leading up to round number 12, it was a little bit more close. It felt like if Cerberus had more time, they would likely come back on top. But it's just that they had given too many rounds to Alter Ego to make that happen.
You look at a halftime scoreline of what was it, 7-5 to Alter Ego's way, and you kind of think, all right, that's a very recoverable scoreline. It's nothing that's massively different. It's very close. But then you just see the sort of start the Alter Ego came out with as well. You know, they pick up the pistol the second, they lose the bonus, but then they have a nice little run of that defensive side. They're able to build a really good foundation to kind of just have space pillowing to lose a round or two, and then they're right back into the thick of the action. And that's kind of what it was, right? A hiccup here and there, but then they just brought it back. Even from player deficits, there were multi-frags coming through. You just see that last round that Adren King, like, got two with a loose bullet. Like, come on, man. Like, those things will happen in the atmosphere of Valorant, and you can't expect for them, but you got to have a plan after if they do.
Yeah, I think the whole thing was just like the second you saw it on Haven, it got super close, right? Cerberus definitely had a moment where they were going to drag that through, but then ultimately after Alter Ego takes away 7 rounds, like, it must be such a hard, like, wall to look past, right? As a team to be like, okay, we've got to move into the more challenging side of Bind and drag our way back through. So straight out from that pistol, it's kind of like, oh, okay, here. And just to me, like, throughout most of the series, it looked like Alter Ego was the clear winners. But at the end of the day, Cerberus aren't going home yet, right? So we're going to be able to see them again. And I hope that they take a lesson from this and look where they've got those mistakes and can, you know, really double down and push forward.
I think this is a really good learning experience for the 2 new players as well. But after this, it's going to be really more exciting because we have Boom Esports and Griffin. And I am super excited for this one. Boom Esports, we know they are insane. But Griffin, new and improved. I want to see what they've learned and how much have grown. So we'll be back after the break for that match.
3 menit ya. Oh, udah di-update. Ya, 3 menit. 3 menit, cuy. 3 menit. Nenek. Maju ya kan, Alter Ego maju. Onyx juga maju ke depan ngelawan Bleed. Besok habis ini Griffin lawan Boom. Ini lolos ke champion soalnya kalau yang udah standingnya Sersia sama ini kan. Ini yang 2 nih. MEA 1, NE 1, SA 1, Last Chance 1, APAC 1. Is Asia Last Chance? Ada kah Is Asia? Sayang banget cuy, kemarin juara 2 kan. Wah, Suigetsu lagi bagus-bagusnya Suigetsu, sumpah mainnya. Kalau kalian nonton Master kemarin ya. Let's go.
Hello， 大家好，我是 Shufat BB， 我的目前的队伍是 Griffin Esports， 我擅长的角色是解体。创立 GFN 的原因是，我想给更多人去追逐电竞这个梦，在没有资源的情况下，可以参加更多的比赛啊，获得一些更高强度的训练跟一些教导。我觉得我投入特战英豪是因为传统射击类的游戏，然后还配上一些技能，所以我就觉得很有未来性，肯定会很多人玩，或者更多的比赛，比起其他游戏。GFN 队伍看重的比较一个价值就是有没有一个团队性跟心态，这个是对于我来说意义是最重要的。所以有时候沟通跟想法会不一样的时候，我们在比赛完或训练完之后，都会大家说开来，就是摊开来说，把它解决。我们 GFN 其实是来赢的，我会让全世界都知道我们有多强。
Welcome back, everyone, to the VCT APAC LCQ 2022. We're in our third series for today. I'm Tash, running alongside Konki and Komodo. And I have a feeling this is going to be one of the most anticipated matches of the day. Boom Esports and Griffin. We have Boom Esports, one of the top Indonesian teams, versus one of the best teams here in, I think, Hong Kong.
I'll start off by saying hello, everybody. Boom have a very big player fan base as well, so we are expecting a lot of big things to come in from that.
Yes.
And I guess that puts a little bit more weight on Boom's shoulders as well, right? They've been able to do such great work throughout the course of this year, but they just haven't broken in to that next stage that we've been wanting to see from them just yet.
Well, exactly right. That's what I was going to touch on. You know, this Indonesian, I guess, network that we've got right now of so many strong players, and ones that I've actually been commentating for a long, long time now across the board. And there is so much talent here, and Boom is one of those teams that we saw in the previous stage. They went all the way through from those play-ins, I'm pretty sure, had a real tough battle, and then they made it to, you know, almost right to the end. They knocked out Order, of course, so they had a massive fight towards those playoffs, and really, I think, stepped up above the rest of the Indonesian teams in that tournament. So will they do that again? That's what we've got to find out.
I mean, their performance in the last VCT has been phenomenal. They're very aggressive. They have amazing crossfires, and the way they play is always to enable each other instead of playing selfishly for those picks. And it's very fun to see the pace that they go in. But in your opinion, what can they do more to make sure they clinch it?
Ooh, to make sure they clinch it. I think it's just team synergy and making sure that they are well established before the hit does come down, or when the hit does need to come down. I mean, you look toward the roster right now, and I think a lot of people's first minds are going to be looking toward the far right side of the screen here, right? Famous is in, Frostmind is out, and that actually opens up such a kind of different feel of what Boom has to offer.
Yeah, for sure. Like, I think Famous, we were talking very much about, is the leash going to be taken off, right? He's a very aggressive player, wants to go create that space and find new things, and being dropped into in a position like, you know, taking over from Frostmind is quite big shoes to fill, I really sort of think. So my eye's definitely going to be on Famous and seeing how he's going. Flips Jitter on that chamber, like obviously, as we know, very, very strong and pivotal member of the roster. Is it all going to carry over? That's very much the question.
And it's a change after how many months? Like more than 6 months that this team of five have been together for the same time. So you're thinking about that. How much calling do they actually lose in mid-rounds because Frostmind is gone? I feel like that's a new dynamic for this roster.
Yeah,
that's right. But let's talk a little bit about Griffin. So for Griffin, we know that they're the best team from Hong Kong and Taiwan. And honestly, in stage one, we didn't really see them around. It felt like, you know, they're just a team that's barely scratching the surface. And then suddenly on stage two, we're just like, whoa, where did this team come from? Why are they suddenly just popping up? They're very explosive, very aggressive as well.
Yeah, I think there's like an untapped sort of talent around that area, right? I think like Taiwan and Hong Kong as a player base have so much to offer, and getting an opportunity like this in an event like this for sure. We even heard it in the interview, right? Just trying to sort of, you know, take the time, chat after scrims, work out exactly what's going on, and expect basically put down a position where the rest of the world can take you seriously. And I think this is a perfect event for them to do so.
I almost feel like they've rolled into a bit of a tough challenger though in Boom. Like if they're able to take a map here and then maybe make a lower bracket run, that would be really cool. But I think this is going to really test what this new, you know, this team is going to be able to tackle against Boom. And I think if, you know, you're looking against Boom and they are maybe at a bit of a weaker state, it is the best time for Griffin to actually showcase to us what they have to offer.
Yeah, but speaking of that, let's have a look at the player head-to-head now. It's going to be Sufat Baby versus Flips Jitter. So if you see in terms of their play style right now, both are very aggressive players. In terms of their stats as well, very, very similar. So now between these two players, what are your guys' comments?
Bani.
Ooh, I think Flipshitter for me is the person that Chamber is his element, right? He's just been so flexible, so impactful, and just a leader in charge of the team where they don't necessarily need to do anything. If they just line him up on a spot, he can hold a whole fortress for himself. And I think, comparing that to CFABB, who has a very different playstyle because he plays more on toward that duelist line, it is just a big separator between those two.
Yeah, still a heavy lean onto that Jet as well, very much a comfort zone in that kind of way. And now that we're noticing the people who can sort of flex around a little bit more, is there going to be more change into what he ends up picking up, or is it still going to be down on that Jet line?
Honestly, when I look at Flip's Jitter, it honestly reminds me of Famous in general because of just the agent picks. Not necessarily on the Killjoy, but rather for the KO. We've seen him play, at least for Famous, we've seen him play these sort of agents like, say, Sky, like KO, and the way he plays is more selfish. He doesn't really enable the team. He's using those utilities to get picks from himself. In a way, it can be good, but at the same time, when you're a man down, when you're trying to go for these really aggressive plays, it's going to be a little bit hard for a team to take space.
So I think one thing for me specifically is when you pull out a player and you put in a new player, usually you want it to try and be a role swap, and that's not the feeling that we get from this Famous crossbind split.
I feel like it's going to be super aggressive throughout. And look at that. Let's have a look at the map select right now. And in your opinion, what maps would a team like Boom Esports shine on?
Boom, I would think Ascent would probably be the one to come out from them, but Griffin got rid of it. Very understandable. Bind is probably the next one that they would look towards, so I wouldn't be surprised if Boom pick over towards Bind, and for Griffin, Haven was the one I was going to mention.
I'm expecting a Fracture pick actually for Boom Esports. I mean, we've seen them go against, I think
Split.
It's going to be split.
Both y'all are wrong. Let's go.
To be fair, Boom have one of the most diverse map pools. Fracture is really the only one that's kind of down there.
I feel like if you're at this level of competition and you're still so heavily
Wait, it's gonna be a
Fracture.
Sorry, I'm so sorry. It's gonna be a Fracture Decider.
There we go.
If we get it, we've had 2 2-0s.
We have. No, I think like very much at this level of competition, right? If you're still doubling down and you can't play, especially like leading into the grand finals, right? You're going to be in the best of 5 position. You've only got that one map you can actually ban out. So you need to be diverse in the way that you can play up. And the game's been around for a while now. It's not new days anymore. So I think diversifying the pool is hugely important.
It really is. I think that's really the name of the game for Boom Esports. They like to play with explosively. They have a huge map pool, huge agent pool, very, very flexible. But for now, let's look at our predictions, actually. For you guys, I don't know why, but I have a feeling you guys are leaning into Boom Esports.
Well, can you read my mind? What am I saying?
I don't know. Why are you asking me this?
What about you? We've casted together for how long? Do you know what I'd go?
Boom 2-0.
Yeah, there we go.
Boom 2-0.
Come on, man.
Really
Could you not see it in his face? Like, seriously, you guys are wearing the same jackets and everything.
You know, it's
I didn't get the memo, chat, by the way. I was not advised that it was leather day, but anyway, it's fine. We'll get there.
Yeah, but speaking of there, let's go to break for a little while before we head up into the game. It's going to be really exciting as we see the best of 2 different regions go head-to-head. Let's see if it's Boom or if it's going to be Griffin.
Okay. Dengerin yang
tidak
Indonesia.
flip jeder, tapi bisa kita nilai bahwa di sini Sifat oke lah dia duelis, dia entry, dia jet. Tapi dari flip jeder sendiri ini agak berbeda ya, karena pembandingannya pastinya dengan role yang berbeda juga. Flip jeder dengan Sentinel yang bisa dipakai oleh dia, yaitu Chamber yang bisa maju ke depan juga. Secara statistik jauh lebih unggul dari flip jeder, apalagi untuk anggota-anggota yang lainnya juga. Jadi secara tembakan seharusnya dari Boom Esports mereka unggul atas Griffin Esports, tapi pastinya mereka harus berhati-hati juga. Jangan sampai kecolongan hal-hal kecil, mungkin seperti yang kita lihat di match sebelumnya lagi gitu loh. Jadi banyak hal-hal yang harus bisa dikalkulasikan juga oleh Boom Esports untuk mereka bisa mengemas ronde mereka, game mereka agar bisa menang dengan cukup mudah. Karena kalau sampai ada kesalahan kecil saja terus mereka bisa dipunish di sana, wow, itu pasti akan menjadi misteri. Gak cuma untuk Boom Esports sendiri, tapi pastinya untuk kita semuanya. Apa yang terjadi ketika mereka bisa dipunish dengan hal-hal yang minor mungkin. Karena mereka ya kita tahu lah, mereka datang ke sini, mereka dari region Indonesia, mereka selalu bisa ada juga di VCT kita, dan sebagai salah satu tim unggulan pastinya mereka diharapkan bisa menang secara bersih juga. Jadi pressure-nya gede sebenarnya. Karena harapan ada di Boom Esports.
Lagi-lagi mereka selalu ya, mereka kayak sebenarnya performa mereka tuh nggak jelek-jelek banget. Cuman karena harapan kita terlalu tinggi. Jadinya tuh kalau kecewa banget rasanya.
Expectation lawan reality.
Iya, itu dia.
Kadang-kadang ya. Tapi ya menurut gue sendiri sih, ya harusnya di atas kertas ini game milik Boom Esports sih. Harusnya ya, no cap, karena ya kita ngelihat dari past matches mereka juga, kayak kita ngelihat dari performa mereka juga di APAC. Boom Esports selalu bisa nyuri perhatian ya, nyuri perhatian bukan hanya dari pemain-pemain Indonesia aja, tapi juga dari pemain-pemain luar negeri dari sekitar Asia Pasifik. Boom Esports ini diakui menjadi salah satu tim yang kuat, dan ya GFN Esports selama ini.
Ayo coy, balik lagi.
Of this series, of this day, and for the first day of this tournament, it's been a pleasure so far. Everything has been so utterly one-sided. It kind of feels it's time to see a match that perhaps has got a potential to be super, super close.
You're right, and when we talk about super close games, I like the fact we've got an underdog story here. Griffin, they've just got better and better. We've seen their improvement over the last couple of APACs, and now it's finally their chance to potentially break free. Now, I will admit, it's a little bit unfortunate to have Boom as your first game. These guys are damn good. However, Boom, roster changes come in. These are the first time we've seen roster changes since the conception of the team.
And we're starting to see the agent select appear on our screens, and I start to think, all right, well, there's one of these teams that clearly loves Neon, and that is going to be Boom, and of course they aren't going to stray away from that comp anytime soon. But have you got any impressions here, Kramer?
Honestly, it looks like each team's sort of playing to their form. We're not seeing anything too unorthodox too frequently. Boom, they do like interchanging the Sova, and usually they pull out the Sky, replace the Sova, and because they've been practicing quite frequently with either composition, they can do so without too much of a hit to their playstyle. I really like that. In also bringing out the Sova, it's one of the lesser played compositions they do, and so potentially to try and catch Griffin off guard, as our analyst said, Boom, they have a huge map pool, they have a huge plethora of strategies, plans and ideas to try and craft their victory. And as we go into Haven, I'm really looking forward to seeing just what Griffin have planned.
Yeah, interesting they bring the Neon in as well, you know, it's a big difference to their playstyle, but let's have a look how this game starts off. Griffin on the attack, Boom on the defense. Slowly it'll start here, coming in to the garage position, slowly moving in, and of course with a Nebula coming through with a trying to push forwards, but no, they back away, not really looking to play aggressively anytime soon.
I'm kind of surprised actually from Griffin there to sort of fake that initial fight. Bearing in mind that when it comes to Griffin's pistol rounds, usually they are fairly quick, so slowing the pace, potentially trying to play a little bit differently here, hoping that the huge amount of battle plans that Boom are able to commit to these tournaments are kind of laid to waste. Few shock darts, Suifat is just able to avoid it, however, it is going to give a bit of presence, and with about a minute left on the clock, if you're on Griffin, you need to start sort of listing your attention to a site, any site, so long as that you have a plan. Wow. Looks like this plan is going to be that C site, a very good gamble on their part for Boom, a retake maybe due.
Yeah, it looks like Boom did get baited into having more players around that garage area, and have kind of left Griffin move into that C position, and it's clearly been granted over. Spike, of course, being planted, but it seems like Flipsider will be going directly in for the kill.
Nice flip.
Trader looking at a 2-on-3, very, very close by. Blaze King comes in for the fight, but it's still
nice. Let's go,
Berserk. To come off on top and put Boom in the lead.
It's the teamwork. That's it, Pavlos. It's the teamwork. Boom, they've been together for so damn long. Yes, Famous is there on loan. However, they've had the time to practice, and you see it there. The second that C site became hit, the second everyone fought, Flip Shitter swings out, everyone attacks at once. You see each player takes their angels as quick as humanly possible. Blaze King as well there, despite being on low HP, despite swinging when reloading, what matters is he's pulling the attention away from Berserks rather than actually going for the kill himself. Really, really selfless way to play a pistol round, and it pays off beautifully. 1-0 the scoreline over Griffin. Styles a bit of an eco here, and potentially a rush through to B.
Yeah, of course, going to be seeing Spectre buy coming out from Boom. Nothing too different than what we would have expected, really. Of course, pistols on Griffin. Thankfully, not going for a force. We've seen too many of those. And yeah, I'm a fine advocate of setting back the second round. And again, very similar to that previous round, right? Play around that garage position. You put a player in mid as well, put caution to the wind, assisted with the alarm bot is player presence from Boom. You can see 3 players nearby that position, but the sole attention of Griffin this time around seems to be a commitment towards this garage angle.
They were sort of umming and ahhing about doing this in their pistol round, didn't they? So the fact that they're now able to commit to it with pistols means that the Astra is going to be tested.
Slowly but surely. Oh, Blazing, this could be a perfect opportunity. Does perfectly swing by.
Oh, Spike lagi yang jatuh.
Spike, Kremer. That's also
nice. Spike yang jatuh, cuy.
His life. Not too bad though, losing one Spectre, but as long as they keep the rest of the players alive, should be a simple cleanup. I'm getting too ahead of myself. Fung has done quite a bit, and he's joined up with Suifat.
30 seconds left.
And they've got a Spectre in play. Oh, okay. And Berserks hasn't got reinforcements. He's on his own, so if he gets picked off here, there's no crossfire placement. Oh no! This could be going wrong. This could be going very wrong. But they need to collect the spike, and there's only 13 seconds to work with. Nebula moves away. Blaze King is in the corner. Fam's able to get one. Oh dear, it's cutting down to the wire. But you've got no clue where Blaze King is. And it's a 2-0 for Boom.
Sure, it's a 2-0, Pavlos. It's a great start, but not a great round. You should not be allowing that much damage to be done to you off the back of just a couple of classics and Headhunter. For Boom, that's going to take a long, hard reconsider. Bearing in mind how good their teamwork was on that pistol round, to then go into your second round and to be in positions not in crossfires, or not even in positions to trade one another, is a bit of a worrisome sign, actually. I won't lie. Bearing in mind, this is our opening map. This is our opening half for them. The fact that there are a few fragments being picked off by Griffin this early on means that the pressure's definitely going to be there on both Coach Meow and the IGL to try and adjust as quick as humanly possible. Here's that adjustment. Here's that aggression.
I mean, yeah. It's a small, but it's a bonus. Yeah, trying to get that early space. But for once, Griffin didn't place any players mid. The only round
mereka mau coba
nge-rush
mid tadi majuin dicobain.
Decide not to
tapi nggak jadi.
Players there now. Very passive, knowing that there's pistols, knowing that there's lower weaponry. Seems that they're holding back a bit.
You're absolutely right, and I quite like this. I think they're anticipating the aggression. Boom, all things considered, have been pretty aggressive. We've seen that even when they're not even peeking with the utility, they're shoulder peeking all angles all the time. So for Griffin, they're going to be trying to catch out that initial player. Over in mid, you see how they're sort of umming and ahhing. They're trying to tease that push through from Garrett, from the Jet, and bear in mind,
mereka udah siap-siap juga 3 orang di A.
Oh, Boom have got a perfect setup for this, though. If Griffin walk into this, it could be the best case scenario for them. 3 players strong, and close distances, those weapons can also do quite a bit. We know them, but this is the lineup, the start of this push, the initiation, if you will. Sufat first to enter the fray, but of course has to go to the full extremity of that corner. Space granted, but they're still all nearby. Look how many defenders are nearby, and the spike has already been attempted to get planted. This can be so uncomfortable and become so difficult ever so quickly, but it looks like Griffin are staying composed. Careful, Blaze King yet to be spotted. That's how he's able to get 1 kill. 3 versus 4, and Boom are still in contention of the site. Boom take everybody down apart from Sufa. And he goes down as well. Boom,
Gila.
they show Griffin who's boss.
You've got to take a line, haven't you? At what
Musuhnya
point is
bingung.
that no longer Boom's success and Griffin's failure?
Dari
You see that
mana-mana
against the site, no
attack-nya.
problem. They're able to get their utility onto the site, no problem. That spike for a bit was about to go down, but Boom. Oh my god, did they tighten that rope as quick as possible. Having players as well holding Sewer meant that there was no ability for Griffin to be able to flank. So those players who are watching the flank anyway end up being disconnected from the main body of the force. You take 1v1 at a time, you just cascade onto your opponents. So for Boom, it's a 3-0 lead and a conversion on your bonus round.
What do you say if Griffin would have played that a little bit more aggro, trying to clear out short, they'd had a better chance of actually holding out that round?
If they'd killed anyone, they'd have had a better chance. It's just they couldn't. They ended up getting swarmed from all sides. Really early usage of the tour de force from Funk here. Bearing in mind, there is still the Cosmic Divide available for Boom come the retake. However, it may not be needed to Botal, hoping for timing now on this chamber.
Griffin really do look scared so far, but yeah, you know, they're putting all of their faith into this tour de force. So far paying dividends, although space is now granted for them.
Udah masuk cuy.
Be opened up, the horizons maybe also. But look at the back line. Slowly Berserk seems to be a menace. There is that a trap or no? He can clearly make his way behind without being spotted unless the player does so instead. They're looking to push, but they over-push. They overstay their welcome. Tour de Force still in play, and so is Overdrive. They're putting so many ultimates into this, but it's also working out. Time is ticking, and they need to get onto the site quickly. Blaze King, oh, they're throwing pistols at him. This is BM at its finest. Tour de Force also into play for a little bit longer, but this is where they need to start pushing onto the site because they will have no time. Tour de Force from Bong is doing so darn much. That's the man you need in an eco round. Griffin find a round on the board.
5 bullets, 4 kills. That's a hell of a conversion, Pavlos. I can guarantee I'll be happy with that. And for Griffin, I feel like the overdrive was a bit of an overcommitment. However, you're able to bait out the Cosmic Divide as well, making it all worthwhile. First round on the board for Griffin. It comes off the back of a tour de force, which means it raises the question. How consistently can they make this success? How consistently can they garner that control in mid when you don't have the ever looming presence of that operator? For Boom though, this is where things get a little bit more comfortable. Famous with that Hunter's Fury, Flipshooter with that lockdown, which means that for Griffin, retakes are going to suddenly become a much, much harder. Berserk swing from mid, and that is a shot, Pavlos.
And that is a dead Berserks. Wow, okay, that's how you start a round.
That is a rough way to start, particularly if you're Boom. Bearing in mind, a team which has got their confidence from their aggression.
And considering the fact that it was such a good start from Boom. I think that shot was just literally the name of the team. Boom, you done know. Looking to push now onto the C position. Flip shitter, might I add, now with an operator. It's got a good liner, does fall back into safety, and it seems like Blazeking's found
liner up itu.
potential for a
sayang
double
banget,
there.
gak jadi
Does get taken
kolateral.
down himself, but it looks like Griffin are having troubles. Less and less by the second. Flip shitter gets it done. A collapse double, and that is Boom retaking control.
Really serious bravery from Flip Shitter there to be able to swing and put down that lockdown so early into the initial site take. Makes me think that, honestly, for Boom, they were full well expecting Griffin to commit to that. And even though Griffin were able to get to the site, Boom was still able to read that initial spout of control. So really, really nice positioning. More importantly as well, is they feathered their ults. They still have a Hunter's Fury, which means they still have the ability to either cancel a plant, delay a plant, or maybe even try and garner that man advantage without risking peeking your shoulders into Suifat, who, let's be honest, has been decimating anyone who dare peek him.
Boom, finding early kills, giving themselves a better chance on those retakes. Very nicely done.
Yeah.
And this is a Griffin timeout.
I love this. I absolutely love this. Bearing in mind as well that for Griffin, their last couple of rounds, they have been a little bit shaky. They have been getting the initial man advantage. However, they've been losing the trades when they get to the site. So if I'm Griffin, I'm going to want to see a little bit, I want to see a little bit of a faster play style. You get that man advantage, you get to the site off the back of that. Because of that, though, it means that Boom, the delay gives them a chance to rotate, gives them a chance to trade, it gives them a chance to set Flip Shitter up with a lockdown which cancels out that entire site take. Granted, and this is something which is going to really come into play, I think, over the next couple of rounds, the experience isn't there for Griffin. They have got better, but they've not been at the top like Boom have been, which means that potentially stress may get to them.
Yeah, they are definitely the underdogs in this story. And as you said, pressure is up against them. And when you're talking about a tournament just like this, one last chance qualifiers, right, you know that it's all or nothing, really, right? It's either your spot into champions or a spot out of... Yeah, spot out of... Oh, I don't know. It's just not a spot.
Exactly.
It's a stripe or a line. It's not a spot.
A spot on the bench,
or a circle. Or a square.
Exactly. It's so to highlight is that there is a Rolling Thunder as well as the Seekers available for Griffin. That does give him a temporary advantage, but Tebotul about to get his own Rolling Thunder up. This is accompanied by Xerxes who's about to be able to get the Blade Storm. So that may sort of assist the economy should they lose this round, because the money on Boom is right, but it's really not great. Neither team are in a safe position, you could say, which is going to put all the more pressure onto the 6th and 7th round.
Big questions to be asked here in APAC. What is a spot and what is a dot? What's the difference? Anyway, no. Oh, that's a barrel! And that is Fung dead. Okay, opening things up towards the right-hand side of the B site, but that is not their main focus. The focus of Griffin is at A site, and with those Seekers, they'll make sure that it's entirely clear. Trailblazer running right after as well to guarantee that space is open for the taking, and they're able to get themselves onto the A site. Crucially enough, they've also got Y Select in that B site, ready to hit the back lines of Boom as soon as they start pushing.
What I think is really interesting is they didn't commit the Hunter's Fury to delay that push. They instead are going to wait for it. They're going to try and use it potentially to zone someone else out.
Oh, Y Select, that's such a massive position to hold, and he's so patient to not move in just yet. Nobody has a clue. No one has an idea. No one is checking it. No one is looking. Or maybe now they are looking to push in. They may have a chance.
Oh no.
Berserks can't deliver. Blaze King tries his best, but Griffin had the better setup, had the backstab as well, and get this round done.
Absolutely perfect from Select. That's all they had to do to be able to be in position. He didn't have to kill anyone. So long as he delays, so long as he puts some spacing between the players who are retaking that A site, what it means is that for Boom, trading becomes harder. It means that anyone back site of A there, in this case Rainy, is able to get that multi-kill because they have the time to reset their aim, their blue between each player. 4-2 the scoreline now for Boom. Look at those ults. Now, I'm really surprised we didn't see the usage of either the Rolling Thunder or the Hunter's Fury that round, and for me, it means that they maybe use this round to kind of compensate for the fact they don't have a very good buy. A few Bulldogs have had to come out. The reality is, for Griffin, this is where they try to garner a bit of momentum, Pavlos.
Yeah, can they nestle themselves a couple of rounds in a row? That's definitely what they would like to see.
And
this time around, yeah, there's an alarm bot around this garage area. As soon as they push by, they'll know it's taken back. With Blaze might be caught, but as I previously mentioned, alarm bot deters them. Hold back. Yes, they've cleared it out, but they've emptied it out again. They don't know if anybody's entered again.
You see the adaptation from Boom as well. not even wanting to fight for Garage. They've got a little bit utility, that's it, they just back off. They allow Griffin to be the ones to expend their arsenal to get control in a position that they no longer want.
That's a premature rotation from the Sova. Very premature, especially considering that the A site now has potential to be taken over. Mid-play as well. Oh, this is aggressive from Table.
Banyak orang cuy. Oh no, nggak dapat kill lagi dia satu.
Select to get the first shot in, but it's still a 3-on-3, and the B site can't be taken over.
Nice.
There's a backstab brewing, and that is Blaze King there to stop them.
Nice.
2v1, Suifat looking to take control, but he's all by himself, got no assistance, and there's a Nebula, no, a dark cover that's about to deteriorate, and it doesn't have his back cover. He is a dead man running.
Nice. Hampir aja lepas.
That was laboured, Pavlos, around that boom. For the moment there, it looked like they just won easily.
Hampir aja itu tadi. Hampir lolos itu tadi. Kalau dia sliding, nggak kena tuh.
To highlight the fact as well is that he makes Berserk's almost scared to go through that smoke, which means that Zuifat has a little bit more space to force out 1 versus 1s of the boom. That's what they give them. They give Griffin the 1v1s. Remember, Griffin, much like Order, were the titans of their region. No one came close to beating them. I think Ghetto Artist sort of teased it, but it wasn't a competition. And now that sort of in the international stage, yes, these guys are some of the best aimers, the best aimers in their region. Which means for Boom, the way they need to beat them is via stratagem.
They're not lacking on that fire department though either, right? I mean,
exactly.
It's a tough one from Griffin. It's a uphill battle, if you will. And
Ini Crossfire di sini.
Uphill. And mind you, this is Griffin's map pick, therefore Boom, if they obliterate it, their chances
timing.
That is Berserks with the timing. We're talking about a pistol round here for Griffin. It's not that they haven't won a pistol round before, they've done it. That was the 3rd round of the game, but they're not able to do much here.
Harusnya emang menang sih
What I
kalau
want to
ngelawan
highlight here is the
GFN
power
aja.
spike. Look at the ults on both teams. 4 available for Boom, 3 available for Griffin, but with Fung 2 away from getting his Tour de Force, 1 away from the Seekers on Rainy as well.
Nah, itu timing tuh.
Sort of huge power
Dia
spike makes this
swap
round
dari
so
knife
crucial
ke
to the momentum of Griffin. They win this with feathered ults, then they have a couple of rounds set up for themselves. They lose it though, and Boom have an ult advantage, an economic advantage, and a momentum advantage. Something which, with kind of the latter stage of the first half to deal with, you're not going to be able to break. There's only 4 rounds left, Pavlos. If Griffin want a chance, it needs to start now.
I love that we're finally seeing Fung on the operator though.
Dapat satu. Nice, kelihatan itu tadi kepalanya. Dia harusnya sadar kalau ada satu orang yang ini. Nah, yang lewat. Desnya sih. Desnya kebentur tembok. Oh no, 3v2. Oh nice, 2v2 now.
This is tough, and somehow all of these kills are going all over the place. We found ourselves in a 2 versus 2 when Wire Select is looking on the heaven side.
Tahu dia. Nah, tahu dia.
Having this telegraphed. Very split, all of these players. But it seems like Griffin will be able to put their 2 players together at least for now, meaning that Famas has to give them respect and move out of there until his teammate arrives, and he seems like he has. King is behind him, but he misses a shot.
No, nggak dipakai sama Famous.
To the game, Famous! Oh, that was so close, but Rainy.
Ada kan Hunter's Fury?
Once again, Famous he had the Hunter's Fury there. I'm very surprised.
Ada loh Hunter's Fury-nya. Harusnya dipakai sih kayak gitu tadi. Pas lah ini pas planting ini Hunter's Fury-nya keluar harusnya.
Would have bought enough time for that flank to really garner some control there. Also, spray transfer for a second that did look very, very pretty. For a second, I did believe.
Harusnya bisa menang itu tadi.
There is a world.
Exactly, they're able to make it 3. Remember the APAC 9-3 curse.
6-3.
And so for Boom, it's going to be 3 rounds on the bounce should they want to.
Berserk pakai operator.
Griffin purposely lose
kalau ini miss shot,
so they can say, yeah, 9-3.
Yeah, exactly. Therefore, it's doable.
It's not looking good. Oh,
the ult management as well.
A tactical loss.
Absolutely. So the highlight is Boom's huge utility plays at the start of that round to get those kills over on A. That was basic utility. They still have this huge arsenal that they just haven't used, and it provides a myriad of opportunities when it comes to aggression, retakes, and maybe trying to zone out and force Griffin into certain positions. The fact they're not using them is kind of surprising.
Dicek atau enggak sih, nggak ngerti juga.
Oh
no, ketahuan mati dia.
He's your controller, he's your smoker, and
mati
he's your solo C defender
ketahuan
as
dia.
well.
Harusnya sabar di situ aja. Nunggu.
Rolling Thunder coming in very quickly. So is Hunter's Fury. Seeker's looking to keep their opponents' back, and it does do the job. Overdrive coming through as well. It seems that Griffin have dealt with this perfectly. Aftershock
no, ada
also available
Aftershock
to take down the lockdown. They can freely take over the site, and Suifat is finding it so difficult to find that kill. So much has been thrown into this round, but little was the outcome apart from the spike plant. Still, equal in numbers, we're looking at a 4-on-4, and all of Griffin players have moved on to the C position. Rolling Thunder.
Tapi ada Rolling Thunder. Aku mau ngomong.
The operator looking to shoot it down. It's a push. The Rolling Thunder is enabled very early. So down to the corner. Oh, that's 2 kills. Oh my God! Kills.
Man, spray transfernya sih anjir banget. Gila, spray transfernya.
Here's the thing, Pavlos. It wasn't even an nasty spray transfer.
Headshot semua lagi.
That was a flick to each head and a masterful tap, dispatching each member of Boom one at a time. This is one very malicious chef looking to serve a dinner of vengeance. What a way to come back into this map. And Griffin, this is not only a chance them, they've drained every single ult on Boom as well. They've only got a Cosmic Divide to work with. That's not going to do anything when they're not accompanied by stuff.
What an epic match. To think that was the outcome after we saw, what, 5 ultimates? How many did we see? We saw Seekers, Hunter's Fury, 2 Rolling Thunders.
7 or 8 ults.
7 or 8 ults?
Oh no, gak dapat dia. Kukira bakalan dapat 1 paling enggak.
This would just depict the state of the game, wouldn't it?
I mean, Eagles versus the
ketahuan
Hounds
dia.
is thought of a better matchup, and for Boom, this is only a couple of pistols. That round was
ditengok juga sama dia.
And it's just been just collapsed.
Nggak kena udah.
It's
Susah
good to
nih.
see Griffin back on the roll, you know, but it looks so tough.
Oh, Flip masih dapat 1.
Found himself a Vandal to work with.
Nice. 2v2 sekarang. Winnable.
May be able to turn out in favor of the Boom side.
Tapi ditungguin aja.
Man, no way.
Siuvet nih.
No freaking way.
Oh,
okay. Well, seems that Sufat will be able to put things to a stop, at least for a little bit, but
udah planted.
He's got a Vandal. And he's got a dream.
Can we appreciate when Conky came out of the booth and went, don't worry, it'll be a quick one?
Oh, yeah.
Bisa sih menang.
Yeah, Conky, thanks for that.
Yeah.
Masalahnya cuma 1 timing doang nih. Kalau 2 lawan 1 gini.
The caster's curse. Alright. I don't mind if the games are as good as this one. Flipshooter, he knows he's up against the 2. 2 guiding lights available for Rainy. This is going to be so tough for Flipshooter. So tough. Even if he touches it, there's a bird thrown out into his face.
Nice. Udah nice itu tadi cuy. Dia ini terlambat buat cari covernya. Mau ke kanan kan? Udah kena timing itu tadi. Ininya siapa, Neonnya nggak siap. Sayang banget sih. Dikit lagi dia cari cover, dapat cover gitu, mungkin bisa dapat lah.
That would still have to be used spontaneously. They have a Cosmic Divide they can plan around. The one player who I want to see really step it up now is Tobotel. He's had a fairly quiet start. Don't get me wrong, Blaze King kind of erupting here has mitigated the impact of that, but when a game is this close, it's every minute detail, and when it comes down to these micro-millimetric plays, you need every single player delivering. Griffin,
no, di fake doang. Tuh ditutup, blinding, mundur ke belakang.
Yeah, last round of the half there, they want to get
Nice.
themselves the advantage, but
Nice.
not that
Untung flashnya nggak pecah itu tadi, kena tembak duluan.
And I start to wonder.
Flashnya pecah nggak bisa dapat kill itu tadi.
At their exposal, Cosmic Divide with an orb, maybe Flipshooter can get a lockdown. How does he get that? He can't anymore. He needs a kill. Therefore, may put him in an aggressive position. Berserk's looking
nice.
to aggress. Well timed with
the
flash point. Tephoto wants to aggress as well. All of them in unison find themselves a pick, and let's Winner can do something about this. A one-man army fully spotted.
Hampir aja aku kira bakalan ini.
We'll be taking him down,
75 ya.
and we'll be defusing the spike as well. We're looking at a 7-5
Wah, ini sih harus menang kalau gitu. Boom.
This is the retake that we
Boom
wanted to see.
di
This is the retake that Boom have been alluding
ininya.
to all half, but every single time Griffin had found a way to stop them apart from here.
Pistol
Boom,
down.
yes, they lead at 7-5, but let's be honest.
Kalau pistolnya nggak menang, mereka 7 sama. SOP harusnya 7 sama kalau kalah di pistol.
Leather Jack? I don't know about that, sir.
Budget
leather jacket.
Budget?
I ride a bicycle, you guys ride motorbikes. I think that's probably the way it goes from this point in time, right? But what a start, guys.
Yeah,
Seriously,
that
hey?
is seriously an insane start. I was kind of hoping for a 6-6, but
Anjir,
7-5
Griffin
is
siapa
pretty
tadi?
close, I have to say.
Berisnya
And-
asap.
Sorry about that.
Transfer.
Thinking about those motorbikes, man. I tell you what, geez.
Kayak transfernya.
Yeah, I was
anjir.
just really thinking about how
Dapat
you
4
know
orang.
how it felt like. It seemed like from the beginning, it felt like Boom Esports was very, very strong, very, very dominating. But then suddenly, Griffin seemed to understand what they needed to do to bring it back. And because of that, we come to a very close
Ini kelihatan
halftime.
muzzle-nya tuh.
I think
Yeah!
the beginning of this round, the beginning of this map rather, for Boom was quite strong, right? They were able to get off with 3 in a row, and then there was a little bit of a taste for Griffin to say, all right, this is what a round looks like for us. We've been able
itu
to
dia
figure out what
ngedesnya.
works over towards C,
Kena
over
tembok.
towards A as well here and there, but then it kind of tails in towards them, really looking individually strong. That round where Winner came out with the 4K, absolutely ridiculous, flicking around, not
ini
even
nih.
straight transfer, just
Anjas.
pure aim drills coming out. And
Keren
I think
banget,
the round where there
Cur,
was
itu
7 or 8, I
klipnya
can't
yang
remember, I
itu.
think it was 7 ultimates thrown
Ah,
into the
ini.
mix as well.
Dia telat
Really
ke kanan
chaotic.
tuh.
So I will say I've been a little bit more impressed, and I think we've seen a little bit more from Griffin than I was expecting coming into all this series at the moment. But I think that's what this series needed.
Absolutely. It's been the game that everyone's been talking about for the course of the day, right? You know, some have been a little bit more one-sided, you know, the kind of clear leaders in Order and obviously Alter Ego, but now as we move into this one, a little bit more unknown territory in some areas for Griffin, but this is the one that has to really step up, and I feel like on Haven, that was the map to do it. It needs to be close, and the boys that we're talking
Kalau
about,
ada yang
Cast the
lolos
Curse.
nanti
I want
perwakilan
the
Indonesia
Curse to
satu ya
become a
kan,
good
lumayan.
game, right? That's
Ada
exactly what we need.
perwakilan satu
Yeah,
cuy
really.
di
When you think
Istanbul.
about it as
Buat
well, just
champion.
because Griffin, I think the
Ada
reason why a lot of
Onyx.
us are leaning toward Boom Esports is because of
Onyx,
their
Alter
very
Ego
aggressive, very
sama Boom.
flashy plays, and we love seeing that. But yet Griffin knows how to
Onyx
keep
sama
Boom
Alter
Esports
Ego.
in check. And in a lot of situations, they come super close,
Parex
even on
udah
rounds
masuk
that
ya?
they don't necessarily win.
Pakai circuit
Regardless, now they're
point-nya
going to be going to a switch. What do you guys think or expect from Griffin?
Well, I think on the flip side, we saw finally a retake work for Boom, so that's good for them. But for Griffin, they knew how to take control. They knew how to take those sites in the end. Hopefully, they can convert that into containing instead of gathering.
Okay, but what about you, Conky? What do you think that Griffin can do to bring it back? Or are you thinking that Boom is just going to steamroll the whole way?
Look, I don't know. Boom have got the opportunity to do it. They've got the attacking side and specialty, but I think, look, Griffin has to take some control and take some position on the map. If they don't, it could be over quickly.
Yeah, speaking of
Sekarang
that,
jam.
over quickly
setengah
or
lima
not
ya?
is the question.
Nggak
as we head
terasa,
over
anjir,
the
setengah
second half
lima
of the
langsung.
map. Let's see who gets it, Griffin or Boom.
Ya semoga 2-0 lah.
Thank you very much
biar
to
cepet
our
gamenya
lovely
cuy.
analysts.
Aku ini soalnya jam
The only thing protecting
setengah 6, jam 6.
Boom though is going to be your flip shit.
Harus
Had a
keluar,
very
ya.
good awakening in the latter stage of that first half. For Griffin though, 7-5 is nothing to turn your nose up at. They had a really good awakening, and it was sort of that
Harusnya
round
sih
where
bisa kalau
Winner just
2-0.
woke up.
Waktunya
From then
nutut
on out,
nih.
they were controlling the narrative.
Setengah
Boom,
5 ya.
I would argue we're
Setengah
actually
5, 1
lucky
jam.
to be able to get a lead
Ya,
here.
cukup lah.
Man, you speak volumes.
Yes.
This is an epic game, isn't it? I mean,
It
we
is.
come into
Ini
this and we're
sekitar
like, okay, this is probably the
45 menit
closest
ya.
game of the day, and it's definitely
Half.
is. It definitely is. We want to see more of this. This is what reminds
30
me of
sampai
APAC,
45
fam,
menit
you
tuh.
know.
Main
A lot of action. In the midst of confusion
apa?
a lot of the
Satu
time. but still,
halfnya
a lot of action.
Valorant.
But, ooh, look at this. Very aggressive from Griffin. Hello, fine. Gets an early one. That's a spike. They know exactly what is going on. Famous looks to trade it evenly, though. Now, concussed. Can't do a
Nice.
thing. Out into the
Nice.
open. Perfect
Nice.
triple there from Flipshidder and Techpoto. And that is the round for Boom.
What's
Nice.
beautiful there is
Perbedaan
that's pure
aim
unadulterated
doang.
anti-strat. You saw
Openingnya
how
udah
Boom, they
bagus
stacked
tuh,
together.
Griffin.
They're outside the garage. They were wary of the fact that
Mau
Griffin were
dipinch
gonna push.
sebenarnya.
Maybe
Mau
not
di-
aware of where from.
dipinch.
So you saw some players were over to
Jadi
Haybale,
mau
some
dipinch
was
dari
wary of the
sini,
push
kalau
through
mereka
C.
udah
Once
masuk
they
di
made
sini, udah
contact, though,
dimasukin.
they all stacked together
Tapi
and they
mereka
were just
masih
trading.
di sini
The
kan
Killjoy
tadi.
turret was placed
Jadi
so
mereka berhenti
effectively,
di
as you
sini
saw,
jadi.
because they knew Griffin were going to try something aggressive. And we were doing our research on Griffin sort of before we came into this, and this isn't just a Griffin Haven strategy. This is a Griffin strategy to have a defensive side that's so aggressive, it's almost as if it's your attack.
Nggak ada orang.
Well, definitely the new adaptation is kind of messing with their opponents' heads.
Nggak mungkin di atas juga.
But of
Masih
course,
early.
we're in the realm of
Nggak ada senjata
a
soalnya.
stronger buy from the Boom side after they win their
Kecuali
pistol,
Chamber
obviously,
sih. Chamber
but
yang bisa
it's a
naik ke
standstill,
box
very
di atas
quiet
itu.
one.
Yeah.
Kalau di early
I
kuat
really
banget.
like actually is the fact that
Chamber.
Griffin
Cuma
realizing
Chamber
that
doang,
they don't
tapi
have a very good
Chambernya
buy,
ada
sort of
di
got a bit of
sini.
a stack on the C site, and no one's peeking. They've sort of accepted. If it works, awesome. If it
Spike-nya
doesn't,
ada
oh well.
di
And
sini.
it may
Mau
be a good
strike
call,
B
right?
kan.
Look at the three players now
Nunggu-
looking to
nunggu
move in
aja
here,
ini.
but the spike, I mean, yeah, that's looking to face elsewhere. Maybe expecting Griffin to push up.
Potentially here, and I tell you what, they're obliging them. There's going to be the Marshal entering as well.
Ini sih masuknya nih. Tengok kiri nggak nih? Oh, tengok kiri. Nice. Nice, tengok kiri dia. Kirinya dilihat tadi. Itu penting banget cuy. Untung kirinya tadi dilihat. Kalau nggak dilihat, chambernya dapat kill tuh.
They lose a bulldog in the process, so they not only lose a bonus, they also lose any effective weapons that would have been used in the bonus against the full buy.
9-5, semakin
for
jauh.
Griffin, this is now a really good position to try and pull yourself back into it. Remember, there's only a handful of rounds that separate you from Boom here. This is by all means recoverable. Fancy were able to do even more rounds on the comeback against Order, and they got decimated. So Griffin, by no means out of this. Remember, this is their map pick. They're on their home turf, so I am expecting some big things from them. However, for Boom, with Flipshitter doing so damn well, it's going to really depend on whether or not he can keep that consistency.
Well, we are seeing some weapons out from the Boom side, either way. Nevertheless, I like.
Oh no, di atas box. Ya ketahuan nanti.
Either less.
Ketahuan harusnya tahu sih. Oh no. Senjatanya nggak mumpuni cuy. Kalau dia tadi nggak pakai stinger pasti dapat kill itu tadi Berserk.
Free real estate, but it's not really what Boom are after. While a plant is great, they're after making sure that
satu jagain flank
rifles.
I mean, they've got such a good setup. They might as well be
Blessking jagain flank.
away
Wah, bagus banget sih. Nah, ini tahu nih Blessking.
Udah
nunggu dia.
He's actually about sending it out.
Oh, nggak jadi nge-flank.
Oh, this really could be perfect. It's all a matter of timing. Now, looking to move in from multiple directions to, in fact, Rainy with a guiding light trying to assist the rest of the team. Select
nice, dapat satu.
Quickly traded Flipshitter, putting himself on the scoreline, but it's still a 2v2 and the time is ticking, and there's not much
nggak ada waktu.
That means Boom have to forfeit this, even though they get themselves. Well, Griffin need to forfeit this because even though they get themselves a lot of kills, they can't get the win.
Masih dapat mereka bisa buy sudah.
Matter, but unfortunately, unable to retrieve a primary weapon means that Boom are going to really feel this victory in their wallet. It is definitely not Pyrrhic. However, it is still that number on the board. They hit the double digits, and now it's just a hop, skip, and a jump away from bringing out your own map pick. Bearing in mind for Split as well, last time we're going to be seeing it for a good while, so let's enjoy it while we can. And for Boom, let's hope Boom toy with their food a little bit. For Griffin, it doesn't taste very nice either. So as they get ready for a bit of defense with the C-site, Boom
Griffin Iko 11-12.
It worked for A. Let's see if it works for C. Remember, last time they ran into a stack, they still made it work despite the casualties they sustained. This time it's an undefended site. So the
kenapa biasanya kalau di smoke di situ berhenti, tapi kenapa di push? Mereka tahu nggak pakai senjata yang lebih bagus. Kepikirannya gitu mungkin.
Any sort of resistance in this, but you kind of saw Glauber's in a different position. The dash come through. This time around, you had kind of a dark cover towards the side.
Dari belakang nih ada nih.
Can do the same thing differently multiple occasions. This seems to be a simple one, although Y-Select is able to bring them back. A lot of pressure from the back line, but there's a crossfire here that isn't permitting entry to a single player. And so
udah tinggal spam doang nih.
He's not causing any pressure at all, and the Aljon will spot him.
Oh no!
Rainy there to assist. This could be very doable. Recon to the feet. Oh, they're sticking the defuse, aren't they? Oh, they might be. Oh, can't get it down halfway, and they lose both players. That is Boom on top on the 11th round.
What I really like from Boom there is once they initiated that fight onto the kind of three flanking players, you saw that huge exodus of players from that C site. It was like a pilgrimage of the hound.
Boom dapat 12.
Nah, penentuan on one angle of attack at a time, which means that when it comes to actually
kalau di sini ini wajib nih si Griffin wajib menang kalau
to the players who are actually on that site.
Di pihaknya Griffin wajib menang di sini.
Really smart play from Boom, and once again that experience is really starting
to show. Dapat 50 maksudnya. Kalau nggak gitu mereka dapat 12 ketemu di 12 malah susah tuh posisinya.
Anybody heard about the Greek economy?
A lot of pressure onto Funk here.
Ya nggak ada orang berarti.
Very spread out here from Griffin.
Push.
Very spread
jauh
out.
Banget sih nge-pushnya.
But for Boom, that is not really the case. Full mid take, straight down the line. Although they have put themselves in the second gear.
Ada siapa-siapa di situ.
Even though the second gear
kan udah ada jet kan yang
it's not a
ngeliat.
very quick one.
Boom, looking to looking to embody the phrase "drop a gear and disappear."
Neonya suruh ngeliatin
ininya
Elong
such a
buat informasi doang, kemudian lari pasti itu.
If they aren't able to get this opening, if they aren't able to snowball with
mundur
retrieved weapons, then even if they end up with a player advantage, going into retakes is going to be so
Neonnya kagak mundur anjir. Dia malah ke kiri tuh.
What's interesting, they haven't used
Kalau
much
dicek
detail
langsung ke panis sih.
right? Only just the setup from Killjoy essentially, maybe a fault line, but
kagak
that's going
jadi
to
ke
come
A.
out quickly.
Credit where credit's due to Griffin. They have read this very well.
Ini nih
Very well.
dicek atau enggak lagi nih
Many
kirinya.
signs of life were given. How
Kiri
did they
itu.
do that? Okay. Two to the backside, slow.
Oh no.
In. It's a dry peak,
Kagak
and it's not
dicek.
gonna pay dividends
No,
quickly.
dapat
Rendering
satu.
away, getting
Dapat
himself
dua
back
ini,
into
sudah
safety.
pasti.
Sheriff by White
Nice.
isn't optimal, but Fong is
Nice,
there to
Griffin
help
mainnya
out, and
bagus
that's the
sih.
important part. Griffin
Sabar
may be
banget
staying
ya.
alive in this game, not allowing Boom to get themselves to the 12, but it's still not over. 15 seconds. It's
Nice.
a world of an ask.
Nice.
It's an ask that may be famous.
Nice, famous.
Flipshot is there as well.
Pinjaman. Wow.
Well, is Boom on map point.
It's laboured though.
Famous
You've
anjir.
got to admit that was laboured.
Di
Sure,
apa,
it works out for them. Yes, they are
dipinjam
able to
kan
recover what was
dari
essentially a 2
Persija.
versus 4, but that came at the cost of losing 3 players in a
Ini
very
nih
fragmented
bagus
push
banget.
this side. You see
Andai kan
the
mereka
second
punya
this,
senjata yang
near
mumpuni.
sight hits
Ini
all of
blind.
them.
Wah.
Beautiful paranoia from the Omen, and it's just the
Bagus
damage
banget
from
paranoia.
Select that really stacks up. Huge round from both Famous and Flipshitter there, both of
Bang.
them working in unison to get that map point on your opponent's
Nice,
mapping
match
as well.
point dah.
What a way to not only
Dah.
start your APAC run,
1-0
but also to make a
buat
statement to
Boom.
everyone on your
Susah
side of the
sih.
bracket to watch out.
Harus bukan nggak mungkin ya, tapi susah. Kemarin pun aku menonton kemarin malam kalau nggak salah yang EMEA Last Chance. EMEA Last Chance tuh dari 2-11 jadi 13-11 kalau nggak salah ya. 2-11 atau berapa ya?
Are you really in a good position?
Matchnya siapa sih? Aku jadi penasaran kemarin.
Also, with a Rolling Thunder, a Lockdown, and a Hunter's Fury, these are all abilities which are going to hit you from good distance away. There's the Rolling Thunder. Very early usage of the Rolling Thunder. Hunter's Fury is going to allow Berserks to get that opening. It is a fake, but look, it's worked. Every single member of Griffin now stacked up to retake the safe site.
Two ultimates committed and a very deep Berserk's position. And Griffin have not got a clue. Okay, and now they'll realise the spike will be planted.
The question now is how deep can the Astra get into the back line? If they can sort of get towards spawn, that's where things get really worrisome.
Have a look, Blazer King. Oh, that's perfect. It. And now we're looking at a 3-on-4. Ooh, completely blind there. Paranoid. But Boom all of a sudden now low in players, right? Lockdown enabled, getting them out of the first position. Oh, Famous. Oh, dear. Position is checked, and Winner will be coming out on top of that one, so it's all down to Flipshitter.
Luckily for
Comeback
Flipshitter,
to
they're not looking
VIP.
to flank him. So this is still
There's
very,
a
very
Oh, this is tough. And it's planted for him. Nano Swarm delaying it. Oh, this could be doable. Guiding Light right after them. They're going to chase him. No, they're not. They're all going to be peeking it simultaneously. And I believe there's plenty of time to get that defuse their way down. That was
dikit lagi padahal itu. Kalau dia dapat kill ke
get the
diffusernya,
and deny Boom from closing this map.
mungkin masih
lost 2.5
bisa
seconds.
clutch.
That is eons in Valorant terms.
It is.
Boom, they are still
Tapi susah sih buat Griffin
It
juga.
feels like
Mereka
they're
nggak boleh
softening a
bikin
blow rather
kesalahan
than
sih.
preventing a blow at this point. Something I'm really looking
Satu
forward to seeing
kesalahan
though,
aja,
is how they're
kecil
going to be
aja,
able to
udah
fare once they get proper rifles, once
cost-nya
they're able
round.
to get abilities,
Dapat
once they're able to have
match
their
ini
ults
satu map
online.
ini.
Now for Boom, it's a matter of just stopping that from happening.
Boom
Just push,
tinggal
just
ini
win.
doang
Doesn't-
sebenarnya.
it doesn't matter
Time
anymore.
out.
win,
Kalau
guys.
mungkin
If only that was
nanti
solo
kekejar
Solo
gitu.
queue
Ini
enjoy
kekejar
is,
lagi
just,
mungkin time out.
push and win.
Time out
That's
kalau masih
MPKs.
ada.
Yeah, we can hope, right? For Boom, though, this is going to be a big dependency on this Cosmic Divide and potentially the Bladestorm coming out from Berserks. Look at the buy of Griffin,
Berserk
Guardian
di-
on Suifat. Yes, this buy is getting strong, but it's
Udah
not
sampai
perfect
situ
yet.
nggak tuh Berserk?
Huge foray, though, from
Ini dia
Berserks.
dapat
It's
satu aja.
absolutely
Nice.
Oh, that kill onto
Udah
Boom.
selesai
Suddenly the
tugasnya
whole
dia.
backline tears
Dapat
for
satu
Griffin.
aja. Musuhnya pasti bingung lah. Mereka pasti bingung cuy. Kayak dia mau maju setengah hati juga. Ini juga mau bantu temannya tapi harus ngelihat side-nya.
Thankfully for Fung, he's got a rendezvous.
Oh no.
And he's able to find an alternative angle to take down Berserks.
Nice, Blazing
It's still a
expect.
close endeavor, but it seems Boom have found themselves
Di
on
Legend
top.
dia.
But the two
Ngelihat
players contest
apa?
this,
Wah,
and Fung
kena.
is one of them. And he's done
Ngelihat
accurate
angle-nya
flip
itu.
side.
Soalnya angle itu jarang dilihat.
Bahrain's position hasn't been checked either. We're looking at a 2-on-2. Famous looking for a backstab here. Shockdart thrown at him for damage, but the spike is in the middle of the seaside. Looking to push, looking to isolate them. Bahrain will fall, and all of a sudden it's Boom with the advantage.
Nice, 1v2.
It's all down to Suifat.
One very lonely Neon and two members to find 30 seconds to do it as well.
Suifat bukan Suifat. Suifa katanya tadi casternya.
But the overdrive will not do it. Famous is there to shut him down. It's Boom to come out on top.
Overdrive versus Run and Gun.
A very, very strong opening. They
Run and Gun
do
Spectre.
here and there, but they don't allow Griffin to get established. It is the dominant start to finish, which we were expecting.
Ini map pilihan, kalau nggak salah tadi map pilihan Griffin. Kemudian mainnya habis ini di Bind kan.
And whether or not they're going to be able to find the consistency to be able to do this on splits as well.
What a crazy map, man. Yeah, I mean, looking at the entirety of this game, right, it was a back and forth, at least on the first half, and after that, yeah, okay, it seemed like Boom were able to close out fairly easily, but all of those rounds were fairly difficult for them to capture, right? Most of the time came down to clutches, and that's really, really entertaining.
Absolutely right, we're going to go to a quick break there. When we return, let's see if Boom can mimic that success.
Boom yang nge-pick split. Nice. Anjir. Sebenarnya di 9-12 kalau nggak salah ya. Yang terakhir mereka kalah tuh di champion. Di master. Bentar sih mana. Kok not Amerika anjir. APAC. Kemudian master 2. Kalau nggak salah di round 9-nya mereka kalah tuh. Nah, ya kan? Round 9 nih. Mereka kalah di round 9 ini tuh Suigetsu pas on point banget cuy. Timingnya dia di breeze 4 second lagi naik ke box ya kan. Satu main freak juga kalau nggak salah mau naik ke box. Yang nge-swing pertama siapa sih? Aku lupa.
What a convincing win coming in from Boom Esports again.
Sayang banget pokok itu.
And I have to say,
tapi yang gimana ya?
One of the most entertaining matches we've seen today. And you know, the reputation as just
bukan harinya sih.
Yeah, well, I gotta say, you know, at the halftime scoreline, you asked the question of what do we need to see from their opponents in Griffin to come back from it, and from what we said, it was not delivered pretty much at all. Boom were just able to get those sites like every single time, essentially, whether it be those eliminations, which was just very convincing, or those site controls as well. I don't know, Boom kind of felt like a bit of a walk in the park there. The reads that they had were phenomenal, starting from that pistol round. I mean, it just felt like they anti-stratted the crap out of Griffin in that one. And I can't, like, it was just a simple attacker side for them.
Yeah, it was like they dangled a couple
of tricks jarang aku ngelihat
here's a round for you, but then we're going to take the next 3 because we want to win the game still, right? So super dominant 13-6, I think that's an awesome way to start off this series, right? We've still got way more Valorant to sort of push on through, but Boom are a very heavy momentum team. They're quite a, you know, a team that's very loud about what they're good at, right? You know, they know their stuff, and I think they're definitely going to be doubling down on this, right? Like, they're moving into the start of the competition. They're not going to let Griffin put them up. And I think Griffin still, like, they're showing in the
Sekali
signs that they
doang
still have a
mungkin
lot
atau
to
dua
learn
kali.
as individuals.
Jarang
and as a
banget
team.
sekarang
So,
split di
I
pick.
definitely think
Gak tahu
Boom's
kenapa,
no real
mungkin-
surprise coming away that strong.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at how
Nggak
the
tahu
way
juga
they
sih aku ya.
played today, and what's more
Pro
interesting
player
is the
ngelihat
fact that
mapnya
they
tuh
put
seperti
famous
apa, aku juga
on
nggak tahu
Sova,
pandangan mereka.
and Sova
Cuma
was
jarang
able
banget
to not only
untuk
get
saat
value
ini.
from the
Yang
information
sering
but
di
play
pick
as
tuh
aggressive is
Heaven
what really
sering
makes
banget.
it great.
Heaven
So
Fracture
one thing I always like to
itu
see
sering
about
banget.
teams
Dua
on their
itu
attacker
udah.
side is what
Heaven
sort of
Fracture
utility
bind
layering
3
they
sih.
have,
Iya.
right?
Sisanya
Custom
udah
made
menyesuaikan
mention
biasanya.
to an early Hunter's
Tapi
Fury
pasti
over
ada
towards
Heaven.
the A side of things as well. But by that point, the team was already into the site and everything was essentially
Tergantung
clear.
tim juga
so
sih
the
sebenarnya
layering that
juga.
we've seen from Boom is really good. Even
Kuatnya
on
di
that
mana,
point,
kadang
Famous
kan
was a
kita harus
standout to
respect
me
band
because not only
map-nya
was their
dia
clearance
terkuat
with the
di mana.
utility, let's take for
Kalau nggak
example
gitu,
the Seaside executes that they
mati
were
kan.
running with the recon dart going to the back of the side. Not only was that there in the beginning, but the later stages of the round, he was fragging, he was finding all those kills. That 2 versus 5 round
Wait,
was
that was
godlike.
insane.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's where the inexperience comes in, right? Like, a team like that is able to slow it down, and then all of a sudden you see the members of Griffin trying to find that fight, and there's no trade potential. They're all walking out, you know, from the defender side of spawn, or there was, I believe, one member stuck in the back left of the side as well, and there was just no trade potential at all. And I've got to say, Flipshitter for stealing Famous's ace. Come on, bro.
I mean, look, it's a team game in the end. All I gotta say, if we have Famous and Flipshitter playing like they just did going into Split, Griffin have a big conversation.
Aku pengen tahu komposisinya gimana gitu loh. Main di
is just
split.
not allowing them onto the site and just
Apakah
being
pakai
able to
Fade?
just play as aggressive as he wants. By the time his team
Fade
comes, he
juga,
probably has gotten 1 or
atau
2 picks
pakai
before that happens. But when you think
KO
about
juga.
that as well, as we're moving on into the next map, we're going to what, Split?
Biasanya soalnya di
yeah,
split
we're going
tuh
to
KO
Split.
sama
And this,
Fade
I'm hoping this is
sekarang
not the
yang
final split we're seeing
KO
before
buat
the
informasinya
map
bagus
ends.
deh kalau di map
Yeah,
split.
so when you look at Split, we all know that it's very, very defender heavy. But we've seen teams such as Order, such as Paper Rex, who just play every round like attack and just make it look so good. So what are you expecting from a Griffin going into this map?
Kalau Paper X sih
Griffin on this map. I mean,
nggak ada stretchnya mereka.
it's
W
kind of
Gaming
hard because I don't
ada
think that Griffin
sebenarnya,
is
cuma
much
chaos
more
aja.
as a
Jadi kelihatan
map-specific
kayak
team that we would expect a different,
gak jelas aja,
a
ngeras
lot
terus.
of complexity from
Padahal
them,
ada,
right? Yes, they'll
ada
have
cuy.
their own
Paper X
map
tuh
picks, yes,
mainnya
they'll have those to come on through, but you got
apa
to
ya,
remember
ras
they
yang
presumably
tertata.
felt more
Aku
comfortable
lihat.
going on to Haven here because
Bagus
that was
sebenarnya
their own
Paper
map
X
pick. Going
mainnya.
into Boom's pick
Ya
after
sayangnya itu
losing
aja sih
13 to 6,
blunder yang
you have
di
to have such
yang
an
itu
internal
round
reset and a team
22
reset.
berarti.
Yeah, for sure. And I think the mental game is really one that has to be
21,
strong, right?
21
Like,
berarti.
having
Round
a really
21.
synergized attack on the side of
Bukan
Split,
blunder
the
sih,
choke
lebih
points are so
tepatnya.
strong. Like it's not uncommon that
Apa,
we've seen those sort of like
lagi
10-2 halves, right, on the
momennya
defender side,
Suigetsu.
favoring because it
itu.
is so hectic
Aku
to get
nonton
out of
langsung,
some of those choke points. And if you're
sayang
gonna
banget
go, you
Ini
gotta
mereka
go.
bisa
You can't
menang
leave
gitu
your
loh.
teammates
Maksudku
inside
bisa
garage,
menang mereka.
can't leave him inside A main. You have to be supporting
Soalnya
each
pas
other
itu
to
4
barrel through into those positions, no hesitation.
Two
And on that
before
point as well, if we
keadaannya
do
kalau
see
nggak salah.
the
Two
agent
before
lineup
Jing
for
nge-swing,
Boom where they're running their neon
mati
composition
Jing,
again,
tapi dapat kill
it might be hard
juga.
because we saw
Kemudian
like a flick of a
1v3 kan.
switch essentially on that
Suigetsu
previous
dapat
map
kill
between slow and
habis
fast
siapa
pace.
nggak tahu,
They
lupa
could
aku
just change it completely and they
di
still just
towernya
look
itu,
like
kemudian
the
dia ngelihat ke arah
Demolition
mid.
Boom.
Yeah.
Like, it's
For
really
second sama
Ever Demolition
ini
Boom. I
naik
like
box.
that. I really like that.
Anjay.
It's good.
We
Yang satu kelihatan
words on
kepala,
the
yang
slide
satu
today, all right?
I mean,
yang
they're
satu
kind of
naik
like, you know,
box.
cool people don't look at explosions.
banget.
Boom makes explosions and they don't look at it. They just
12
leave,
9
like, a whole
20
massive
Walking
heavy
away,
13
back
9
around,
jadi
nice and
dramatically,
smooth.
right?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
get
Gotta
especially
put on the slow-mo as they walk away.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we need
For
to make
sure.
like a. They need to ask the editor to make a montage of that for
Oh,
sure.
ini ya.
But coming into this though,
Round
I mean, when you
22,
think
bukan
about
round
Boom,
21.
seeing the aggression come through, it can work in
Pas
so
itu.
many ways. I
GG
mean, I
anjir,
think
Paper
what's
X,
really
tapi
important
udah
about
sampai
Split is
sono, ya
that
kan?
mid control coming
Jason
into rope
sama
side. That means you
ini
basically
juga.
have control
kan?
of A to ropes, onto heaven, onto B. So Griffin on attack side, what can they do to kind of equalize it before they head on over into defense?
I think for Griffin, a good
Mereka punya
example for
kesempatan
what
sih,
to do
buat
against
menang.
Boom on a map like this is what Order did to Boom. 13-1 was the scoreline.
Yeah, it was,
And this
that's
was the
right,
map
yeah.
that kind of made Boom question everything that they were throwing into it.
Yeah.
But then they came back after that with, you know, differences, right? They completely re-reviewed their structure on toward this map. So I think if you're looking at, you know, what to do in this series, they need to kind of pivot over to, forget what happened with Order going back towards the previous stage and bring out what they sort of did towards Onyx G, right? It was just a completely different structure, running something new. new, with the same lineup of agents, mind you, but just changing the flow of the game.
Yeah, the hesitancy is going to be the thing that kills any sort of roster in a map like Split, and you just have to make sure that everyone's absolutely on the same page. And I think fighting against Flipshitter, depending on what he's going to be picking up here, he's looking absolutely awesome on that Killjoy.
I want to
We're
see the
talking
Killjoy
about
again.
Kush, right? Like
Yeah.
back on that Cypher, like how impactful some of these Sentinels have been in this competition so far. So I don't doubt that will continue. And the agent selection is really going to sort of play into what we're expecting.
Gotta remember, right? We go from Flipshitter on the Killjoy
Yeah.
to now Flipshitter on the Chamber, which
Yeah.
I think is going from here to here.
Yeah, stepping it up.
So it's gonna be difficult.
I mean, what if they decide to do a double Sentinel?
If Boom change things up completely after what they've been running has kind of been working for a little bit,
casternya
I would be
juga
very surprised, but it would
pengen
mean
tahu
they feel
juga
more
komposisinya
confident in
gimana
their
di
lineup.
Split tuh.
Yeah, I
Sama
agree.
ini
But
ngomongin lagi
Flipshitter
ngomongin
on
itu.
Chamber, I think it's so
Mau
great to
gimana
see him. He
mainnya?
has so
Apakah
much
Flipshitter
impact
itu
whether
di
it be on
chamber
A
kah,
and
atau
on B.
tetap
If he
di-
wants to play mid, it's also very, very possible. But even a KO would look really good on this map, honestly.
Yeah, Blaze King on the KO.
Yeah, could
Blaze
be
King
anything to
KO?
break down those walls, sort of thing. That's what we need, right? You need something that creates that space early and makes it straight out. Because I think, the mid control, that's sort of easy to take straight off the bat kind of thing. You can sort of get into that position, but how do you attack from the other choke points? That's the main thing.
I
right?
think I just don't want to see Griffin's defensive side fall over like
Correct.
on Haven.
It's
Have to
very
really get
important.
moving.
Yeah, it's very important, especially for this map in particular, for that team to take at least a lot of rounds as possible on defense before you go onto attack. So the question is, will we be seeing a map 3 as we go into Fracture? Because I'm really excited for that. So for now, we're going to be passing it off to our casters. We have Pavlos and Kramer. I want to know. I want to know. Between these two Aussies, who's your favorite panelist?
You can't do that to us, man.
Hang on, it's him.
No.
I'm just going to say it's him.
To put us on the spot, man, that's terrible. I don't know why they'd have a conky. I don't know why they'd ever want us to discriminate between both our conky, but between our other two panelists. I'm so
I don't know why
sorry to
they're
be
doing
honest.
this. I don't know. Anyway, we're talking about Split, right? And
Yeah,
that
we are
is
talking about
Boom's pick. We heard the analysts. What are your thoughts?
Honestly, something that I think is quite interesting. We spoke a lot about Boom. I want to talk about Griffin here. They still run the Cypher on Split, which I think is a bit of an older composition, sure, but it's something that we have seen teams make work. It's very,
Bisa pakai
very
Viper
niche,
juga,
but
controllernya
if
di
you
sini di
can
map
play a
Split
Cypher
tuh.
well, then it can be unstoppable. I'm actually going to sort of set your gaze back a while ago, Pablos.
Banyak cuy, di sini hampir semua controller viable.
They go through the MYSG qualifier. I tell you what, there's a team in the MYSG qualifier called Lays, which stands for Long Amazing Zebra Ears. They were able to beat
tetap pakai
PRX
Cypher.
because they were able to isolate each player as they went aggressive. We're looking at the agent compositions here. Interestingly enough, no longer a Cypher that comes out. Instead, they're going to the chamber. A little bit more aggressive from Griffin, and potentially that same idea to pick off one player at a time from Boom.
I love the fade from Boom
Ya
as
kan?
well.
Viper
Right,
kan?
that's new. That's definitely new.
Bener.
They
That's
strayed
very
away from
new.
the breach and gone for the fade.
Dia pakai fade,
Breach.
Berserk yang pakai ini.
I think that Breach has a little bit more versatility, particularly
Famous
with that fault line.
pakai
I think that when
Raze.
you're
Interesting.
using your primary source of information being the Prowler, it means that it's very, very easy to get a false negative for players to sort of just shoulder peek it and
Double
get out there.
Sentinel,
Whereas when you have the fault line, you're able to actually commit to a fight and try and get a kill off the back of it.
Yeah, it kind of feels like Fade is putting together Skies and Breach's best worlds together in a way. So I understand the testament, which is really nice to see. They're bringing in changes, which is making it really difficult for Griffin to kind of anti-strat.
Also famous going onto the Raze as well. So this is completely fresh
kagak.
compositions from both teams, which means
Double
anti-stratting is something
controller
that
aja.
become a thing of the past. Right now it's on-the-fly communications and reactionary plays, which is where Boom thrive. Of course, they were able to do so on Haven, and they were able to take Haven in quite a one-sided fashion. Let's see if they can do the same on their map pick, their home territory. Pavlos, you're on our turf right now, Griffin, and there are no visitors wanted.
Well, Blaze King is perhaps looking to be a visitor himself, as he's the first to enter towards mid and seems to be taking no contact with anyone. Full mid control. And Griffin just hold back. Don't really want to challenge this at all.
You're absolutely right, and with Debotal the main player to worry about, point blank here.
Point blank with two up against them. He's got reinforcements to arrive, but he's a little bit isolated for now. Oh, he doesn't need friends. But thankfully enough, Flipside is there and gets it done. And that means that Boom are on top. Unless Rainy can do something about it himself. that is a big no. But still 2v3, still a fathomable
30
concept.
seconds left.
Fathomable and doable doesn't mean probable, unfortunately, and with the spike down, the odds are definitely starting to stack up against Griffin here. This flank from the Omen is everything.
And I think they may know of it. And the pick means that now they're on equal footing. 2v2, but look at the flank, it's perfect. Oh, or is it? It is, because they have absolutely no clue.
Nice.
Wrong time to go into Astra form there, winner. And that is how you go down. Boom goes the Dynamo. It's Boom with first round.
Astral form is no way to run, unfortunately, and for Boom, a 1-0 lead is exactly how you want to go into your second map, exactly how you want to show every other team in the bracket that your broad map pool doesn't mean that you're happy to play every map, it means that you're good at every map. For Griffin now, they're going to be going down to a bit of an eco. I like the fact we're not really seeing that. For a while, a lot of teams were trying that sort of second round force buy, and it was very, very hit or miss. I'm glad Griffin aren't the ones taking that risk right now. There's just too much on the line.
It kind of feels like Griffin is in a really tough spot, right? Well, where do you think maybe we can draw perhaps a line of, you know, them finding their way back into the game, right? It's a difficult spot for them. They've lost their own map pick. What would be their winning case scenarios?
I think it's Suifat. Once he starts really coming online, this is accompanied, of course, by Funk. Once both of them are awake and starting to all hit their shots, then Griffin can really start making plays with the space they're able to ascertain. For Boom, if they can just keep these players shut down, then they're going to be unstoppable.
Again, Griffin very respectful of Boom's positioning, and it's not
nice
because Blaze King
is
elevated and able to take one down. Now looking at a 4v5, it's getting even more difficult. It's pistols. We don't expect too much from them. But Boom. Again, very slow. We know this seems to be very explosive, very fast, but as we've seen from Paper X over in Masters, they've started to bring both sides of that coin now and switching up the tempo, making it more difficult. That's a flash that only contributes to 1 kill for Griffin. But apart from that, it may be a cleanup? No, it's not! What? Holy crap!
Free gun, by the way,
Pavlov.
I'm scared. What? Where did that come from?
30 seconds left.
How is Griffin on top all of a sudden? Winner, where did that come from?
Taboto's alone. Guys, where's his team gone? And
20 seconds, by the way, and he doesn't even have spike control. Oh, Winner, he's done so much. Won't be able to shut it down, but it's 20 points of health. The Tepo up against the wall. Come on! Winner, chicken dinner.
I'll tell you what, and that is exactly how you follow up from
Anjir, winner 2 kali cuy, ngeflick
over
lagi
on
dia.
Haven. This man, when he erupts, he's like a firework. Sure, there's a bit of a fuse, but once it goes off, you can't miss it.
Oh, that's crazy.
That, and he can't miss either. The right clicks,
all day.
Just nasty. And with that, the members of Boom are going to be sent reeling as they bring out pistols of their own. Hey, if Winner can do it, maybe we can as well. Unfortunately, that's a gamble Griffin will take any day of the week as they pull out some Vandals, Phantoms. They've even got a Cosmic Divide to just sweeten the deal.
I love that we just started talking about the ramifications of how they come back when they do that. Like, we didn't even entertain the idea of them winning that round.
We didn't even entertain the idea of Winner being the reason they win that round.
With a classic up against everyone.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dapat gun.
These things only happen once.
Unless you're Berserks.
A winner. Exactly. All right, case in point. Although we're looking at Blaze King with a Vandal here, which means this round isn't all lost, especially when they've managed to find themselves onto that B site, moving in towards that mid angle. Winner, he's feeling it. He's feeling himself. He just went into an aim trainer just a second ago, and now he's just online.
Flipshooter's going to be able to reunite with Tabotal as well, which means that taking fights, look how fragmented Griffin are. All of them could be isolated and killed at the moment.
Tapi udah ada dijaga semua, Heaven-nya dijaga.
Oh, that is.
Site-nya dijaga juga.
It's a gamble to be here, but he knows one of these players are low.
You're so right, Peter. They've got, I mean, if they get that 1 kill to the left, but they're not going to check it in time. That's that. So that is Griffin now on top.
Behave yourself, the Rays. Bringing Griffin not only the second round, but bringing them a lead.
Sounds like you want to send him to the naughty corner.
He deserves to go to the naughty corner, doing something like that to the poor dogs. They've been absolutely ruined, the dogs of Boom. They've been sent reeling, exactly. They've gone from hounds to puppies.
Yeah. You're right. Although this is early days, right? Okay, they did lose their second round, which shouldn't, but it happened. But it's time for them to show their mental fortitude and reset. We're looking at the first full complete buy round of this game, which could turn out to be influential.
You're absolutely right. Look at the ult management as well. For the members of Flipside, that's going to be a Nightfall readily available. Over on Astra, that Cosmic Divide needs to be accompanied by something. They need something to work with, something to work with. Look at this utility, this huge commitment in mid here.
And they do lose one player at the start. It's Berserks to open things up for them, but it's mid-commitment all the way, apart from the sideline towards the B site. Look to your left, and he does, and that means Boom are winning all trades all around. B completely open, and all of their players are still alive.
You're absolutely right. Now, for Winner and Rainy, this is where things get a bit interesting. Do they save the weapons? Do they keep the economy? Hey, you may even be able to get a few exits. Might give Rainy the Seekers. Do you try and win?
sama Winner
harusnya sih do you try and put them in place? I like the fact though that they are actually just backing off, holding on to their weapons. We are going to see a few stars get thrown out from Winner just to try and garner a bit of control, just to keep Boom kind of on the site, prevent them from hunting too much. But at the end of the day, for Boom, that's going to be the equalizer, 2-2, and for Griffin, it's time to head back to the drawing board. I like the idea with that playthrough mid, the idea to try and isolate the, I believe they're trying to isolate Berserks there. Unfortunately, the counter utility was just so strong. Turbotal really nice on the fly thinking, but now can they repeat it? And if Griffin make a few adjustments, are they going to be able to actually get that control in mid?
A lot of questions asked, right? I remember when there were the similar points in the previous map where they did take a timeout. Do we expect something similar? I guess it's not a 4-1 situation now. It's kind of
masih round keempat.
I think it's a bit early for a timeout.
It is a bit early.
Kalau ini sampai round 24 sih.
Yeah, they do have money to play into it.
Round
So
26 lebih sih, lama cuy, 1 jam
Look at the ult management as well.
Satu matchnya
Select, famous Turbotal, Blaze King, Berserk, all just moments away from being able to bring out
45 menit sampai 1 jam.
Round 6, round 7, we're going to have
kecuali yang main PaperX atau
most likely the
tim-tim yang
latter stage
asing.
of this round here potentially. And for me,
W
this is where
game
things get interesting because you know what I love, Pavlos? That
cepet banget,
spontaneous usage of ults, and right now this is the prime field to do it in.
Funk made to be in a really tough spot. Doesn't connect a single shot, but does have his guarantee to safety. Oh, look at that push positioning. They've kind of noted it though. There's pings in that direction. Suifat reads it and is able to find the first one. Showstopper. It's a little bit delayed. There's another blast back to help him to get out into the open, but he doesn't quite connect it. And all of a sudden, it's down to Fung to do it all by himself. It looks like he may be able to do it, but it's also down to Techbotol over to the Boom side of things. He doesn't have the spike by his feet. And it looks like Griffin are looking to group up together unless Techbotol can do something about it. Could this be one of those incredible rounds again? Poison Cloud to conceal his position. Oh, this could be mad. No shots are flying in his direction. It's as if they don't know. And he picks up the spike. As easy as that! Oh, I spoke too fast.
Oh, no.
Oh, that could have been.
That very well could have been. However, for Griffin, they don't worry about could have beens or what ifs. The reality is they are now in the lead at 3-2. For Boom, interestingly enough, I feel like they went a little bit too quickly into that site. The Rays potentially pushed a little bit too fast forward. What it meant is that when Famous fell, Flipjada wasn't quite in a position to be able to trade it, and it meant that the rest of the team just ended up having to pick one at a time, purely because they were just forced in that way. It was shoehorned into taking engagements. So really nice stagger from Griffin. Now for Boom, yes, they can buy,
Fung
but their
pakai tour de
economy is
force.
not in a pretty place at all.
Definitely not in a place they would like it to be. No. Mid has been the play of the game so far, hasn't it?
Yeah.
You know, try and access that control, opens up your horizons for both sides, and hotly contested by both teams in this particular one. Looking to find that info. Griffin, 3 dedicated here, right? Still wary, guiding light, definitely spotting out the Viper moving into Garage. Why Select forced out, Trailblazer keeping him back. There's so much thrown at this. And no one seems to be gaining control unless, oh, this is perfect for Berserks. He wants it to get into this position, but he misses a shot, crucially enough. Knows there's one to the left side, therefore does move across, but ends up falling back. They're looking for a different play. From the shadows, used towards the A site to try and distract the rest of them. And Fung is wary of it. Paranoia maybe to get him to go after him, and it looks like it to be working.
Nice!
It works!
Dapat kill.
King, and that allows him to get a kill. The rest of the team now can move in to help on towards the A site, but they've lost the positioning. Viper split towards the B site. It's a completely split effort, and it misses on both ends.
Feels like an overextension, actually. Both positions extend too far, and it comes back to bite them now. This is from Flipjada. If this doesn't get a kill, then it's over. Now it's just down to the 3v3. It becomes doable. It doesn't mean it's won by any stretch of the imagination.
It's a 3-on-3, as you said. Doable on both ends. Berserks, oh, he spotted out the bosom.
Nice.
That is famous to open things up. Showstopper available, doesn't find a single player. Berserks comes alive once again, and Suifat realizes, my teammates are dead. But he's going for it.
I tell you what, he's got money in the bank. It makes sense. The rest of the team, they're doing all right economically. They maybe have a few ults to play with next round. Sure, it's not a great position to be in, but it may be enough to set yourself up for a clutch.
Still a 1v3 though, and multiple positions will be covered by the Boom players. And this position is definitely covered. And it's covered by none other than Berserks. Equalization by Boom.
3-3. More importantly for Griffin, this is where things get a little bit stressful, because you need to remember that for Boom, these last couple of rounds, they've been able to get to these sites. They've consistently got to these sites. The Griffin's success has come from either preventing the whole body of the force from getting to a site, or they've been preventing a plant, or delaying a plant. In this case, it finally breaks, and now they need to be able to tighten and fill the cracks in the ship as quick as humanly possible before they keep taking on rounds and end up sinking. For Griffin, I love the fact they still have some ults to play with, but the money just is not there. I don't want to see the ults committed this round. I don't want to see him get baited out, because that's exactly what Boom are going to try and do with this mid presence.
It wouldn't be the first time we'd be seeing this, right? We saw it on Haven as well when they were up against the Pistols, kind of trying to bait him through. So yeah, you're right. It's kind of a telegraphed play from Griffin, and Boom know of it. But a little bit more composed this time around. Actually, no. You can see the A-site extremity kind of be taken over. Mid, of course, with the plethora of utility thrown at right select will open up for them. Ooh, that's damage. Imagine if it's another pistol play. No, blast pack at the back and flips shitters.
Oh,
might as well make it look clean, make it look flamboyant, if you will. It would have been a simple win either way.
I tell you what, Griffin, even though they are kind of getting stomped in this round, in general they've been keeping these rounds really close, which means that repeater Haven probably isn't the case here. What really matters, and remember, as Tash said in our analysis desk, right now it's split. The current decided that your attack, you only need to go kind of 4 or 5 rounds before you're in a very comfortable position. The fact Boom were able to get that in our first couple is really worrisome.
Kalau dapat kill, ambil senjata, itu kemungkinan bisa ngasih damage lebih.
I mean, he wasn't going to win anything out of that anyway, but
that's true.
It just makes it funny.
It'll fall by his own hand.
You know,
yeah, a bit of control in death.
I used to watch those compilations of like funny fails.
Yeah,
just laugh a lot.
Funny fail.
I mean, there might be painful fails as well, but you still laugh.
I suppose
the old days back when it wasn't taboo to do so.
Yeah. Oh, for Griffin. That's a rough way to go 4-3 down, as they're able to go into a bye round though, which is the silver lining here. The other thing to highlight is that they also have a tour de force to bring out, so you are able to hold some distance between yourselves and Boom, and a really early commitment of the Viper's pit in mid means that Boom may have to reevaluate how they're going to be able to approach this A site without the option of going for ropes control.
Here. Very split approach from Boom. I wouldn't call it default because it's not default of them to do this. For other teams, perhaps, yeah, but that is a very deep position for Tethpodol, and it's quickly challenged. Moving across. Now it's looking a lot like Boom, that they've connected all of the players together. Oh, winner! This is a high risk, high reward position, and it does pay off.
Oh no!
Winner runs away with a prize.
More importantly, he's able to get into another position now. He's able to stagger the finishes into it. Swings up. Oh,
that's crazy.
Just all you need. There's the equalizer. 5 players left alive. It's the huge cash injection that Griffin needed to be able to take on this war of attrition with Boom. And sure, you were to remove the fact that Boom have a 1-map lead, or even if we were to start the series on splits, this whole kind of momentum is going to turn on its head. Remember, Griffin were underdogs here, but that didn't necessarily mean that they were expected to be stopped.
Let's spend a moment here and cherish Winner, because he's been in so many aggressive positions that have actually worked out for him. Imagine if he lost his life. That would be Griffin on the defense, trying to retake without a controller.
Yeah.
Right? So the fact that he is actually running away with his kills is extremely influential. I mean, there's a fine line between inting and being a master of what you do, right?
I cross that line all the time, Pavlos.
And, yeah, but I've played with you before, I know.
Yeah. Don't we all? Tell you what, like, Boom, they are trying to restore order down to the 3v3, and that's beautiful trading.
It is. But Griffin are on the back foot, and I don't think they've cleared this, and it will pay dividends, at least for Boom. Still looking at a 2 versus 2, the spike now down. Maybe a crossfire setup. They can hear Fung now moving in. Berserks will be blind. Well, he won't be blind, but he won't be able to hear a thing. Paint's thrown. Oh, he's able to TP behind, but Suifat knows of this. He's so low. He just wants this kill to get it done with, so he can't worry about his backline for much longer, but they know exactly where Flipshida is. Can they shut him down quickly enough? They're pushing, but it means they're able to isolate them perhaps. Oh, Fang is so low, but he misses his shots. They can't get the spike diffused either because that is Suifat being such a big menace in the middle of no man's land. He does it all by himself. Oh,
okay,
perfect.
nice.
But Berserks is there to stop him. Constantly on that back line, and it's Boom now on the lead.
It's an age-old problem you find, particularly with lurkers, which is sometimes the threat of you being there is scarier than you actually being there. And in this case, Berserks, he's a one-shot, so he knows that the threat of him flanking is scarier than him actually trying to commit to a gunfight, which he's probably going to lose, because if you don't one-tap your enemy, you're dead. In this case, he's able to buy time. By the time Suifat actually tries to take the gunfight with him, the round's already done with. There was not enough time left on the clock. So not only is it a smart play from Berserks, but it's also a very talented play to be able to get the kill regardless. Operator comes out from Suifat, the first operator purchase we're going to see on Split. He is going to be accompanied by a showstopper, so maybe if you try and corner the race, they'll come out swinging. Let's see if they can get this opening kill.
Oh, again, high risk, high reward, but
something only winner can do.
Yeah. Apparently, Suifat can't quite step up to the plate here, but they don't check Rainy. They don't check Rainy. Not a single player checks Rainy. And he may be seized in place, but it doesn't matter because there's no follow-up to it. And the early advantage they gained is now lost.
Debotal's sort of lurking Viper is something that's unique only to him, and it has had some mixed responses. Sometimes he just gets killed, other times it's a sight that swings open like a door in a gale. For Selection, let's see if he can help the three-man push.
They know he's there, but they don't want to challenge him. They do not want to challenge him. They're lingering quite a bit, and I think they're worried because there's not much utility to help them enter, right? It's going to be dry most of the day. Flipshida, no Brawler, no Seize, nothing. Right? Oh, maybe. Okay, now he's got, with a cooldown, may allow them to start pushing forwards, maybe a haunt to allow them to push in. Well, I select the back line. Oh, Farmers was so low. Onto the B site. But there's one player lying in wait, and that is Winner. And he's done so much this game. They try as much as they can, but there's just too many players and not enough time. Griffin equalised. This first half is really, really close.
It's turning into a bloodbath, Pavlos, and we really are seeing it come down to every single small decision. And when it is coming down to every single small decision, lurks like Debotal, who can take a few risks, who can risk going through smokes, who can risk trying to catch your enemy off guard, who could have done so on Haven and did so with relative ease. Now on Split, needs to be a lot more reserved, because any mistake is going to be felt in the main body of the team. The butterfly effect ends up lasting much, much longer. You look at the buy of Boom here, and they've not got anything to work with.
Casternya juga ngomongin masalah
buy-nya on the horizon, which may mean their final round of this half could be convincing, but losing this means your final round of this half is a battle for the lead, or even for an equalizer.
The Astro adaptation, of course, there for the delay. So far showing its presence, but look at Boom how fast they're going to push. Again, Tekvotal all by himself. And this time around, he's alive, and that is causing pressure. That cover as well, giving them access towards the B site drop, but Fang hasn't been checked, hasn't been cleared, and hasn't been stopped.
Fang sih sialan ya, lagi on fire
so he himself is doing the stopping here, but
Fang
TP
sama
onto the
Winner.
site. Looks like they will be able to get the spike down, but we're looking at a deficit in numbers for Boom. But it looks like they want to play aggressive. This is so impressive. Will they run away with a kills frenzy? Maybe to pick up a weapon. Oh, Wire Select barely is alive. Farmerson's there to help, but unable to do so. We're looking at 2 versus 4 with Blaze King not having a weapon, with Stinger and Berserks is looking rougher by the second. Draws out the Headhunter. The pistols are doing so much, but now they're on the defuse and the pressure is on. 4 points of health on Wire Select, but it's Suifat to find the kill. Defuse halfway. They're going for the full commit. He's low. He needs the kill, but he stops it.
Oh.
He stops the kill. He gets the defuse, and that is Griffin on top.
Luckily for Griffin,
sayang
and
banget
this is
cuy
a
dapat
big luckily
defuse.
for Griffin. If this was any earlier in the half, we would have said, oh, it's terrible. They went down to 1 player left.
6-6.
Only 17 HP prevented them from being thriftied. But with it being the penultimate round of this first half, it doesn't actually matter. They've got cash in the bank. They've farmed a few ults. Boom are going to get these ults anyway, and Boom are going to be on a buy anyway. All that they've really been able to do here is allow Boom to pad a few stats, to gain a bit more momentum. Sure, it's not as clean as they'd want for it to be, but they have been in much worse situations and clawed their way out of. The fact they're in the lead here at all is something to be proud of. And for Boom, the fact they're playing catch-up is something that really will be weighing on their psyche.
Mid play again. So much of it. Often it is Boom to get those early trades, but Griffin playing the late game. And it's paying off. Clutches, how sustainable are they to keep them in the game? We can hear the showstopper ringing in everybody's ears, and that is a first kill, though Fung is able to hide away and trading back his teammates his life, but still in a difficult spot. But he's able to unravel himself out of there. That's a triple for him and puts his team on top, but no, Tech Bottle is there to stop the rest. We're looking at a 2-on-2, and the spike is dropped. And Boom haven't collected it, but they want to go for the collection of kills first, and it's paying dividends.
2v1.
Suifat, a cheeky man he is able to find another. He's got a showstopper himself this time around. Oh, does he find him in time? Oh, yes, he shoulder peeks it. 35 seconds, blast back to the side, uses the showstopper, misses the mark. And now it's back to a Vandal fight.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds. Where's Tech Bottle going? He's collected the spike and he's going all the way above. The toxic screen is concealing his position, and Suifat hasn't got a clue.
This is perfect, absolutely perfect. However, Suifat may realise pretty quickly there's going to be a rotation, but what's going to matter now is that Botal's going to be able to get a plant, he's going to be able to get out of position, and he's got a Viper's Pit. Absolutely perfect. What this does is it levels the playing field. It means that, yes, he doesn't have armour, but it doesn't matter now, because at point blank, those Vandal bullets, they hurt Pavlos. And for Suifat now, going through screens, this is going to be so damn important.
Oh, it's going to be so tough. Oh! We're playing with millimeters. And milliseconds. Everything is a milli.
Everything is
It'd be funny if
milli.
one of these players' names were Millie. Moving around, Tech Bottle. Oh, hiding away, but they're so close yet again. Breathing distance. Oh, doesn't check behind him.
Oh,
and that is
no.
Suifat to get the clutch, and that is Griffin to find themselves on
75
top of
anjir. Wah,
halftime
kalau game
with a
ketiga aku nggak
7-5
nonton cuy.
scoreline.
The Griffins swooped to the rescue, 7-5. They tell us, Pavlos, one very foreboding message. We've got a series on our hands. Are you looking forward to Fracture? I'm looking forward to Fracture. Let's hear what the analyst desk have to say.
What a game before we headed into that halftime. I have to say, I was sitting in my seat. I was yelling. And you guys
Yeah, she was yelling. She was yelling. All I can say is I think Kremer summed it up perfectly. See this thing on our hands? It's a series, right? And we've got one of them, and it's great to finally have it because that game was super close and exactly what we needed a split half to be looking like.
There was a lot of rounds that were really close that were almost a 50-50 coin flip toward the end of that as well.
Yeah.
It was really like ridiculous. Just the mind games to be playing, and like just that last round, for example, right? The fact that there was a bit of a battle with the showstopper around the B side, you just relieve yourself from that to use your pit over at A, and then it doesn't work out. It's like all these sort of weird rounds that were coming through, but I gotta say, I am happy by the fact that Griffin are actually leading, and they had somewhat of a defensive side. Not somewhat of a defensive side, actually. They had a defensive side.
They really
7-5 at this halftime scoreline. Now, I just don't want to see what happened on the other map, and you know, they don't have an attacker side now, so we're halfway there.
We're halfway there, but I just want to say that Griffin really adapted well to the aggression coming in from Boom Esports. At first, they didn't really have that mid control to the point that they didn't realize that Boom had already wrapped around all the way to the back. But then they really learned. They were just kind of like separating themselves, trying to get those information and picks. It really gave Boom a run for their money. Despite that, though, Boom still managed to get it up to a 5 points. And you mentioned to me during the game that getting 5, that means it's pretty much a pretty easy road, at least for Boom Esports, going to the attacker side.
For sure.
I think
they have to jump onto that straight away, though, because I'm actually looking at the scoreline a little bit more. There was no more than 2 rounds picked up by either of these sides, right? It was a very much back and forth, game of tug-of-war a little bit, and that's why it's made this series actually so exciting so far.
I was actually thinking on the point when it was 4-5 and Boom took the lead back that, you know, maybe they would look to run away from it there, but Griffin kind of just reset themselves and maneuvered around a little bit more decisively. I almost feel like there wasn't any laps for those little couple of rounds, and then it got more chaotic towards the later stages of that, like, last 2 or 3 rounds. Okay. But I think the biggest thing to take away from this is they are looking a lot more confident than they were on Haven.
For sure. Like, they've definitely dug deep, and, you know, that reset after the
ini
first game.
ngomongin Griffin lebih
one of those maps go through too far in your brain, you've got to set it, you've got to say that's done, move forward to the next one, and that's exactly what Griffin have done.
And might I add just quickly as well, the fact that both of these teams are using new agent lineups as new compositions on this map as well, it is new.
It is really new, and it looks really good for both teams. Regardless, 7-5 is a pretty close scoreline as we move over to the second half. So for now, I'm going to pass it back to our casters.
Ini harus menang
We're
sih,
going to see whether or not they can bring it
Ini
back.
harus menang.
It's been a 7-5
Ngejar ke
scoreline over
7-7.
for Boom
Pistolnya
in
harus
the
menang.
first particular matchup. It's Griffin to do it this time around, and the opposite way around.
Bear in mind that in that last 7-5, we hit the second half, and Boom just decimated Griffin. It wasn't close in any way, shape, or form. They just eradicated them. Will it be the same on Split? I doubt it. Bearing in mind, as Conky mentioned, right now, Boom, they are on the favoured side of the defence. However, they need to capitalise on that instantly.
Let's have a look at this round, shall we? As we traverse the skylines of Split. Way! Whoa! Whoa! Turn around. And on top. Okay. Cinematic all the way. It's looking nice. All right. We're in the cinema.
You guys got a little journey together.
Going on a little journey
Oh
together.
no.
Place King, the only journey he's going to is to
Kepick dia.
is in the ground. he's taking an early nap.
Do you know why people are scared of the dark, Pavlos?
Oh no.
Why? Because it's fear of the unknown.
Ah, okay.
We have no data for Griffin on Fracture if it goes to the third map. Right now, Boom are fearing the darkness, and that same darkness is currently in a 5-on-3, leading on their map pick.
Yeah, even though by the end of the day, I mean, Boom winning that first map, it seemed to be a one-sided street on that second half. All those rounds
Blinded,
were
nggak ada orang.
nail-biting and close, and any small fragment and change in some
mereka nggak
data
dapat nih.
would have completely
Kalah nih
switched
mereka.
up the position right
Ke
now. It could be
9 berarti.
Griffin with the first map.
9-5. Map ketiga ini. Kalau map ketiga aku nggak bisa
I've started
nonton
worried
cuy.
for Boom.
Yeah,
I won't like. Bear in mind, we sort of hyped them up as the favourites here. Having seen Haven, they were the favourites for good reason. Their map pick, Pavlos and Griffin have just turned it around.
And not winning this pistol will be detrimental. Griffin will be able to find a very early advantage and maybe running away with quite a lead. Not a kill to go their way. And that is Berserk's maybe to try his luck. There is a world where he could have gotten a kill out there. We saw them line up, but no, that will not be the case. And it's going to be Griffin with the first round.
Absolutely, and for Boom, something I want to highlight is that they've been playing a little bit more passively. They're not really overextending for peaks. It makes me feel that potentially they're almost scared of Griffin, all things considered, because they are just losing angels. And for Griffin, when you're on a map like Split, which does favour these sort of corridors, these point-blank angles, if you're aiming well, you can be unstoppable. And for the likes of Paper Rex, this is why they had such a huge dynasty on the likes of Split, because they had that ever-fearing presence that they could be round a corner. If they're round a corner, you're probably going to die. For Boom, that same fear's starting to set in.
Only classics here from Boom. Can't expect too much.
Nggak bisa cuy.
Unless you're winner, of course. We saw him earlier too.
Expecting
anything
less than 4 kills is a failure.
Okay, well, at the same time, you want to see how much damage Boom can do in retaliation, try and limit the chances of Griffin, right? And even though all these close angles are being taken by Boom, it doesn't seem like they're finding the better timings of this. And I love the coordination with the pushes of Griffin, not taking any chances themselves. They are doubling up, really, playing the buddy system. And yeah, I mean, it's solid from Griffin, not making any mistakes. And now they finally made a decision on where they want to approach A site to be taken over. Berserk goes for a shot.
Oh no.
Doesn't quite do what he would have wished.
10.
And yeah, with a free A site entry without dropping a player, this seems to be a one-sided street. They went in with a spike. Anyway, yeah. Hopefully, well, thankfully they didn't go too far in, and they've got better weapons to deal with the rest of this round. We're looking at a 9th round here for Griffin.
It's a little bit laboured in places. Sure, some of the gunfights go on for a little bit longer than they maybe needed to have.
Harus menang.
But what
Ini
matters
wajib
is they
menang.
were
Bumi
converted.
Sport.
What matters
Kalau
is
Bumi Sport
Griffin
di
were able
sini
to
ini
get that
nggak menang,
9th round,
udah
and they were able to
kalah
show
udah.
Boom that actually
Banyak
this
kalahnya
is
daripada
still
menang.
there. This is still their zone. Yes,
That the birds can still fly.
The birds can still very well fly, and unfortunately for Boom, Vandal's pretty good at aiming upwards, but you still need to aim them. And for Angels, they are just losing. Suifat and Winner right now are just outclassing. We said Flip Shitter on first map, absolutely incredible. We've hit the second map and he's just collapsed. Same for Blaze King. Both of them were top fragging. We head onto our second map and they're the two bottom fraggers. Whatever Griffin have done to just zone them out, to force them into these tight angles, has worked a charm.
Ooh, good concussion on the flip side of that.
Oh,
Working charm.
whiffing
That is
anjir.
incredible by Griffin. Good coordination by
Oh,
Utility,
no, itu
but
whiffing-
unlucky positioning
whiffing
there for
banget,
Boom.
You talk about it being good coordination from Griffin, a lot of that was Boom messing up. A lot of that was Boom just missing. And so long as Griffin have that kind of 1 or 2 extra seconds to adjust their aim, get into position and get a kill, they're going to take it, and it's very hard to outmatch them when they have that sort of head start.
And now they've even got one player kind of stuck in place, right? Very far into that B site. They're not taking their chances though. They're not putting the spike down yet.
Wah, itu tuh. Chambernya ketemu nih.
Yeah, he seems that there could be some shenanigans going on here. It's a little bit drawn out, but Winner by the end of things does manage to get the kill.
He's so late to react there actually, and really does come back to bite him. Famous now, he's got no way to join his teammate.
Remember, Boom started this with a full buy, with a full stack of rifles, and Griffin are doing this. Anybody want to take a flashback and see how that last map ended? No, it was nothing like this.
We're going to Fracture.
It may darn be Fracture, and as you said, there is no data on one of these sites.
Absolutely. What was quite interesting is when we were doing our research for both of these teams, the one thing that we were talking about when it came to Boom, sort of where it comes to strength and weaknesses, we thought consistency was something they had on lock. The fact that all of a sudden this has just gone out the window is really worrying, particularly when you start in the bracket. We said to for Haven, it was their chance to show every other team in the tournament they mean business. This entire series now is a chance to show every other team in the tournament that it's a free meal.
Well, Famous is thanking his lucky stars that he is able to save that weapon. Tekpo Total as well, doing the same thing. I think they're able to make it out of harm's way without any issues whatsoever. 2 rifles saved per side, but it's Griffin with double the amount of rounds than Boom have.
I don't want to say it's GG for the Griffins just yet, but they're really just setting up to close. And for Fracture, it's a map where we are going to be seeing the likes of Neon probably kind of rear their heads, and that's when things get even more complicated, because while Boom usually do run a Neon, it's one they've shied away from on splits. They're now going to have to bring back on Fracture against the team they have no data on, who know they're bringing back the Neon. This is slowly getting worse and worse for Boom. Timeout called. Coach Meow potentially has something to say to the rest of the team. I think this timeout's actually a bit late.
I just realised the irony of having a Coach Meow again in a team that has a logo of Hound.
Yeah.
It's like meowing at the Hounds. Is that what he's doing now in the timeout? I don't know. I'll stop, guys. You're right. This is actually a very influential map. I'm just memeing here.
You meow at Hounds.
Meowing at the Hounds.
You don't own pets, do you?
I do.
Do you?
Yeah. A dog.
You own a dog?
Little doggy.
That doesn't surprise me. Definitely not a cat.
I'm a dog person.
Yeah.
Just having the producer in my ear saying that cat's rule. Yeah. And now he's correcting it to saying bear's rule. Okay,
to be
maybe
honest,
he has a pet bear. I don't know.
If bear not friend, why friend shape?
I don't know, why not? Why not? Anyway, okay, Boom were in trouble. They got themselves a timeout. Now it's their time to unravel themselves out of this, right? 2 rifles, hero rifles, and I hope that the next round will be the one for them. What are the chances of actually closing this one out? What are their winning case scenarios?
Honestly, for me, it's once the Jordans of Boom come online, then they can really start looking to give Griffin a run for their money. If they continue just collapsing, if they continue just whiffing their shots, then Griffin at some point are just going to run away with this. Yeah, Boom might be able to get a stray 2 or 3 rounds, if that. But it's not a map-winning change, and while you have broken the pace of Griffin, the buy still isn't good from Boom.
Look, man, I believe in miracles. I've seen 10 to 2s being converted to 10 to 5 is nothing. Especially when you gain momentum, especially if you're Boom gaining momentum.
Yeah. Feels like a pipe dream though. Right now, I'm really liking how Griffin have played this attack. Yes, we're a couple rounds in, but the fact that we've seen a very fast pistol round followed by a default anti-eco, now we hit the full buy, and they've just stopped, shows they have some serious versatility on split, and that's the sort of thing you only get once you've practiced and practiced and practiced, which means the anti-strat, the prediction of Boom's veto pattern, has been absolutely beautiful.
Here.
Griffin slowly now traversing towards this B site. It seems to be
Mereka udah
only
ke
helped
B.
by Blaze
Nah,
King
ini mau
and
distract nih.
Tekpo Total. Flash out. It seems they know that Base King is nearby, but the toxic screen will allow the cross perhaps. He finds himself into a corner that could find some damage if he's given the opportunity.
No.
Shut down quickly.
Dikit lagi tuh.
Unfortunately for Boom, nothing was given over. Even though this is taken to the last second, they will find some access here, but it seems Tekpato and Famous.
Oh no, jangan nge-swing ke situ harusnya. Itu wallbang up.
Unfortunately, the rest of their teammates do not have rifles and will have to do it bare bones. Both of them fall pretty much simultaneously, and it's Griffin.
Dia langsung ke
I want to go back
kanan.
and sort of talk about that round a little bit there. Total, he swings and he's about to get to backside. Instead, he changes his mind, fights the player on B main. If he commits to fighting the player with the spike, then Griffin get timed out, they lose. They just lose, Pavlos. That's as simple as that.
Nah, iya.
But he goes back and takes fights.
Itu diomongin casternya kalau dia nge-swingnya tadi ke kanan, dia kan ke kiri tuh tadi. Ke sini kan ke
playing better. I don't know what
Botol tadi kan
between map
mau
1 and map
nge-swing
2.
balik
This
sini
is
yang
not
pegang
the Boom we saw on
pegang apa?
Haven. And
Pegang spike tapi nggak jadi dia balik lagi ke sini.
Well. It's not one player playing badly on Boom. It's all of them are fundamentally just struggling against Griffin right now.
Oh yeah, man, it's just birds flopping upon them and scratching their backs, and then not able to have wings, unable to do anything about it. Talk about not having wings. Suifat has just lost his, as he's not able to find himself to the upper ground, and Showstopper will now be wasted. At least it clears space to allow Griffin to get that plant down.
For Boom, what's the retake setup here? You've got a Tour de Force available for Berserks, but there's no point in using that. You haven't got any other ults to wield. You've got to rely on aim here. With an operator, that's going to be really tough to go into the aforementioned point-blank angles, particularly on L-Block.
That's what we needed to see here. Berserks, he needs to step up. That's what everybody's looking at, and now the rest of them are starting to flow in. Seekers just in time. Snakebite to avoid one of the right-hand sides, but it's actually avoiding one of his teammates pushing through. That is the entry. Berserks looks to follow it up with a classic, and it's only down a winner, but he's done so much this game. They have to do a miracle to shut down a 1v4. The spike is just being diffused constantly, and without any hope, it's Boom finally to find themselves around after a 5-round losing streak.
Absolutely beautiful retake, Pavlos, but now the question looms. Can you repeat it? Can you find the consistency in a round like that where you allow your operator to get the opening kills and you're then able to trade when going back onto a site, in some cases not even needing to trade at all? For Griffin, they know that's what Boom are going to try and mimic. They actually try and counter that now with an operator coming out onto Funk as well. Griffin, a team that have shied away from the attacking ults for most of their tenure here, so I'm really interested to see how this initial duel of snipers is going to fare, at least in mid.
Well, it seems Berserks to be taking the offensive here. He was able to find a nice little kill earlier on, maybe to give him some more confidence in this game. That's what we've been missing, right? Aggressive positionings from Boom. Not allow Griffin to take that advantage that quickly, gain early info. Although has to rendezvous out of it, gives away the position. It means that Griffin have got the clear to perhaps move.
So I'm and about it now. And for the members of Boom, this is where things get a bit interesting. You've been shown presence on mid, but you haven't been able to affirm how many players there are. Griffin being really reserved with how they've spread their numbers, and with this default Boom, they desperately have to try and find some form of control. Split is a very compartmentalized map. You can take control in positions where you just push to it. For instance, you want A main control, B main control. You may even push all the way through mid, sewers. In this case, they've just been so passive. 40 seconds left on the clock, and they have no clue how Griffin have poised themselves for this attack.
Yeah, the only little bit of information there is that they've gathered with the Trailblazers that there's one onto the backside of B, nowhere near to the idea that Blaze King could be hiding here. Tepoto kind of knowing that Fung may be pushing. Oh, he needs this pick, and he's gotten it. Griffin on top. Now they can pincer in the players of B, but do they check their corners in time? They do not. They do not. And Blaze King only good for one, and now we're looking at a 3 versus 4. With Griffin having a full clear advantage, but they haven't cleared out the side just yet. Famous shut down, so is Flip Shudder. And all of a sudden, it's Berserk all by himself. It's a lonely world for him. It's him and his gun, and the only thing he can do is save.
This is my rifle. There are many like it, but this one is mine, and he's going to cling to it as he awaits to see Griffin hit match or map point even. They get ready to thrust us onto Fracture, where we're really going to see Boom get tested. I tell you what, we wanted a 3-map series. We were itching for it, weren't we? You can't have the first ever tournament without a 3-mapper. This is that 3-mapper, and if you are on Griffin, this is where you make it turn around. This is where you show that Haven was fluke, and you can do unto Boom what was just done unto you. Experience matters for nought when you have the beauty of youth on your side.
Boom. I just want to give that some effect.
Thank you, Pavlos.
Yeah, there we go. Spike goes Boom, and so does Boom Esports. Especially in one round, if they lose.
Very good. 12-6. I'm interested to see...
I love that you try to keep a straight your face there, man. It's like, what is this guy on about? Why don't I even pass
we're trying. It's been an
Harusnya
early
dia
start.
nge-shot.
It's been a very early start.
To be fair, this is a series and a half, right? All the previous games of the day have been kind of
Enggak sih, bener sih,
landslides in
bener,
one
bener.
way or another.
Bener.
Yes, they've been
Dia
interesting.
harusnya
Yes, they've been
nge-shot
kind of
yang
cool plays.
ininya dulu, Vipernya dulu.
This is
Bener
a
sih.
series.
Interestingly enough as well, you look at the ult management for Boom, they have a lot to assist.
Tapi nggak
them in
dibarengi
either
dengan
retake
temannya
it or
yang
a bit for
ngelihat
control. I think
arah situ,
Boom,
cuy.
they've been shaken. They've
Jadi,
been
andai kan tadi
scared of Griffin.
si
And because
siapa?
of that, they've been
Famous
so
juga nge-swing juga
passive loss,
pas
which is
Blazkingnya
allowing Griffin to just
dapat
set
itu
up,
tadi.
execute to a
Itu
site
beda
before the
cerita
rotations and
itu.
come to assist, and then run from there. I am very scared of something though. I am very scared of a potential disconnect.
It looks like he's moving
It's been saved. It's clutched. We're okay, Pavlos. Don't worry. We can breathe now.
I've heard that we may have a DC, and that's why everybody's standing still. And I think it's due to the fact that no one is taking damage.
There you go. When it rains, it pours.
I kind of feel that this round is going to be reset. I have this feeling. I don't know. I'm not sure. This is weird. Right? Yeah, we had a DC before any damage was taken, but it seems that Boom are playing it on, which is only reasonable. And I think Griffin are probably just going to say, right, guys, yeah, we had a DC before. It just depends whether they've said it before any damage was taken.
Yep, we're waiting to see if the reset is going to come through. Unfortunately, we can't see
Look at
the
me
chance.
knowing my rules.
I'm really proud of you, Pavlos. Walking encyclopedia of rule books.
I might be wrong, though, so do take it with a grain of salt. Do take it.
I woke up and decided to spread misinformation on the internet, Pavlos.
Yeah, no, it's understandable that Boom are playing it out, though, because just in case that wasn't the case, they want to make sure they get the win. Seems like Griffin is comfortable that it goes their way. So it seems we're just going to wait a little bit more until things get fixed up, until players are all connected. So yeah, you're going to have to look at our faces for a second.
It's fun, isn't it? Something we're on camera. The plot thickens. Are we going to be resetting around? Are we not going to be
Main
resetting around?
psikologi.
You know what? I mean, look. Let's break down the game a little bit, right? Because Griffin have now found some energy that we didn't really see before. I mean, yes, it was a close call in the first particular map, but it was their own map pick. How on earth are they this strong against Boom when Boom has a new composition?
I can't help but think that Boom got shaken. I think that for the members of Griffin on Haven, they were allowing Boom to get very confident. We saw how aggressive they would be, particularly those picks from sewers. It's kind of accompanied by 2-3 players worth of utility to get those opening picks. On Split, that wasn't the case. Boom were trying to get those opening picks with their players by shoulder peeking, by just pushing and hoping for the best. In that case, Griffin, they start punishing them. Boom, their confidence starts to go downwards. They stop trying to get that map control. Griffin then just start walking all over them. I think right now, Boom's only hope, I think this map's a write-off. Just get to Fracture, try to recover it there.
Wow, okay. Well, I mean, I'm sure they're going to give it a go either way, but I want to hear your thoughts as well, right? We kind of saw the Fade being brought in for the first time for them. I mean, they've kind of strayed away from too many aggressive neon pushes and stuff like that. What are your thoughts, on this change, mainly the Fade? Earlier you were kind of a criticizer of it. You said that Breach perhaps was your favorite out of the two picks, especially for Split. What are your thoughts after seeing Boom play like this?
Same thought.
Same thought?
I think Breach would have been much better.
This guy's smart.
Yeah.
Listen to him.
What I think as well is right now, especially on the defense, they were trying to make that operator have a lot more prowess than it actually did. For Griffin, a lot of their openings came with Vandals, despite the fact they had an op still pushing for fights. With a Breach, you're able to counteract your opponent's operator, and with Boom, their operator no longer becomes an added bonus; it becomes their Hail Mary. You can zone out that operator, then you can just pave your way.
Semoga bisa lah, aku nonton lagi cuy.
How are you guys doing? By the way,
nggak jadi sih.
Doing well, right? I mean, we've had an
Aku
excellent
nungguin
amount of
soalnya
games,
info kan. Kalau nggak jadi aku tetap nontonin gini.
So far, this is our
Kalau
third
jadi
series
ya
of the day, and it's a treat.
Sampai game ini doang aku nggak bisa nonton map ketiga ya.
It's going very well. Our producers wants to shut up, so we can take a break. We'll be back momentarily.
Lagi DC tadi ya. Rainy ya tadi yang DC. Oh, 3 menit lagi. Ya deh. Bentar deh.
This is a VCT APAC LCQ 2022. I'm Tash running alongside Komodo and Konki. This is the, I wouldn't say halftime, but rather we have a technical pause here between Boom Esports as well as Griffin. And this is a Boom Esports map, and Griffin is crushing it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I didn't expect Griffin to be able to come out of the gates at the second half on their attacker side quite as convincing as this one, right? To be able to gather the pistol, and then the next couple of subsequent rounds we see a bit of a tidbit to come through from Boom, but they've really been silent on this defense.
All I'm going to say is Key summed it up perfectly. On paper, you should be winning out at half like that. But you throw the paper out the window at that point in time, right? Because Griffin just came out absolutely blazing. It was really, really awesome to see, and some real key factors or key members on the side of Boom have been quiet, right? Flip Shitter and Blaze King, they've not really been doing a whole lot on this map, which is a bit surprising given the fact how strongly they looked in the previous. So Griffin have done really, really well. They've managed to throw that previous map by the wayside, and they're leaning into their strengths right now. They look super confident on this attacking side, and they've really got the side of Boom with their backs up against the wall.
I mean, when you look at it, like as you said before, on paper, when you reach 5 points, you kind of expect, like, okay, going into defense, I'm not saying it's going to be a breeze, but it's going to be a little bit easier to at least catch up in terms of the points. But when you lose all 3, including your bonus, that's why we start questioning, like, what exactly is lacking here? Why are they not taking the space? Or is Griffin playing in a way that is so unpredictable that they can't really figure it out?
Well, that's always going to be one of the things, right? Even if you're 12-0 and you move on to the more structured side, you can still make a comeback, right? You're never going to be completely out of this until you hit that final scoreline. So the fact that, it was a very close halftime scoreline and Griffin were leading by a little bit, they've still managed to just continue that over towards their attacker side and really just, reset themselves, compose themselves into this and do what they do best. And right now, it is essentially fragging. They are finding all of these kills to really steer it in toward their direction. And the plays that they're coming out with, they're not the most fancy things in the world. They're leaving a lot of these rounds down to the 20-second mark before they go and do something. But in those moments, Boom kind of just fall over.
Yeah, exactly. The space that they've been able to find on these sites, right? The amount of times that they've maybe only had one sort of fight against and on that towards B or back of A, and they managed to get in there, with really no resistance, I suppose, which has been very surprising because the way that Boom were playing on their attacking side is they were confident, they were taking that space, and now they go to the defender side and all of a sudden they're not really showing up.
Yeah, I'm honestly surprised because round 1 we saw Boom go all the way. They had full mid control all the way to the back of the site. And I thought to myself, okay, perhaps we'll be seeing this later where on defense they'll be playing it very similar to how Paper X played it, or maybe even Order, where every round is an attack round. But we're not seeing that proactive play coming out from them, and I'm just wondering why.
I kind of wonder right now for Boom, are they trying to overcomplicate things and not play as simply structured as a defensive side potentially could be? Because, as I mentioned, Griffin are kind of taking a lot of these very similar fights, right? It's just very small lines, of sight and going in together as a team and as a unit. And for Boom, I mean, they could use a lot of this denial utility to keep them at bay, go in for some more retakes as well instead of taking those fights in disadvantaged positions. But I don't know, like Boom, they're still feeling confident in trying to do what they are right now. It's just Griffin are better.
Yeah, no, exactly. And I think it's a thing of, right, you can't be relying on your individual fraggers to be playing up to that standard every single game, because if they have a quiet one, as exactly, right, like Flip Shitter was going nuts on the previous map on that Killjoy, now he's pretty much AFK, I guess, and that's a bit rough, right? So we really need to see Boom ease back in, get their confidence back, and I guess at the end of the day, it's going to go to that third map at this point from what it looks like, right? At this point in time, which is going to live up to the series that we're hoping for, because both these teams have so much to offer.
On that argument, though, right, for their opposition to come on through.
Wah, isunya nggak selesai-selesai anjir.
Yeah.
Ini udah setengah 6.
That's all they need, but sometimes some teams have some problems, closing it, and then you see them give so many rounds, and suddenly we're going into an overtime. And I think this is something that Griffin shouldn't be wanting to go into, because you never really can predict what will happen in overtime, because that comes that mental reset that comes through every single round.
If this goes to overtime, that essentially means Griffin have forgotten what they were doing to get these rounds. Literally.
Yeah, and they could drop the game straight away from there, right? You move into that, the mental game is, it's like, oh my god, we've just lost like 5 rounds consecutively. Should have never happened. We were looking really, really solid, and obviously the nature of Valorant, 1-to-1, every single side, swapping over, and there's only that one opportunity to really close it out strong, and so many teams can get thrown into that mental abyss, really, and struggle to pull themselves out of it. So, look, again, it was exactly right. Griffin kind of got a little bit rolled over in that previous map, and now into this next map, they've definitely thrown it aside and pushed forward really, really strong, and their confidence is looking great. So I'm hoping that they do manage to take it to that map 3.
Ayolah, map ini doang cuy. Paling enggak cuy.
I mean, personally, if you think about it again, I think Griffin was already expecting that split pick from Boom Esports, perhaps. So they really did their homework. Now, the fact that they did their homework really shows that they are committed to try and win this round. So as we move on to the, I wouldn't say second half. I mean, it is the second half. I mean, move on
if we resume.
toward the end. Yeah,
let us proceed.
I mean, if we go on toward the end here, I'm really hoping that Griffin will be able to clinch it, just to really, really show where they come from. However, let's go into the game and see who comes.
Let's go.
Who will come up on top?
Pavlos, I don't want to sound like I'm a fortune teller here, but I think the advantage is ever so slightly.
Just a little bit.
Just a bit.
Wincy bit.
The one thing I'm going to highlight though is what Kominfo said, which was, you're absolutely right. If Griffin do get a little bit shaken here, all it takes for Boom is kind of 3-4 rounds that have been one-sided for Griffins to have their confidence shaken. 12-6 is by all means winnable for Boom. Sure, it's going to take quite a bit of effort, but 6 rounds on the bounce is something we have seen happen before. We actually see a double sniper setup on their defense, operator and tour de force.
I'm just getting nightmares. Will Griffin actually forget what they're doing right and actually shot the ball? I don't know, man. It's a long way for Boom to climb. So yeah, let's see how this one turns out to be. Slowly moving in. This is a complete dry pick from Fung. Oh, shot missed. A grand opportunity to put his team on top. Berserk's also has got himself a very deep position, and Rainy is just challenging it little by little. It seems like they know that there may be some aggression there, but even if they do know, it's Berserk's with first blood.
There you go, and that's what we wanted to see from Boom. The confidence to go for these sort of aggressive plays, the confidence to try and garner these advantages. And they've been able to do just that. It's going to be on Fung to be the player to push, and the issue is doing it with an operator can be very, very hit or miss.
Of the site, Blaze King. Oh, the paranoia was perfect, but those shots, they were not. The follow-up is there, thankfully for him, but Griffin teams seem to be on the back foot quite massively, and they've left this to the very last second. And there's still a Mr. Berserk's in position.
The spike unguarded as well.
And there you go. All right, that's a round for Boom.
One enemy remaining.
Maybe a clean one as well.
What's more important about this is, as you mentioned, is clean.
Oh.
You save a lot of economy. Reinvesting on one player, by all means, something they will happily accept if it means being able to get one of these rounds. And for Berserks, it's a wake up. You desperately needed Berserks to wake up. He has had a lackluster game on that chamber. The fact we're finally seeing him join the fight, join the fray. He stepped into the ring.
Masih ada kemungkinan menang, Boom. 7-12. Mereka nggak boleh bikin mistake sih. Kalau mereka menang di sini, Iko berikutnya.
Having these positions is something that he lacked at the start of this half, right? He kind of held back quite a substantial bit, but now, you know, getting himself into garage, we saw him earlier on that A main angle as well. You know, it's good to see him feeling it, essentially, because I think it's an integral part of this team that was missing, and now with him, you can see there will be some support. 18 kills to him, by the way. He's doing a splendid job, but I feel like there's also the additive that he needs more of his teammates to come alive.
Look at the aggression here as well. They've finally made it work. Berserks, he's going to get ready for an initial fight onto this Sky. The timing of the Astra Star is perfect. Does the Seeker find him? It may not.
It's going to be a guiding light, though. But it's the far left corner. Okay. Don't quite have audio my end, but I know there is a lot of action going on because, I mean, there's no damage taken. There's just been a lot of close calls over in mid, and it seemed Griffin to have quite a lot of presence in mid, but they are pivoting over to B.
You're absolutely right, and with Select now trying to sort of follow it up, we've seen a huge commitment of sort of basic utility from either side, but there's no actual kill yet, which means that Boom, they've actually got the information they were desperately seeking in the opening stages of the second half.
Sambil aku nunggu menangin dong, biar gak ada game ketiga.
Time to stop it.
Well, that is Sufat with first blood here. Griffin on top. That's what they want, and they've gained full B site control. Apart from the back end of it, Berserks can't quite play deep here anymore, can he? He can only just wait for his teammates to maybe create some more space for him to get himself any more aggressive. It's a little bit more tough. Showstopper is the final course to get on site.
Oh, nice,
the
nice.
shots are connecting for Flipsider, and all of a sudden they've got themselves control over it once again. A 2v2, but it's still a close call. Fung wanting to swing by, and
ngapain dia ngeliat ke situ gitu.
It's just looking at the wrong direction.
Timing. Main dengan waktu aja. Main dengan waktu.
All he needs to do is stay alive and deny the plant. Suicide is not a bait.
Nice.
It's Tapodor to keep his team alive. Boom on 8.
Absolutely perfect. Something to highlight as well, Pavlos, is the fact that Boom were able to delay that spike plant for so long. If that spike plant had gone down, completely different round. They still had 2 players in main. They could have played for time. They could have played with the utility they had left. The fact that
mereka masih punya duit ya. Berarti satu kali lagi ini mereka harus
the
ini.
comeback is afoot. And for Griffin, the silver lining is look how close they are to getting every single ult online. They are against the Viper's Spits and a relocation from Blaze King. This is a huge power spike for Griffin, but Pavlos
Bisa, yo, Boom, Bisa.
It's still the idea that Griffin only need 1 round, right? It's still the idea that if Griffin just needs just a good start to 1, and that's it. That's the map, and that's Fracture now on the cards. But Boom know of this. They're well experienced, well rehearsed, and kind of know in these difficult positions you can't just think of the ramifications of that. Just take it round by round. He just sees his opponent there and is like, nope, I'm out of here.
The info play may actually be a false positive though, because they now assume that this whole area outside of A is going to be completely clear. They spot out the tour de force, and as you mentioned, yes, Griffin only need 1 round, but when the game teeters on a knife's edge, that's where things get so crucial as to each micro-millimetric play.
Look at the Viper's Pit in mid as well. It looks like Tepoto wants to regress a little bit here, and it seems Suifat is lingering a little bit further. Meanwhile, while I do say that, there's rotations coming in from Boom over towards that A site. But what's crucial about this is, right, they're holding a lot of space, right? They're denying a lot of positioning. The unfortunate is that I think they've got the wrong call of placing Flipshitter from on the wrong side of the map here, because Griffin, they've got 30 seconds and there's only one way they are going to go.
It's a huge bid to buy time here, and it's worked beautifully. 2 players to kill, and only 25 seconds to do it.
Famous will be able to open things up with himself. Oh, Boom are feeling it.
Wah, udah ketahuan.
They didn't have too many players to defend this, but it seems that Famous is all you need.
Oh, no.
With 2, and this could be an opportunity.
No.
Blazer King falls, and now it's 10 seconds exactly when the spike falls, and we're looking at a 2v2 duel, but he's not checking his scores. He's not checking his scores.
Nice.
But it doesn't matter. Dick Bottle takes him down, and now we're looking at Rainy looking to hold his team on a pedestal. He's all by himself.
Nice.
He's going berserk, and he wins this round for Boom.
Yes, it's a victory, but my god, it comes at a cost. Funk and Rainy, both of them for a moment make it look like that's it, we're going to Fracture, but no, Boom, they hold on. And as we said, Pavlos on a knife's edge, and when it is on that knife's edge, it's so important. Each little bit of positioning, each piece of utility, it will stack up. And now, with only 3 rounds left for the comeback to be complete, look at the ults, they're slowly draining.
Mereka kalau ini menang sih
yes, you have that showstopper, which I think for me is going to be the main one to keep an eye on here. But they've kept the operator alive.
lagi menang 11.
The threats of an economic damage and losing it to no longer be the case. A timeout called at the perfect time.
Okay, for this round is basically an analyst's blessing, but an observer's curse, because we've got 4 ultimates to account for, and I think Griffin take this time out, waiting for those ultimates as well, and kind of say, this is our round.
Mereka masuk langsung pakai ini kayaknya Viper Speed.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
What if they do the wrong thing?
then Boom comes straight back into this.
What do Boom do though?
For me, it's just a matter of playing off of Berserks. He's just woken up. He's gone from kind of 4th on the scoreboard straight up to 1st, now contesting Suifat for top fragger for the whole server, right? And this is over the span of like 4 rounds. And these are 4 quick rounds. For me, Berserks just keep sending him into positions where he's comfortable, allow him to try and get, even when he isn't getting picks, he's getting information. And this is what we said the win condition was for Boom. So the sooner they get the information, the easier it is for them to defend. The starting point of this half, Boom was shaken. They were too scared to do it. I think what's happened is during the little technical pause, Boom sort of, as a team, decided, you know what? Doesn't matter, we've lost this map anyway. Let's just go a bit more aggressive. And suddenly they're straight back into it.
And suddenly Griffin, I mean, I wasn't looking at the credits earlier, but yeah, they don't have a buy, so it's not going to be this round, which also gives a further opportunity for the rest of Boom to gain ultimates themselves.
Which puts all the more pressure onto the Vandal on Funk.
This is not an easy one for Griffin. Someone is approaching them and about to clip their wings, but they might be saying, no, not another DC. Oh no.
No,
not another DC, no.
Poison's off.
Not again. Oh, okay. Well, let's see how this one turns out.
I don't want to see this Viper push, because if Viper dies, then it's a huge problem. And there you go. There's the kill. It could no longer be a timeout.
Well, it depends whether they requested it earlier. Oh, okay. 3v4. It's going to be played out like it did the last time, but it seems that Griffin are taking this way more seriously than they did before. And they actually got most of the kills. They were the one with sheriffs.
This could be cataclysmic, Pavlos.
What?
The Cosmic Divide is going to allow them to get a bit of control over
Famous has to do everything here. And he might be able to do just that. Showstopper. At Suifatix's disposal, moves back. The change of positioning. So who's attacking, who's defending him? I'm confused. Famous looking to move through. But Fong! He misses his mark, and Famous is barely alive. Only 3 points of health on him. And still, Griffin with 2 players. They've gotten the spike down just. Suifang's been spotted. They're crossing.
Nice! Nice! Let's go!
This is incredible! Boom! On double digits!
But Pavlos, was it a timeout? We're going to find out in just a second. If it's not, Boom have hit double digits, and they've reset Griffin again.
And Suifat uses his showstopper as well!
Oh no! They're running out of abilities! It's an overcommitment. Boom baited it, and they did so beautifully. 2 rounds hanging the balance now, and that takes us to overtime. They've only got a Viper's Pit, and we're continuing with it, Pavlos. Griffin, the fumble has come back to haunt them.
No.
And now for Boom, they're starting to come up to full power. Look, Berserk's one away from a tour de force. You've got your Nightfall coming up in 3 as well. This is really where Boom start to wake up. We joked about a comeback being attainable. Now it's a reality.
Oh my God! This is where Griffin panics? Is it really?
Surely not.
Is this where the chapter is unfolding? Oh, one-sided smoke.
Oh,
it's
nice.
Perfect for Berserks. I love how Blaze King sets him up like that.
You're absolutely right. We said the win condition for Boom is their duelists need to start waking up. I didn't think that the wake up from Berserks was going to be such an explosion. I thought it was going to be a slow sort of ascent. No, it's an eruption. And now for Boom, they're just dictating this narrative.
Well, at least now they've gained mid control, right? Griffin have got a narrative still to paint.
Yes. Something interesting to watch out for, though, is with the Boombots and the Hounds being committed there, you've used your main quality of info gather. This is still with a minute left on the clock, and you don't know how Boom have positioned this B defense. So much so, actually, that Griffin want nothing to do with it. They're heading back to mid, but at this point, Berserk's is recommitted. They've lost that control.
The good thing for Boom is that they've got
kill.
Use your A-site defender, but they're going through mid. This is a complete topsy-turvy, but Berserks is in a clear position to find a first kill. He drops back, and now he's equalized, stabilized even. And they've even got a new defender towards that ace site. And they've got from the shadows for Blazer King to even help there if he has to quickly.
Oh no.
Flipside, he doesn't need to kill everyone. He just needs to buy time. And with that Hawk, that may just be the commitment.
That's both guiding lights used here from Griffin. Both of them. Now have to go dry from here on out. From the shadows, utilized. Flip shitter, forwards, Blazer King. They know of his position, they heard him. But Nebula conceals him. He's going to push after it, isn't he? Oh dear, Berserks trying to use his Headhunter, missing so many shots. But Blaze King finds himself in a really interesting position. He can be such a big menace. 2 bullets left on his Headhunter, but it's Blazer King still finding kills. 8 bullets. Oh, he might have done it, but no. Winner says a big no to that, and Tour de Force comes out. This is your time to shine, Berserks.
Oh no.
This is his shot, and that is Griffin.
Thank you teman-teman ya udah
sending them
nonton,
to the
udah like, udah
shadow
subscribe,
realm.
aku
There is
dukungan
still
kalian,
one
aku nggak
round
bisa
to be
nonton
played, and
game
that is
ketiganya.
fracture,
Sorry,
baby.
blockers
Tell you
terus
what
di.
though, Boom, yes, they were definitely gut punched there, but they still were able to swing back. They made Griffin work to send us to fracture there, and if it was literally just 1 or 2 rounds that